23 than by starting with Christopher Stuckman.
Oh,
Is celebration really the word we want to use for 2023?
yes.
Yes,
Endurance is what we did.
I had a great time.
Oh, I mean, well, that's become the topic of the town now, as to whether or not people are doomsaying too much, and that film is just fine. Actually, there was the subreddit
Never been better.
thread that was shared that had a tweet of mine saying now share. There was I think there was a stream with me and Drinker and several others on Open Bar, and there was a tweet saying that was it's like, oh, they're saying like movies are bad, blah, 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 and I was like,
I mean, yeah.
it's been reported as like the worst year ever for Hollywood. I don't even know that what we're saying could be considered controversial anymore. It's pretty just normalized and accepted now. And then Lofty said listed I think 10 films. They were like, well, these were good, and then I was like, okay, now do the bad ones.
Yeah,
Actually,
it's like
I had
we'll
him
give
on
you
my
100 ones that
stream
were terrible.
yesterday.
We
making
need to
the same
stop
point.
counting the ratio.
It's like if you go back and you only pick the good indie films, then film looks much better. But if you go back and you pick the bad indie films alongside the good indie films, then the balance probably emerges at about the same as it is.
Yeah. And we could happily talk about obscure indie films that have been seen by literally dozens of people, but,
Whoa,
Dozens, I
now
say.
dozens, come on.
Dozens.
is it really a reflection of film culture and where we're at? I don't think so.
I mean,
Well, no.
I thought everybody didn't like every Disney film.
Well, if
except
you
for,
ask
like, one of them
YMS.
succeed.
Ah, well,
Yes,
that's a
clearly we need to improve our media diets, gentlemen.
I was actually going to bring that up, Rex, because remember he was very resistant to the idea that it is any
All of
worse
the
now than it
ideas.
was. And so I said, and I believe this is one of the easiest ways to see it. It's like, so Star Wars is doing pretty bad. Wasn't, 20 years ago. It's like, Star Trek's doing pretty bad. To be fair, I don't know how good Star Trek was doing 20 years ago, but I know it was better than now. Then there's Indiana Jones was doing better than it was now. And it was, what else? It's like, basically, spin the roulette wheel. Jurassic as a franchise, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, dinosaur.
Jurassic.
Marvel
genre.
and DC. Oh wow!
Marvel
Oh, boy,
is one of the
that-
best examples ever, because
Does-
rewind 20 years and it doesn't even
does,
exist.
We've done this before, where it's like pick any year in the 90s, or perhaps even the 2000s, and
Well,
you will have
we
an
won't
absolute...
have to because Christopher Stuckman is
I
going to
know.
tell us about that
Yeah.
list, so we won't even have to.
Me trying to
But my
delay
point
us
being,
from...
though, you would have some absolute bangers of movies that have really like made an impression and stood the test of time, and I think you would struggle in the 2020s to do the same thing.
Is that right? Well, yeah.
I mean, Chris Stuckman can help us, but yeah.
I was going to say, it's just not controversial to us, Like, saying that...
Well, it's obvious.
Yeah, I mean,
It should be obvious to him. He does this for a living.
I don't know.
It's kind of
man.
like saying it shouldn't be controversial that the sun is going to rise in the east tomorrow and set in the
Like,
west.
whoa.
And then, yeah.
Hang on.
Whoa.
Some things are just self-evident.
No, we're fine. It's all good.
Molly, you weren't on Open Bar to defend The Last of Us show. Drinker, did you go spine spaghetti? Did someone bring up Last of Us and you didn't defend it?
Oh, that's that really
No,
cool show.
yeah,
That's a good show.
I'm trying to remember what I said about it at that point. I think it was more a case of overall my impression of it was good. It was a good show, and I think it's a good example of a solid video game to TV adaptation. And then we got into the weeds of just picking apart a few of the issues that we had with it.
There were
Perhaps
issues.
like the casting of whatever the hell her weird name is as Ellie, for example. Like, I don't think that was the best actress they could have picked. Stuff like that.
I will say, as much as I agree that we probably should have gotten someone else, perhaps even for both roles, I still think both of them put in a good performance.
I think Pedro's was an excellent performance. Ellie warmed up on me, the actress. It took a while
was,
for her to sort of settle
I-
in. But
Yeah, I think Pedro was fine. I think with the material he was given, I think I can definitely tell the differences between his portrayal, or should I say, the Joel that we get in the TV show versus the Joel that we got in the game. And again, I think it's quite an interesting it's an interesting thing to do, to compare the two.
because I can clearly tell they are the same character, just different versions of that
Yeah.
same character.
Yeah,
It's
they're
very
not so-
easy for my
Yeah.
mind to link the two together.
Like, it's a remix rather than a fucking assassination, which is what we usually get. Which is why
yeah.
I feel like it does deserve to be highlighted in a positive way, considering all of the horrible shit. Anyway, why would I delay? We're going to check out the best movies of 2023. How suitable for our year look back stream, I guess. Is everyone ready?
Hit us with it, Chris. Hit us with your personality.
Whoa.
I mean,
Give
I
a
can't,
smack
I literally
me,
can't
daddy.
stop you.
You
Oh,
could have
God.
tried.
I'm getting stuckmanized right now.
Stuckman.
Holy God.
I'm just checking.
I
Wait, is
gotta
everyone
say,
I
here?
don't like this
I,
intro.
I gotta tell you, I like the old one better.
We had that
Yeah, this
conversation
one is
before.
We have.
We're,
You know,
well,
I'm-
of course
I
we
miss
have the
that-
same. We're
I miss
we're
that
we're well written
guitar
characters,
riff. I
Fringy.
miss it so much. It's a great guitar riff, you know. The like, oh man, that just fills
I don't
me
know,
with joy.
but does it really work without the punch to the screen and then get stuckmanized? I feel like that's really what
oh, yeah,
brings
that's
it up.
what it needs to be. It needs to be him popping out and then punching through the camera, glass shattering everywhere. with the
There was
music
one thing I did wonder, actually. Maybe you guys can help me. How does one become stuckmanized?
Oh,
What does it?
Oh,
What
that's
does it
a- that's
entail?
a-
Oh,
long
drinker.
and
Oh, if the way
process.
was made clear, it would not be the way.
It's like a
I
spirit
see.
quest. You know, you got to go on a pilgrimage through
Oh.
the mountains. You got to speak to the local shaman up on the hill and go on a big old journey. And then when you come back, it'll be so obvious that you're stuckmanized that it will just radiate from you like
Ah.
you're glowing.
It's more a state of being rather than
Yes, that's
like,
right.
A
It's a state of
specific
mind.
process.
40 nights of fasting.
It's not a destination; it's a journey.
Ah, okay.
I want to read this book, but we can't until.
He wrote
Okay.
a book. Chris Stuckman
Yeah.
can read.
Where were you 10 minutes ago,
Yeah,
Rags?
I'm sorry. I was
Not
thinking
listening?
about
Yeah, I
Chris
can
Stuckman.
tell.
I was thinking about getting
Ooh.
stuckmanized. Is that the thing that happens in Quake?
I think when
You're
you
on the conveyor belt.
Is
You're
it-
getting stuckmanized?
is it like the
It
neuralizer where it makes you forget the video you saw, or is that just something that happens
Ooh,
when you watch the
yeah,
videos
like Men in
anyway?
I don't know, man.
Yeah.
It seems like almost like the sort of thing you would see on Pornhub, like hot girl
Stuckman?
gets stuckmanized.
You get
real hard.
stuckmanized.
So you
All
get
right.
stuck by a man. That's true.
But aggressive
Well, guys,
intro.
we
And
have
it
reached
lacks
the end.
impact at the end, doesn't it?
I'm just here to make films. All right, good luck.
Hmm.
Why don't you work on the videos first, and then
The
we can
blandest
can.
I mean,
move to films.
You're literally here in this video to talk about films, not
Yeah.
to make them.
I'm just here to also talk about films. I
I'm
don't
sure
know.
the first.
This is like
next one.
it's like someone who goes golfing with I'm just here to play baseball t-shirt.
Does he
Similar.
make films? I thought he just did YouTube
Yes,
videos.
he's made short films, and he's currently, I believe, completing production upon his first feature film, Shelby Oaks.
I can't wait.
We'll be very excited to check it out.
I
Are
think
we?
That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah, I'm stoked.
that's what we've been paid to say.
I've been paid? That never happened before.
Shut up! Don't
Just to refresh my memory, at no point in this video is he ever allowed to say anything negative about
Yes.
anything
normally how
he's
it goes.
covering, right?
Well,
Okay.
so
Yeah,
this
yeah.
is the best of, and I believe one of the top comments on this video is, "I like when he made the worst of," and I think the top comment response is he's not going to shit on creators anymore.
Isn't it really interesting how when he got into making
No,
his own
nothing
films,
about him is interesting.
well, not about him necessarily, but his outlook on this. Like once he got into making his
Yes.
own movies, suddenly
Oh,
became
yeah.
super
Yeah, the only
positive about
thing-
everything.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
the only thing interesting about Chris Stuckman is purely meta. It's very much.
Well,
that.
it's mysterious almost, right? It's like, we shouldn't be shitting on creators. Now, I'm becoming a filmmaker, and I would like the YouTube people to be chill about it, okay? When I think that you should embrace the reverse, you should be like, I'm becoming a filmmaker, you guys better not go easy on me just because I'm making the film, right? And,
Yeah.
so go the opposite direction of like a lot of, I want to say like AVGN, RLM, where they end up making something that even they are ashamed of. It's like, try and make something you're proud of, and then accept the criticism of it. Which, to be fair, I don't want to imply that Red Letter Media or AVGN haven't accepted criticism. I think it's...
Space Cop is great. If you've seen Space Cop, it's one of the best crappy movies I've seen in a long time.
I
But
wanted to love
they-
it. I wanted to love it.
I think
Oh,
perhaps
it's
there's gags in it that probably seemed better like on the script than in reality.
One of the gags I won't forget was when Chris Evans' Space Cop... No, not Chris Evans.
I didn't know they had that kind of money.
Rich
Chris-
Rich Evans'
After-
Space Cop.
But the post MCU world for him is.
When he's activated his like screen visor, high tech helmet, but then loads of porn ads come up on it and he can't see. I thought that was funny.
They're predicting the future.
Hmm.
Yet another year talking about film on this platform. This is crazy. I've been doing this for
This
like
is
14
crazy.
Isn't it
Oh,
remarkable how he
I'm
manages
so
to not
excited.
raise or lower the voice? He
Also,
doesn't
like,
even speak a little bit different all the time. He just does
Call me-
all the
call me
same.
call me unconventional as well, but when you've been doing literally the same thing for 10 years, it ceases to be crazy and just becomes reality.
Isn't
Wow,
it
I
crazy
should have been
that
for work today? How crazy! This is incredible.
Yeah.
I can't believe another year
Can't
passed.
believe it.
you just want to be
Is it
like
more-
you want to like
is it
click
more-
your
is
finger
it
in front of
more
him like Chris, wake up, Chris.
The camera's
Good
rolling.
talk.
It's like,
So good to be here. I'm so crazy.
Is it possibly his attitude is more like, I can't believe I'm not a successful Hollywood director yet. It's crazy that I'm still having to make fucking YouTube videos.
What was
I don't know.
Free, was it that we felt like he was a wannabe? We said like it wasn't quite a wannabe Spielberg, it's almost a wannabe J.J. Abrams. Like it's almost
Ooh,
worse.
if you're gonna be a second-rate version of someone else,
It's,
don't pick him.
I don't know if interesting is the right word. An observation is that it feels to me like Chris Stuckman is obsessed with the idea of being seen as like a filmmaker more so than he's interested in the actual making of films. It's kind of strange.
I don't know, man. Like, when you watch his reviews, about 50% of them are just production information about who's
This
directing
is who
it,
directed it.
who did the
Well, sure, but
cinematography, who did the sound
thing is that
editing.
where's the insight other than just
The
like
poster
listing,
is a
you know,
16
people who were
by
involved, but not really
29
Oh,
inch.
we'll
diving
get
into
to
why
insight.
or how they
We
do
can
things.
read his book.
I
Plenty
don't
of
wanna-
insight in the book. Okay, and the video, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Years
I'm
now.
ready to be surprised. I
Ready to
wanna
be
believe.
Stuckmanized.
Yeah, I am.
Or
Give it
something.
to me
I don't even
harder.
know what's going on in this.
he really captures
Well,
that essence of whoa, dude.
Yeah, I am utterly convinced by this perplexion. I gotta say.
So
This
much
is-
has happened. Over the
This
past-
is
there
the
we
sort
go.
of thing you would say if your channel had just blown up. And
Yeah.
you're like, oh my god, I can't believe suddenly I've got like 100,000 subscribers. Like,
Well, at this
time
point-
last month I had nothing.
This filmmaker needs a filmmaker, maybe a director, to be like, hey, bud, your motivation right now is that you're elated and ecstatic that you've reached this level. You need to convince the audience that that's how you feel instead of saying it because you feel like you probably should. And I don't think he captures that motivation, you know? I'm not feeling it. As a filmmaker myself of YouTube, it counts.
Last few years, and it's time once again to talk about the best films of the year. And as usual, I want to start with some honorable mentions. You guys know these are my picks. These are films that meant something to me. These are
Sweet.
films that impacted me in a specific way.
But they don't count?
that
They're
hit
not
me
good
at the-
enough to be.
Why not
Yeah,
just,
the honorable mention implies that they didn't make like the grade for the list, but there's something about them that
But I really
like
wanted
is still
to,
worthy of mention.
yeah, and I
you
really
know?
wanted to limit myself to 12 because numbers.
Because you're like, Chris, why don't you
Oh,
just
yeah.
do 14? He's like, I don't know,
Seems a
man.
bit much.
That
That
sounds a little exciting.
It kind of ruins it, doesn't it?
Don't want to go
Like,
too crazy on those numbers.
You meant to do 10. That's what you meant to do. Is 10.
Well, if you're gonna breach the 10, you may as well just keep all the ones you love the most, you know?
Well, it was the nostalgia critic thing, right?
Top 11.
11.
Yeah.
the right time, or that were just really phenomenal movies. And those honorable mentions are The Boy and the Heron,
Are you gonna
Maestro,
talk about it?
No.
No,
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 Tunnel
this
to
is a
Summer.
list.
No.
No, he
It's
said when
literally
this would
just
be a list.
mentioning them.
So
Honorable mentions, yeah, literally honorable mentions. Yes,
they get mentioned.
it's just mentioned.
just
then
reading the titles.
Alright, moving on.
So what's funny about that, I guess, is like in a normal top 10 list, it'd be like the honorable mention, they name them, and then they're just like a film that was blah, blah, maybe like a line. But his version, it makes sense. It would just be reading out the title.
The Exit
Yeah,
of the
Maybe he'll
Dark.
say they're all great at the end.
Eyes, Bottoms, Still, a Michael J. Fox movie. Are You There,
Oh, okay.
God? It's Me, Margaret. When Evil
Margaret
Lurks,
movie?
Bo is
Oh
Afraid.
wow, this is a lot of
and Cease-
mentions.
Man, why not just make a top 20 list?
Why not just
Yeah.
talk about it? This is your end of the year video. You only have to
I'm
make
like-
these once a year, and it's
Well,
14
yeah,
minutes long.
Because here's the thing, like just saying like, oh yeah, these are my honorable mentions. I like them, and then here's the list. That doesn't help anybody.
Just have them
Like,
be part
I
of the
guess-
list, you fool.
Well, it's just
Can you
I
really
guess you're
tell me which
counting on
genre
people-
it has? Like, is it like a...
Well, yeah,
horror
because
or
now I
a
don't
Oh, come
action
on.
movie?
He doesn't know that.
Oh, sorry. I thought he
The
watched
Boy
them.
and the Heron is in the bird genre. Of film.
Ah.
Mm.
Also, I'm as we stream, I am actively balancing everyone's audios. So chat, keep complaining, and I mean that genuinely, so I can tell if we're there or not.
Yes, do not quit.
We will.
Okay.
production.
Yeah. All right.
Sue. Loved all of those
sure.
movies, enjoyed all of them in their own way. They're all very
Enjoyed them all in their own way.
God, it's so
Never
fucking
mind.
useless.
And
Holy
really,
shit.
Chris, if they were special, then you would have
All
made
in
them
their
part of
own
the
way.
list.
special
Well,
movies.
they're
why
a separate
is-
list. If anything, this
mean-
is the better list because it's before the other lists.
Well, and also look at the time. It's only 14-minute long video, which means each of these films are going to get about a minute.
Damn, yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh
not a
no, it's
lot
gonna
of
be
time.
less
Yeah.
than that.
Which is,
I
by the
can't
way,
wait to get-
someone
I
might be
can't wait
like,
to get to the main list.
it's like that's unscripted as well. It's like he couldn't, lay out. I assume this is a script. I assume he's got more than just
I
a list in front of him.
I got to imagine. Surely he has a problem of like if he has limits that he poses on himself in terms of time, he goes over that when he writes his scripts and then has to cut it down, right?
I
can't imagine making a script for a 14-minute video that's mostly just descriptive and then saying, nah, this is too long. I gotta cut this down. Gotta trim the fat. Speaking of trimming the fat,
Hey,
actually,
Wow.
that wasn't
You're on
That's to
time.
say.
Gary's
Gary's
like,
on
is that
time.
offensive? I
I
don't know.
don't know.
I don't actually know.
figure it out.
I know. I'll take it as offensive.
Good
And
to
it's
see
okay.
you.
Hello.
We're doing watch together shenanigans. If you want to jump into the link and join us, we're checking out Chris Stuckman's top films of 2023.
Oh my goodness!
I'm sorry, Gary, but Sisu did not make it into the top 12.
What?
He gave it an honorable mention, literally mentioning its name.
Yep.
This was a film which I watched.
It
which
was
I
a film.
enjoyed.
I
This
enjoyed
is a
it in
film.
its own way.
of images displayed in sequence at high speed.
Yes.
I think in his
Brought
defense, he
me
did say that
great
it was a film that
elation.
meant something to him. It's just
Oh,
that we'll
there you go.
never find out
We'll never know
what
what it was.
precisely
We don't
that
know what it
means.
meant.
Maybe got diarrhea after one of them. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, that could mean.
Yeah.
That has meaning.
Felt nauseous.
Honestly, I'm surprised we got that much out of him on anything. So, does he mention more on other films other than he saw them?
Oh, well,
Maybe
I
had some
think
butter
we're,
on
We're
it?
gonna
we're all
find out,
actually,
Gary.
yeah, we're all very
Strap
excited.
yourself in, boy, because you're about to get Stuckmanized.
Here we
I'm
go.
ready.
But they didn't quite make the list, which we're going to get into in just a second.
Ooh.
But first, I want to give a big
They
thank
would've
you
if
to
they
the
were
sponsor
better.
for this video.
Oh, Factor.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Factor
It
makes
was
meeting
actually
your
is like
Oh.
It looks like gruel. What the fuck?
What the
That looks
fuck? What the
great.
hell?
No, they always look gross when they're cold, and then they
Not-
look
No, but
gross
wait,
when
that's-
you're done with them. But
That looks
makes
like it's been
sense.
shaken.
Yeah.
Like,
This is
Hey.
like a disposal system, so if you've thrown up, like they'll come along, put it in one of these shrimp bags,
If you
take
want
it
to
away.
eat like Oliver Twist, go to.
And it looks like they took out an organ on the other side from a dead body,
do that for
probably.
free.
God,
Hey,
it almost
Gord.
looks
It
Snowpiercer.
almost looks like a face pressed up against the plastic.
Oh yeah, this,
Oh, man.
yeah, this is Edward Munch's lunch, is what this is.
well, and the
I
size
like that.
proportions change size based on. So, like, if you poop more or if you vomit more, they'll give you bigger passes, based on
Hey,
your references.
Stuckman has nice nails, though. That
Wait, that means that this is the Factor people that did this, right? Provided the footage. Like, why wouldn't you make
Yeah,
it look
you are.
nicer? You know how, like, in McDonald's ads, they'll do I don't know if you've seen the behind the scenes, but the
well,
way
that
they
was
do that
already-
shit is amazing. They have, like, all these kinds of
A
machines
lie.
and
What it is.
absolutely a lie.
Fucking
And then they
lie.
make it look really good. Then you buy it. It's like a crushed up into the corner burger. That's you poke it deflates.
Well, it could also be his wife, right? Like he has a
Oh,
family.
that could be his wife.
Yeah.
Good
in the
point.
packaging.
In the back.
what's his name?
Spoiling
Astronaut rations
greenest
look better
people.
than that.
Fact
Goals
is,
easier
people.
than ever by
Factor.
delivering
Oh, it's
Oh,
just were they
no.
stored upside down?
Don't show the part where it's nasty and frozen. Show the
Yeah.
part where it's finished and you've dressed
We'll get
it up.
there.
And
I guess this is honest. This is what
I
you're
guess.
getting.
Yeah, I don't blame
Never
it. I'll be.
frozen
They never
dietitian
look good
approved
beforehand.
meals
It has
right to your
color.
doorstep. Their team of gourmet chefs create each meal using only ingredients with integrity to help you feel your
Integrity.
Integrity
What?
So like what? All the peas are still in the what?
No, all those
integrity.
all those
there's
vegetables
one thing
had a
I
good
can't
character.
stand. It's duplicitous.
The chicken wasn't a
ingredients in my
liar.
food.
Is that what
Yeah.
you mean?
This was made from
Dude,
upstanding citizens.
Have you ever tasted a lying chicken? It's like stringy
Oh,
and
There are no
Ugh.
dishonest ingredients in this food.
Got some integrity.
Made with 100% grade A integrity.
best all day long. This bustling holiday season, you might be looking for nutritious, flavorful meals to
Hell
fuel
yeah.
you
But this
on
came out after the
jam-packed
holidays.
days. Factor, America's #1
Mango.
Mango
That looks normal.
smoothie?
Mango
That looks
smoothie.
like
That looks okay.
that looks like eggnog. Just to be clear, that does not look like a mango
State-sponsored
smoothie.
drink.
It could still be
That doesn't
poop
look
juice.
like-
You don't know.
Yeah.
ready-to-eat meal delivery service can help you eat well for breakfast, lunch,
God,
and
it's
dinner.
so
with
boring.
chef-prepared
That looks like that's
I
the
feel like my
Chris
brain's
Stuckman drink.
shutting
Yes.
down.
You want to have
This
the,
should
the
be Chris Stuckman beverage.
You're like Billy Mays here, and welcome to the smoothie. You don't want to have like, hello, Today we're
lot
looking
of what-
at factor food.
I am
All
I'm
of what
reliably
they
informed that
add-
humans require food in order to stay alive. This is
He-
food, and it can get
Billy
delivered
Mays
to
here. It's
He
Here
should
is
eat
some
it.
mango jizz in
You
a
should
cup.
eat it. You should
Really
eat it
good.
as part of the ad, as part of the ad.
Greetings,
Just like have it
creatures of the
before them and
planet
eat it.
Earth. Billy Mays here.
Sourced from plants.
you. Are they going to show Chris Stuckman eating the food? Because that would
Ooh.
surely be
Eat
entertaining.
it.
Oh,
Is he
I
gonna
hope
do the
so.
crusty thing and say, like, I don't mind the taste?
I don't mind the taste.
No, what it needs to be, it needs to be the guy from Shelbyville who, like, he drinks that mango one and then his face like contorts and shrinks.
Caves in the mouth.
He's drinking turnip juice. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love the turnip juice.
Dietitian approved, ready to eat.
This looks like
meals
something you
delivered straight to
squeeze
your
out of
door.
something
You'll
else.
save time and
I always
stay on
wonder
track.
what dietitian approved.
Well, the
pizza
Dales.
is.
yes.
They're all
Oh, yes.
different.
Yeah, like
That's
if you
food.
put like if you went outside to the garbage can or the bin, as some of you call it, and you just like stuck a faucet to the bottom of it and turned it, that's what would come out.
No.
Oh,
You just
geez.
drink it right up.
Mate,
Hey,
but
there's
It's
a
really good for
scar-
your immune system.
There's a scar on her knuckle where she hit her husband.
I feel like
My
her hands are more
God.
interesting than your average Chris Stuckman review.
Yeah.
I knew there's more
Healthy
conversation to be had.
Style while tackling
Is it a
all
box
your
Is that a
cutter
box
to
cutter?
open this
Yeah.
up? What
Why
the
not
fuck?
just fucking open it the
You just peel
normal
it.
way?
There's a thing to
Those,
fucking-
those peelers are a lie, by the way. They never come off.
But you at
They
least
never come
try
away
once.
Give it a
So-
shot, drink it, damn it.
The standard procedure is you try once, it doesn't work, get angry, and then you get the box cutter.
Exactly.
Yeah. And if the peeler works, you just get a 3rd-degree burn afterwards anyway.
Exactly.
So
It's part of the
Okay.
process.
your
Part of the
holiday
process.
to-dos. So you can cross
Makes
meal
it taste
prepping
better.
off your list this holiday
There you
season.
go.
with-
That looks like food.
You couldn't just
Very-
peel. Wait, you
very
couldn't just peel it off the top. You needed a box cutter.
Again, where were you
Wow,
2 minutes
Rags,
ago?
wake up.
I'm sorry. I was literally watching the video and
What?
I was looking at
It
the
was
beans.
paused.
I was looking at the green beans. I was looking at the green beans.
We were
paused.
talking about it for about a minute there.
That's
so
fine. It's
you
all
have
right.
no
It's
idea.
fine.
Lies,
No, it's fine.
slanderous
Also-
lies.
Isn't it like the middle of the day where you are? You don't have just waking up for this.
I'm already a can in, and I'm still.
Take your energy drink, Rags. We need you up and ready to go. Zip,
Yeah,
zap,
boy.
zoom.
Your
Yum.
doggo food, whatever. What's your favorite
Factor.
doggo food? Is it this?
Is it this?
Ooh, I don't know. I like all kinds of food. I suppose. Ooh, gosh, I don't know. I have very broad taste. I don't know if I can narrow it down. Let's go with. Today we'll say that I'm in the mood for sushi right now. That's what I really. That's what I really like.
Well,
That's what I'm
good
in the mood
thing.
for.
Today's sponsor
just-
is sushi delivered straight to you in the package, and it's really
After being
good.
shaken
and
by the
it's all-
postman and thrown through your door window or something.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, by the way, because someone just mentioned, isn't he a filmmaker? Wouldn't you expect the ad to be like kind of awesome looking and
and
Well,
dynamic.
that would
you
be
know?
no. That
exactly what I
would
was
be if he
thinking.
was passionate about making film. You would see that shine through in his. Well, I guess his everything that had to do with, like videos. And
Well,
stuff.
I think the more relevant part would be that the passion probably doesn't exist that much for his YouTube videos. If
Oh,
it ever did,
no.
it certainly doesn't anymore.
you're just saying that because
Aw.
of his monotonous voice that he's used for over
You're
a
just
decade.
saying that because of his honorable mentions.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying that because he's basically admitted as much, right? That like he views this as lesser than like making movies.
I think so, yes. This is a stepping
Yeah.
stone, this whole thing, this whole experience of YouTube.
Well,
You gotta
I
ask
assume
everybody-
whoever he's handing the camera to is not a director, like a friend of his.
Well, no,
Like,
he's the one that's
here,
filming right now.
Yeah, that's
Direct
right.
Oh, is
Tracks.
he? Okay.
Wait, is he actually filming this?
So I
Yeah,
thought
this
he
is
had
a
the
certified
nails.
So
Chris
I'm gonna be honest with you
Stuckman
guys.
classic.
When Metal suggested, I was like, "Wait, that makes much more sense." Because I don't think the people who make this food would have allowed this to be the ad footage. I don't think so.
Oh, what? I'm opening it with a box cutter because that's really weird.
Free all of it. Like,
The way it looked in the
Be
beginning.
surprised.
definitely
Like, I
fucked
ran
around
an
by
ad
shipping.
for a company, and the entire promo material they sent me was just random people like flipping open a thing in front of various different settings. It was like 3-second videos. It was awful, and so I had to be creative.
you have to
Look,
film it
the
yourself.
people who make this, they're
actually.
they're chefs that make ethical food with integrity. They're not filmmakers like Christopher Stuckman.
Burgundy.
You can't expect them
Burgundy.
to, have incredible filmmaking qualities.
Skip the meal planning, grocery shopping, chopping, prepping.
Yeah, let it flop out. Yeah.
I was fine.
cleaning up.
Yeah, I
Makes
am.
me
looking
uncomfortable.
at that.
Suffocated
Fresh
nuts.
never-
You need the squelching sound effect.
No. I want it.
frozen meals delivered to your door. Factor has made meal prepping a lot easier this year for my family. Time is of the essence. We're always...
You almost want to zap him with a
course
little
he feeds this to
taser
his
while he's
fucking
talking, just to
family.
make him go.
Time of the essence.
He doesn't strike me either as a guy who's like super busy and like high energy and like, oh, I've got so much to do.
Maybe that's it.
Yeah,
Maybe
he
he's
doesn't
made
strike me, but his wife
loads-
strikes him.
He's made the equivalent of Lord of the Rings in the past few years, and so that's why he's so low energy, because he's packed it all into these wonderful movies that are going to come out. So yeah, there you go. Your faces are red
I
now.
really want the wizard to tell me if he's eaten it. Ever.
As soon as the ads finish, the recording, they just fucking toss it into the bin.
The camera just pans. The camera just pans over a little bit more, and just like a box of Domino's pizzas. Like, oh no.
This is to show that it is better than Domino's. They eat the Domino's. Oh, horrible. I'd eat more of it.
very busy. There's always something to do, and it's been great to have Factor.
This is part
year.
of the
really...
whole like the anecdote portion of the ad. You need to pitch it with an anecdote about yourself and why
you
need to.
I'm not shilling for it because they paid me. I'm shilling for it because I use it and I need it. That's what the truth is.
That's right. I'll die if I don't eat.
That's true. Damn.
You can't prove that.
Assuming he's not a cyborg. Well, no, he was a cyborg. He'd look better than that.
I mean, well,
if he was a cyborg, you'd have more of a lively speech pattern, I think.
Yeah, the cyborg would try harder, I think.
They would know to fake.
It would mean.
I think as well, if he was a cyborg, he wouldn't have aged. And I'm just comparing the face before me with the face on his thumbnail, or sorry, on his icon, and it looks.
He's
looks a bit different.
It looks changed a bit.
Da, 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 da.
Help eliminate a lot of guesswork when it comes to meals. So head to factor75.com.
Wait, what's the guesswork, really?
You're guessing about what you're eating?
That looks like
Is he talking about like calorie counting? Or?
That looks like movie box.
But it's on the back of all the labels. Whenever you go to the store and buy your food.
It'll be the same amount of calorie counting because they're going to provide you the calorie count in both.
It'll say, well, yeah, because the box in the freezer that they deliver straight to your door, codename Stuckman50, is going to be the exact same thing as the packaging at the grocery store that tells you all the nutritional information.
Unless he's talking about like the complications of cooking it, but I mean it's pretty straightforward. You put it on you put it in the oven or you put it in the saucepan for like whatever amount of time you're supposed to, and then you just put it on a plate.
Yeah, cooking isn't actually very complicated at all. It's
complicated.
Lies.
Not much to it, yeah.
I do it all the time.
Lies.
And still, we just cut a better ad than he did for this product. So you're welcome.
Hell yeah, you guys can tear that up. Use it on your main website.
Royal we. That's right.
Is that a chicken? Because that is very unappetizing.
That is not an appetizing chicken. That's I'm with Fringy on this one.
Think of it as like a Gollum chicken. Like it's functional.
That's a Mountain Dew marinated
chicken. I don't know.
It does its job. I just don't know about the way
when
it looks.
Gollum, I don't think functional anymore.
Gollum doesn't cook.
Gollum, that's the kind of chicken that Gollum would eat. Yeah, you're right.
Exactly.
And use code Stuckman50 to get 50% off.
Yeah.
Your first
slather it on.
Wow, that looks really.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll just go to the grocery
unidentifiable
store
goo.
and do it myself, Chris.
I just lost my
I think
appetite.
so. I appreciate that.
I've gained my appetite.
That's factor75.com, and the code is Stuckman50. That link is in the description.
What does the 75 stand for?
Get Stuckmanized. What the hell?
Yeah.
Wait, what does the 75 stand
50
for?
times.
I guess they weren't the first to get Factor for like a
Factor 75.
They
like
were
a web.
they were founded in 1875.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, here,
Jumbo
let me go to factor75.com and we'll see why it's called Factor 75.
You go on that little hunt. Fun. We will continue.
All right.
For 50% off your first Factor box. Thank you so much to Factor for sponsoring this video.
When
it comes to film in 2023, a lot of big mainstream movies didn't quite deliver in the ways that I hoped they would.
Whoa, being critical, I see.
Okay,
Whoa.
Easy there, you.
Welcome to the alt-right.
Pretty toxic. I don't know.
I feel like 100 filmmakers just went, oh, ouch, ow, my feelings. Damn. Okay.
I worked so hard on this. My God.
And that led to some disappointment. It led to a feeling of detachment from film this year. But
how are you doing? You said you're not allowed to say that.
How is this allowed? Yeah, how is this allowed? Is it because he's not swearing that
Chris,
that
please.
means that this isn't negative?
You're shitting on creators right now, Chris. I don't like that.
That's right.
Damn it.
I really sat
hard.
down and
All right,
looked at
I
all
can't
the
find out
movies
why
I
they're
saw
called
in
Factor 75.
2023.
I'm looking around for the About Us page at the bottom of the, on the website, and I'm looking for we're Factor 75 because we think that 75
Check the wiki page. Maybe that has it.
Ooh, maybe you're right. Yeah.
If they have one. I assume
Factors.
they have.
To a feeling of detachment from film this year. But when I really
Yeah, it
sat
goes to
down and looked at
HelloFresh.
all of the movies I saw in 2023, I realized there were a lot of gems. And
Yeah, that doesn't change the original statement you made, but
Yeah.
okay.
All right. All right.
because of that,
But-
I've decided to make this a top 15 list. Because
Why did you make it?
Oh,
Wait, what?
What?
That means each of them
Oh,
are getting
boy.
less than a minute for sure
Yep.
now.
15.
Well,
and-
we're almost
yeah, 'cause
3
of the
minutes in, and he
ad.
hasn't actually listed anything yet. So.
No,
Damn.
it's been a
Okay.
fucking ad.
So it's an average of what, 40 seconds per movie?
That
More than
much?
his- it's more than his
Well,
usual
remember
reviews.
the outro as well. How long is
Oh,
the
the outro. He's got to Stuckmanize us. Damn.
Yeah.
The fucking ad is going to get more screen time than any of the movies.
Guys,
Yes.
he's just here to make films, okay? Film. I'm still waiting for him to make film.
Making
but,
film and
films,
slather him some Gollum
I thought
chicken.
it was 12.
That's
I don't
right.
know why I thought it was 12.
Well, maybe it was originally 12, but then he left so many, he put 15. And
Oh,
then he
I don't
left,
follow him, so I could
he left
never
a
know
bunch of the ones that he thought were good, but not good enough in the honorable mentions.
that.
The
I
pit.
can't wait to see this.
I have got
Because
to hear his top list now. Let's do it.
Well, you've
Let's
only
do it.
got 20 minutes before you'll have to go, right?
Oh
You
my God.
have to
we
leave
get through
us.
at least. We get
every
through at least half
time
of
I
them by
whittled
then.
it down to 10, there were like 5 other movies that
Oh,
I
please
couldn't
waste
more
believe
time.
were not
What?
on the list.
So what you're saying is 10 add 5.
So you
makes
couldn't fit in
15.
40 seconds each for your honorable mentions anymore?
Nope.
Was
nope,
that too
nope.
much hassle?
Imagine making a video that was longer than 15 minutes. That would
Oh,
be nuts.
Cringe.
And I find it interesting too that he's describing this like it was a crazy adventure. Like I was coming up with my top 10, and lo and behold, I had 15 entries.
What?
Wow.
I've seen 2 of them, and they don't belong in there.
Now I know truly what it is like to be human.
Well,
And I'm going to
Thought it was going to
pad
be
the
10.
video
Wham! He hits you
by
with the
talking
15.
about my really intensive process really slowly, and then I just give each one a half a sentence. That's good. Can we put this on double speed?
Did Tom Wilkinson die?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's
R.I.P.
sad. I love him and everything he's in. Yeah, like Batman Begins, of course, and he's fucking awesome in Patriot, even though that movie is pretty controversial. But I like his performance, and yeah,
Is it?
that's
Yeah, he's good.
unfortunate. Yeah, Rock and Roller, I recommend that too. He's awesome in that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
So here we go.
Here we go.
15.
Number
Here
15.
we go.
Ah, Jesus Christ, fucking hell.
Play it, Johnny.
Well, so this will be fun. Who's seen Suzume?
I have.
Suzume.
Nobody's seen it. Oh well, Chris, tell us about it. Wait,
Maybe
was
he'll
it-
convince
I've
me.
seen it.
Oh.
I've seen Suzume.
what was it like, Chris? Was it good?
Suzume.
It's okay. It didn't make any of my lists. I don't know.
Not even your top 15?
No.
First up is another
Dude, those fucking intro
Gorgeously
tiles are
animated-
like 7 seconds. So
How many minutes are we at? We're 3 minutes and 14 minutes into a 14-minute video, and he's just starting his list.
Mhm.
We're
It's
getting to the
about to
first
give
of
us- yeah.
15. That's right.
star-crossed romance from Makoto
Tell me what star-crossed
Google
means,
Oh,
Chris.
okay.
Shinkai. Filled with dazzling sequences and state-of-the-art animation, Suzume evoked
Oh, so it
emotions
looks
I
worse
didn't
than the
know
old
could
ones?
be
Okay.
stirred
Oh my
within
god,
me,
it's like an
especially with-
AI of Chris Stuckman reading.
it made him feel. It made him feel emotions.
Oh, what kind of emotions?
Maybe we'll get there. Hang on.
Human ones.
I want to go too deep.
Human emotions. Human. What emotions? Human.
You can
Human.
say
So
the
state-of-the-art
primary-
animation just means a mixture of like CGI.
Well, that's the thing,
graphics.
isn't it? It's like
Yeah,
that
right.
state of the art is just replacing really good. It sounds better than that.
in me,
Yeah.
especially when you consider that the primary relationship involves a chair.
What?
That was it.
I gotta see that. Whoa, stop everything. I have to see that movie. He talked me into it. Damn, that was convincing.
This is the
That's
problem is
all
right. The problem is the people that watch him for whatever reason. Like he's got no incentive to put any effort into his videos because
was
people
funny.
just keep watching them.
This was fucking worthless.
I hear somebody read a fucking list.
We're supposed
Like
to do this.
verbatim.
I mean,
no
condensed summary,
opinions.
but it's not the condensed summary. But that review was, this is a film by so and so that involves a chair. Moving on.
That was it. Barbie thing that
If he
popped
was
just
my
a
favorite
reference to
creator,
Barbie.
and I would see this like, okay, now what? Should I watch it?
Yeah, at this point, I
State-of-the-art
guess you have to go on
animation
faith.
involves
You're
a
like,
chair.
I guess I'll just check it out. Yeah, okay. All right, I assume nobody here thinks this should be on anyone's top list, but
I
that's
haven't
okay.
even seen it.
No,
I am
we thought
genuinely not surprised that this is on Chris
I'll be
Stuckman's
honest with you, I'm
best
not
of
surprised
list.
either.
I'm surprised it's not higher.
Surprised it's number one, but you know,
It's a nice, safe, corporate approved opinion to have there, Chris.
Come on, let's get a 10-second summary of Barbie. Here we go.
I can't believe these tiles.
Bad.
These fucking long ass tiles.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this?
Yeah.
You could have doubled the review size.
Barbie's a movie about a doll who comes to life and goes into the real world.
No, that's
Number
way too
13.
long detail.
Whoa, Gary, calm down. He doesn't
A
usually
doll
go
was brought
that
to
deep
life
dive.
and it's
okay?
now a part of the real world.
This is the video version of padding an essay to make a word count.
Yes,
You're told in the
exactly.
class, you got to write 1,000 words. This is all he's doing. It's just padding.
I get accused of
He
that
has
all the time.
Chris
Increasing
Stuckman
the font
never
size to
used
72.
college rule on his essays, that's for sure.
Highest
buying
grossing
a
movie of
t-shirt.
the year was technically based
Hold up, I just realized it's 2024 almost now. I need to explain the reference. All right, so
What is
notebook
happening?
paper typically comes in two sizes, which is wide ruled and college ruled. All right, college ruled, the line,
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Yeah.
more lines on the page with college ruled. So that means if you have to write a bunch of stuff for pages, you want to use wide ruled because there are less lines. Back in the olden days when we used to have to, Gary will understand the reference of paper.
So will
but
Gore.
we used
He's
to
older
have to
than me.
write things on paper at school.
I remember.
We did.
I remember.
Some of us still
That's-
use it.
An old timey reference to paper. Oh,
Now
I'll
tell us
stop
about
with
the
an
onion you
E,
tied to your
but
belt.
Greta Gerwig's charming film did everything it possibly could to differentiate itself from the doll's origins to create something genuinely original. I've been saying this since
everything it possibly could. They couldn't have possibly done anything different to differentiate it.
To differentiate it from the brand of Barbie, that's not an
I thought-
observation.
which
that
is
I
not
would
at
make.
all
I was going to
true,
say, I'm
by
not even
the
sure
way.
I buy that.
I thought the whole pull
look
of
at
the
this house.
aesthetic of this movie was that it was heavily based
Yeah,
around
if you're going to have a Barbie
Look at
film,
this Barbie.
this is kind of what you come close to envisioning. In fact, this is part of the reason why I was like, oh, look at that. They did that. That's kind of cool. See how far they take it. And I was like, oh.
Wait,
Yeah.
maybe he's gonna shed more light on this.
Maybe.
Let's hear.
Well, we're
Can
halfway
you
through
do
the
a
review
genuinely
now, right?
original movie on
Yeah.
a pre-existing
I
property?
think we're 3/4 of the way through the review, actually.
Fuck me.
It's almost over. Running out of time.
July. Let Ryan Gosling perform at the Oscars. Hell, give him one
What?
while you're at it.
Oh,
Ah,
yeah.
All right, well, that was that. They couldn't have done
Damn.
anything better. Give
Dude, that was like-
Ryan
was that-
Gosling an Oscar.
Was that
Give him
20
an Oscar.
seconds?
no, it couldn't have been that
perform.
much.
At the Oscars.
That's
I feel like the intro thing
I am
was
so
like half
excited.
the length of that.
I actually think he's timed it so that he can use just one continuous piece of trailer footage and not get a copyright claim. It's
Yeah,
that
yeah.
short.
my God.
I am overwhelmed with joy.
He did this on purpose. There's no way. So, who here has seen Dream Scenario?
I
I
didn't
have
even know it
no.
I
existed.
haven't seen it
Very
yet.
good.
I want to
It's
see
very
it. though.
good.
I want to see
It's
it.
very
The trailer looked interesting. Isn't everyone's having a dream when Nicolas Cage is in it, basically?
Nicolas Cage infects everyone's dreams around the world without explanation, and it's very fun.
Well, that's not
It's
a
the
movie.
best
That's just
Nicolas-
reality, though.
It's true, but it's the best Nick Cage movie this year because he releases like 15 of them.
Well, second best.
They should do top 15 Nick Cage movies. That would be more exciting.
Yes.
Yeah, I can get like
I
7
wanna
minutes
get
out of
back to
that.
the
You should have
t-shirt.
been in Bobby.
This dumb
he should've.
T-shirt. Either if his mom bought him the T-shirt, I forgive him for wearing it. If he bought that T-shirt for himself, he's an asshole. So,
Wait, Nicolas Cage or Chris Stuckman?
oh, I'm talking about Chris.
I'm going to lean towards he's an asshole.
Nicolas Cage has had an eclectic career that can't be characterized.
Define
No
eclectic.
way.
Chris, you
That
can't
is
spend
correct,
a
Chris.
third of the review saying that
Hey.
Nicolas Cage has had a career. Come on. We gotta go.
We know that because when you say Nicolas Cage, we know who
Everyone
you're
knows
referring
who
to.
Nicolas Cage is.
And Dream Scenario will go down as one of his best roles. We live in an age where everyone has something to say about so-called
Except you.
cancel culture. But I've never seen a film
What? This is an
tackle
AI-generated
subject
script.
so succinctly and hilariously.
That's it.
Oh my God.
Nothing
Well,
about the performances. Nothing about the
it's-
characters. It's like,
it
this
wasn't
is
as
good.
good.
Next.
I am
I've been
sold.
doing it
I am
all wrong.
sold.
It's almost a meme. Like, this is what you do to make fun of him, but you wouldn't change anything.
I don't like what I'm seeing on the screen right now, Mia Play.
I gotta say,
Well, this could be
Don't
the
need a
controversial
review.
one.
If Stuckman likes it, then it's good.
I have
and
a
it's worth
feeling
seeing.
we might be split directly, like half and half, for people who dislike this movie, people who like it. So it's all good, all right?
I like it.
Nothing is good right
This
now.
sucks.
I mean, I thought it sucked too. John Wick 1
I don't care what you
forever.
I liked it because I thought it was good. There, I've just done.
Whoa, calm down there.
Features Keanu Reeves.
Oh my goodness.
That is my review.
He didn't even say it's good. It's just implied because it's on the list.
Yeah.
What do we
Yeah.
think he's going to say in 2 sentences?
He's going to say the
about,
act. He's got to mention
Keanu
the action
Reeves is an
and Keanu
actor
Reeves,
who
I guess.
starred in The
and
Matrix.
Keanu Reeves, yeah, and
there was
and
choreographed
he'll find
action.
a way to. Oh, he didn't mention the director of the last film actually, so maybe he won't mention the
Damn.
director for John
Well,
Wick
he
4.
forgot.
He couldn't. There was like a 7 seconds take up by the title screen. You know, you got to.
Which I gotta say,
Well, we still
like,
got
I
another
don't know what it
second here
is,
to
but
go.
there was like some weird dissonance between like this stock hype music and just like a still image that he pulled from Google, just like sitting stationary on the screen.
Very
There's like a
hype.
weird clash there.
Yeah, like he's like, get
he does a very
fucking hype,
slight, like,
bros.
zoom out. You know, so you get
Oh,
real
does it do a
movement.
slight zoom out? Because I could barely tell. I was looking
think-
at the last one. I was like, is this zooming a little bit just to get a little bit of movement in there?
I think the Barbie one moved slightly.
Let's see how big the muzzle, like the flash. What's that? The muzzle flash, yeah, there
Muzzle
on the
flash.
gun. Let's see how big.
Which
that
is odd
gets.
that he has a suppressor and it's still showing muzzle flash, but that's right.
Well, hey, look, all right, Rags, it's cinematic.
Rags. John
okay?
Wick has always been hyper accurate for weapons.
And it's also really
the
weird that the
destruction they
slide
deliver.
isn't being pushed back by the bullet being fired and there's
Hey.
a casing flying through the air. But you know what? That's fine.
Cinematic.
It's only a movie about guns, so whatever.
Gun Fu
Gun Carter, I think you'll have you find.
and Bulletproof Suit.
But yeah, so the bet is he's going
yeah.
to mention John Wick in the action. I don't
Nobody
think
shoots
and
him
the
in the head.
director.
I mean,
You mean he's gonna mention Keanu Reeves in the
100%.
Keanu
action.
Reeves
what I meant by the
plays
actor.
Altair.
Oh yeah, I'm not very good with everything.
So is
I
there
thought
anyone
you
else?
said
I guess.
John Wick.
Oh, he might mention Blind Dude, Donnie Yen, right?
Yeah,
Maybe
that's
Donnie Yen might be lucky enough to get a mention.
Candy and Donnie are actors in this movie.
Oh, it's zoomed out a
Okay,
little
so
bit.
there was a
Still going. It's still going.
Okay.
We're almost there, folks.
There
Get
you
ready.
go. All right. The dissonance is dissipating.
Keanu Reeves
Oh,
may
first word.
closed
Yeah,
out
there
his
you go. Alright,
tenure
cool.
as the God Mode hitman, responsible for some of the
Well, not
gnarliest
really. He's just
kills
really
ever
lucky
put
that
to
no one ever hits
screen.
him,
A
but-
masterwork
Yeah.
of blood and
Ugh.
bullets. John Wick 4 somehow bested
Sucks.
each film that came before.
Yo,
it.
you
I
know
fucking
about
take
that.
that back. Take
It
that
made
back.
more money?
Okay.
Maybe he means it made more money.
Maybe.
Maybe it means
No,
something.
No.
I think he means it's better than all of them.
No.
No.
I think that's what he
Oh.
means.
First.
John Wick 1 Supremacy.
Yeah.
Top-down sequence, as well as a treacherous trek up a staircase.
Oh, fuck.
No,
off.
don't
A
mention the
treacherous
staircase.
trek up
That's
a
the fucking
staircase.
clown
Kinda
scene
funny.
of the clown movie.
The clown case.
Like, I know that he's barely said anything, but he's already said more about this than all the other films.
I was
and
gonna
the
say,
honorable
yeah.
mention.
It still has only been Keanu Reeves or action. There's nothing else.
Yeah.
Say you're
Well,
Donnie
we
Yen.
had
Mention
Specific
Donnie Yen.
details
Big
though about
action scenes,
specific
though.
scenes. That's
actually a fair
It's
point.
an intense breakdown right
Not
now.
only that,
right.
he
Mentioned
got
a
the
scene.
visuals from the trailer to match what he said.
well, he didn't really
Mhm.
with the top-down bit, but you know, okay.
Well, that's a lot
Nobody-
of work to
nobody's-
ask now. Come
it's-
on.
Yeah,
It's
you have to go
maybe
and search
because-
for that specifically.
It's maybe because he actually watched this movie. I'm not sure he watched
Oh my
everything on this list.
God.
He was awake for this one.
Case
Someone
and
in
back-
chat just said John Wick dates the
There were too
chair.
many gunshots for him to fall asleep.
Yeah, Chris, has this one got a chair in it?
Yeah.
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 down
It's a
it
chair.
will be
It's a
remembered
chair.
as all-timers for the genre.
He didn't mention Donnie Yen. Oh, I feel bad.
Really?
Yeah.
And he didn't mention the director.
But it's an
What's going
all-timer.
on, Chris?
Yeah, no director.
This was
mentioned.
one of the movies of all time.
Also,
So
this,
this
is pretty
one-
funny. This is pretty funny.
So
to
what's
me.
what's very funny, Dead Reckoning is like in my probably would be in my worst set of the films
Yeah.
for the year, but probably still sits at like number 20 of worst. But I really didn't like this. As a huge fan of Fallout, okay,
That was
It's
biggest fan of
crazy how
Fallout.
much worse how like Fallout is so much better. It's so much
Well,
better.
Dead Reckoning was when we came out of watching it, we were like, and then when we finished our 7-hour look through, we were like, good god, it's like
Yeah.
there's so much.
Yeah, it just became worse
Oh,
and worse.
but he knows Christopher McQuarrie. He will mention that.
Yes, he'll mention
He'll
it.
talk about Tom Cruise
Yeah.
doing stunts.
The motorcycle stunt. Yeah.
He'll say like that it was like cinematic and epic. That would be like if I had to guess, so it'll be three
This
things.
movie
I would say.
was directed by
Breathtaking
Christopher
stunts.
McQuarrie. Oh wow, Christopher, that's my name. That's very
Starring
interesting.
Tom Cruise, probably the biggest movie star in Hollywood, and he did a motorcycle stunt.
Proving
It was neat.
that
Not if you
action
sort them by
movies-
height, though.
It'll be funny if he says like it's still rock solid and beloved or something when it's like had a really poor performance in the box office compared to what they wanted. I wonder if he'll incorporate that or not.
Well, it's the point that they've changed the name of the second one, right? They're not going to call it Dead Reckoning Part 2.
The final chapter.
Oh, right.
That's so
Dead Reckoning
awkward.
Part 2, the
They're
final
gonna have
chapter.
surely you can't have part 1 in your cycle and then no part 2.
I know. But it's like a marketing thing. If the first one didn't do so well, then Part 2's probably going to struggle, isn't it?
They're just trying to scrub out the part 1 from all past like streaming and everything.
It's like, you don't need to watch the last one. You don't need to watch it. You'll be fine. But how can they remove it? It's in the film, like part 1, the text in the title screen.
Yeah,
it's like the inverse issue of like, George, did you mean to make this Star Wars movie Episode 4? Is that a typo there? They're like, no.
We're gonna do 3 more 20 years later.
I'm going to have to drop out sadly before the delights of this one. I'll never get to know Chris Tucker's opinion on it. I'm so sorry.
I hope you live.
We'll love you.
I honestly wish you guys the best of luck getting through the rest of this video because I suspect you might need it. Good luck with your sanity.
I think we can pull it off. Yeah, I'll catch
Enjoy your tell us how your Factor 75 meal was next time.
I can't wait. I'll have undercooked chicken with some slop on top, please.
The slop is the best part.
Yeah. All right. Well, anyway, good luck to you guys and have a fantastic new year.
Bye. Toodaloo.
Tom Cruise continues to push it to the limit with his signature franchise. And while this
gotta mention Christopher McQuarrie, come on.
This entry was not the near perfection of Fallout, this series is just so phenomenal that even a relatively good entry can still be ranked alongside the best action films ever made. The entirety
relatively
of the
good.
So there is an acknowledgement there that it's not quite up to snuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the way he frames it now because it can't be critical.
Finale is classic white-knuckled grip your armrest
bare
tension.
knuckle.
White knuckle. Everybody fucking says that.
Yeah, that's when you're like gripping so hard.
I've never said
knuckles
that.
Why is it gotta be white knuckle?
From Chris Tuckman.
Why is it gotta be white knuckle? What the hell, dude?
Kind of movie people think of when they say they don't make them like they used to. As it turns out, sometimes they still do.
Oh wow, he didn't mention Christopher McQuarrie.
No director. Yeah, that was mainly just action, and I assume that's what he's talking about when he says all that.
That's 3 movies. Maybe the trend is not naming the director.
I think it's only whenever he has just 2 things to say. Oh no, 1 thing to say.
Oh, what? That like it's a sign of immense desperation when he names the director. Because
yeah, like when he's like, all I have to say is it's good.
Nothing to say.
Wait a minute, who directed it? Oh, there we go. I'll say that.
Ah, that's interesting.
You got to name the DP. That's how you really convey that you're in the film.
Yeah, that's right.
Right.
Have you guys heard of cinematographers? I have. I'm a film
Wait,
guy.
DP is director of photography?
Director of photography.
That's right, yeah.
So the cinematographer.
So shouldn't it be DF for photography?
Well, no, because
you would
that's
think
not how...
It's something to think about. I'll just leave that there and let everyone think about it. Yeah.
I think so.
Something to think about.
Those Americans,
That's
Fringy, they
for sure.
spell everything fucked up, so we're just gonna deal with it. Also, Zone of Interest. Chris, have you seen this one?
Yes, I have.
What do you think?
It's I mean, it's dark. It's really dark. So
well, Chris
will
say
about,
that.
It's
then,
about
right?
yeah. Well, it's basically about a German commandant who lives with his family outside of Auschwitz.
Ah. Well,
and yeah, I don't know. It's
that's a fucked up premise for a comedy, but all right.
it feels more like an experimental film because you just see this family doing mundane, boring things, almost documentary like, and then the sound in the background is all of the sound of people being murdered inside Auschwitz, but the family is so immune to it they just don't hear it.
Oh,
so I don't know how
on
Chris
the Martin Amis novel, isn't it? Which is itself kind of experimental because you've got 3 narrators, multiple time skips. And it's Martin Amis who writes like voice novels anyway, so like it's a tricky one to adapt, I'd guess. But since in the start of this review, though, I think I'll just say that the book was good and it made me feel stuff.
Yeah, it's notable for its sound design. The film, I don't know. I'm surprised Chris Stuckman is even mentioning this film. It seems beyond his capacity to understand.
Well, considering
Zone of Interest is the that what would Chris Stuckman? He'd be the zone of Boredom,
Yeah.
the zone
Oh
of
my, wow, that's a
Disinterest.
good one.
Nice.
Yeah, I
Good
was
one.
about to
Wow.
say,
Anyway.
zone of disinterest, right?
The zone of disinterest would probably be the one to go for. But I was just
Yeah.
going to say that
the same.
knowing that he within his scope of assessment, you get maybe a mention of something that happens, maybe a mention of something that is in there, like a character, who directed it, and who is acting in it. Which of those four will be mentioned here? Probably. It is. Is it? What kind of film? Like, there's no action in it, so he's probably just going to mention it's harrowing, maybe, or has a lot to say. He'll say it has a lot to say.
Yeah, what's the keyword?
And you're like, what does it have to say, Chris? He's like, a lot.
Jesus.
So sick of it already.
On the
Jonathan
white bar
Glazer-
at the bottom.
It's
is kinda weird.
it's the nostalgia critic thing we had on that
Yeah.
Halloween when he took 10 years for each fucking title screen.
returns to directing 10 years
All right, director mention.
after Under the Skin to deliver
Ooh.
a searing and ultimately terrifying portrait of complicity. His voyeuristic camera captures a family that lives directly outside the walls of a concentration camp and watches from afar, never in close-up, as they go about their lives, hearing the horrific sounds of death just mere feet away. It's the best sound design of the year, and a film filled with shocking moments that will churn your stomach.
Well, he said
That's
some
the
of
most
the sound
descriptive
design.
Like, that was the
been.
most that he had to say on any film so far.
Yeah.
He's
He's
most
approaching he's approaching bare minimum.
I mean, yeah, like
Because,
it's still not much at all.
I almost
but
said,
it's more than what he said for the other ones.
like, what about the sound? And I was like, no. Come on. He mentioned the sound design. That's enough. So, I should start saying Chris Gore instead. The Artifice Girl. Have you seen this?
I actually have not seen that. But
All
also,
right.
I object to just using the name Chris. It's giving Chris's a bad name. Chris's are
Yeah.
Can you just say Stuckman?
I can.
I
will try.
I think you're.
How
I
many
think you're calling on
artificial
me.
girl movies have we had this year?
I don't know.
Seems
Name
like
them.
a lot.
How many have we had?
Poor Things.
I don't know.
Creator.
Was Mithrigan
this,
out this year, or was that last year?
Mithrigan. Yeah. The year of artificial girls. Sounds like Hollywood just wants to
Mithrigan,
make
is that the prequel
Oh.
to Expendables?
Oh no. That's on no one's
I
list.
was about to say, I'm starting to wonder if we were the only people on planet Earth that saw Expendables.
Well, we talked about it kinda.
Expendables was magical.
Yeah, everyone should watch
Sylvester
our
Stallone
review
sat
of
down,
Expendables, and we
guns-
don't talk about the movie basically
Yeah.
at all.
We talked about Mortal Kombat and other things.
Zelda or something.
I tried to bring it back, but it was like,
But why
nah.
would you? Why
Yeah,
would you?
I've been stopped.
You made the right choice.
Newcomer Franklin Rich
New what?
made the
Director.
Correct.
Ultimate.
You know, it's getting, it is weird if he doesn't mention the director. It's like, why didn't you?
Yeah, because
Yeah, do you
now
hate him or
it's
something?
gone back around to the trend being naming the directors.
indie movie. One that, like Clerks, El Mariachi, Primer, and even the Blair Witch Project, should inspire countless filmmakers to realize that it can, in fact, be done. His low-budget film is one of the best scripts of the year, and although I find this word extremely
It's
overused...
number 9?
Why do you need a why? He's done the what?
Oh, yes, that's right. It is the best. One of the best scripts of the year.
And it'll inspire
You don't
many.
need to know why.
I think
Yeah,
he
that's
said the filmmaker was a friend of his.
Oh.
I think he said that in the past.
Okay.
Oh, well, moving on then.
Who was that, Lance Henriksen?
It is also timely.
Oh, all right, there you go.
Oh, it's
Cool.
It's timely.
I was half
Almost
expecting
pleased
him to
with
say some more, but yeah, okay. That's not what it
It will
is.
inspire countless filmmakers that it can in fact be done. What the fuck is it? What can be done from this film?
Being.
Countless.
It is being. It is.
Making a good low-budget movie, maybe? I don't know.
Whoa, that's very generous of you, but yes, probably.
Hey, I'm just guessing here, right?
Well, he's definitely mentioning Martin
Well, yeah,
Scorsese.
how could this not get on the
And then
list?
he would say that this is like one of Leonardo DiCaprio's best performances or something like that as well.
And
I
it
imagine.
shows us that cinema isn't dead, and the
Oh, and
blah
he'll
blah blah.
will he mention Robert De Niro?
Maybe,
Maybe.
alongside
Maybe.
DiCaprio, maybe yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
Scorsese has done it again.
All right, honestly
you
though, I
believe
think
it?
we've covered everything he's going to say, but let's find out.
I have to hear the sound.
Leonardo
several times.
DiCaprio and Robert De Niro
Ding.
re-team with
Oh,
Martin
yes.
Scorsese
Ding.
to tell the
Yes.
often overlooked story of the Osage Nation and the murders that took place in the 1920s.
If it was an anime, it'd be
Lily
Osage.
Gladstone, despite being surrounded by legends, gives an Oscar-worthy performance.
Yes.
And
Mentioned
Scorsese
it too.
once
Yeah.
again
Best
directs like
performances.
he's in his 20s.
He
Oh,
said,
he didn't-
what does that
basically,
even
Scorsese
mean?
does it again.
All right.
He
Wow,
didn't,
that was really
He
accurate.
didn't mention anything in broad meta even. We had to go. We just had to go. We had no time.
Amazing animation and art.
Miles Morales'
What else?
story
Sort of.
is incredible. Like, it's an amazing Spider-Man arc. What else
Yeah.
would you say?
Dazzling special effects, cutting
Um,
edge
Is he
technology.
going to mention that it's Phil Lord? Oh wait, they didn't direct it. They were producers. No.
Yeah.
Do you think he'll go
I
as
wonder if
far
it-
as to say it shows that animation can make it in the bowl? Or do you think that's too much
yeah,
right
would you
now?
say something- Well, yeah, that one's complicated because on the one hand, that could be something that he could say that would be silly.
Yeah.
Like just telling him of like where he's at when it comes to animation. It's like, oh wow, it took you this long. But
What's funny is I thought Killers of the Flower Moon was going to get more time, but now I'm like,
Yeah.
because we're
well,
coming
we're about
down, you
halfway
know.
through, we're
Yeah.
running out of time. But I guess it means that it is
In
going
a
to get
way-
more lopsided, right? The
I was going to
films
say, in a
will
way,
get
we're getting more time because he's going through them so fast.
He's racing through them so fast that now we're halfway. So I think it was about 3 minutes that he started actually listing. It was like 3 minutes and 15 seconds. So that means in 3 minutes he's covered 7 films, right?
Yeah, the
15
top
minutes.
14. You're right. Yeah.
Films.
So yeah, the rest of the films are getting more time now.
Okay.
Interesting.
Oh, well.
Unless the
I guess
outro
that
is
makes
really
sense.
long.
Yeah.
Another sponsor out.
Don't forget Factor 75.
It's gotten the most info of anything else. And he got paid for it, so
The best superhero movie of the year by far.
I mean, what is the competition this year?
The competition is not great.
the
Guardians-
Marvels,
Guardians
Quantumania, Guardians of the Galaxy 3.
Blue Beetle.
I mean, it's
all the DC movies.
I guess it is.
I'm trying to think like what would have been in it. Chat, help me out. The Flash? No, come on.
Fuck no.
Oh, it goes without saying, but I mean, apart from that,
Aquaman 2? No. Black Adam wasn't this year.
No,
it's
that
all a
was last
blur.
year.
I don't blame y'all. It's all a blur.
Yeah.
Superhero movies sometimes.
Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon,
Oh,
yeah.
that's fucking
It basically is a
crazy of a
superhero
picture.
movie.
Yeah.
All right. Well, yeah, I can agree with that.
Spider-Verse took everything great about the first film and cranked
And it
the
made it
dial
worse.
to 11.
It made it
A
worse.
year
Yes,
where the
cranked it up to
term
11. Yeah,
superhero
you're right.
fatigue
Yes.
could not be escaped. The team behind the Spider-Verse movies proved that there's still plenty of life left in superhero movies.
I'm surprised you went that direction instead of
he's not-
animation.
Okay, so he's
but
not talking
Yeah,
about
that
Superhero
seems to be
movies
the
aren't
obvious
dead.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was gonna
superhero
say,
movies aren't dead
this
because one
year,
did well with 20 that flopped.
all of them are
And I think
drowning
it's
in their
great.
own fucking piss, and then there's
Yeah.
this one that's like, okay, he's like, see?
The one that has his head above the piss barely. Can just breathe.
You just have to make a damn good one.
Oh,
Wow, he didn't
whoa!
talk about the animation.
That's
oh my God.
critical. He's just said all the other ones are shit.
That's true.
Chris, no.
Chris, what are you doing?
Worked
You can't
hard
do
Oh,
on
we
that.
should say
those things,
Stuckman, no,
Chris.
sorry.
Yes,
Stuckman,
please
that's
don't use
right.
the word Chris.
Stop it.
Can't Stuckmanize them all at once.
Stuckman.
Jeez.
Damn
Maybe
it.
the
He
rest
didn't
were
even
good,
say-
but this
he
was
didn't even say
damn
why
good.
it was good, though. He
This
didn't
one
fucking say
definitely
why.
establishes
said
that
it
Miles
was.
Morales is Miles Morales.
He just said it was like he didn't actually explain why he thought it was good.
He's gotta. The next sentence has to be about how good the animation is. No way he doesn't.
No, it's
mention it.
over. It's over.
It's the
done.
easiest
Didn't
take.
you hear the music?
Oh my
Yes.
god!
Wow, okay.
What?
That's insane.
Did he not mention the animation? Am I crazy?
He didn't mention the animation. No, he didn't.
Kind of like he kind of said something about the.
Are
you sure?
I thought he said.
I
He
think
said the
did. Like he
team.
said, like animation, maybe.
I could have
think-
sworn
no,
all he had to
no,
say
no,
about
no,
it was
no.
the fact that it was a superhero movie that did well.
Yeah.
He said that it was dialed
Okay.
up to 11, and
Let-
that
let-
would be an umbrella term
You
that
gotta
might
rewind
include
it.
Yeah,
animation.
let me
He didn't
roll
even
back
say it.
10 seconds so we can watch the whole review again.
Okay.
Oh, it's a little bit longer than that. Oh, where are we? Yeah, this is right, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
the best superhero movie of the year
Right.
by far.
Okay.
Spider-Verse took everything great about the first film and cranked the dial to 11. In a year where the term superhero fatigue could not be escaped, the team behind the Spider-Verse movies proved that there's still plenty of life left in superhero movies. You just have to make a damn good one.
No animation.
Oh my
mention.
God.
Damn.
Yeah, I
You
really
just have to throw 300 Spider-Men in with a Miles Morales movie, and you got yourself a winner.
I'm pretty sure that like the animation for it is like culturally super impactful. You can see it like affecting other sort of films. I can't believe you would mention that. That's like the easy. When we're like almost insulting that was predictive what he's going to say, what we're referring to are the like easy accepted takes.
Yeah.
So when he forgets to put them in, it's like, what are you doing, man? Are you crazy?
Yeah, like,
Why doesn't he just read the titles and just read off his titles? That's all you can.
I still can't get over how fucking long these are.
If the movie has ever been a warm hug, Alexander Payne's The Holdovers is
there you
that
go,
movie.
director.
Paul Giamatti plays the most
The actor?
lovable curmudgeon this side of Hugh Grant and Harrison Ford. And when I'd reached the end of the film, I could have watched these characters for another 30 minutes just go about their lives.
You know, when people make those sorts of statements, they don't usually say for 30 minutes.
I know, that's really odd.
I could have 30 minutes is the limit.
I love
could have
this
watched
40
movie
minutes
so
is
much.
pushing it.
I want to see
37
more
more
of them,
minutes.
but only 30
Feeling
minutes.
this is the end. I think this is the end. I think as soon as we hit play, is it gonna?
Well,
is the music? Gonna...
Before that, though, I was just going to say, like,
Yes.
you know, The Avengers, Age of Ultron, a lot of people say, like, the best part of that movie is when they're just hanging out having drinks in Dark Tower.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of people would say, like, yeah, if you have the dialogue strong enough, we could just watch them do that for a whole movie. You don't usually go, like, I could watch that for 30 minutes. You're like, okay.
I could go like 5 more minutes with these people. You know, I loved them so much.
35 minutes would be pushing it though.
Yeah, come
a
on
bit
now.
much.
We've all got
He
things to
described
do.
Harrison Ford as a lovable curmudgeon. Is that true? Like, is it lovable? Like Harrison Ford, oh, he wants to die. That's really cute.
Maybe he's talking
Depends
about
which
like,
Ford we're talking about.
What's the
The
day?
chill-
What was it? What was that
Oh,
movie where he
that's
played the
alright.
news anchor
I've
guy?
got more to say.
Oh, Morning Glory. Have you seen that?
Morning Glory. I have seen it.
I liked that. I thought it was fun.
I liked it too.
We
Yeah.
should watch it sometime again. Because, yeah, the premise of that movie, I think, is that Rachel McAdams takes over a sector of a news station, and she wants to move Harrison Ford, who's like the weatherman and has been for like decades, into more active news, and he doesn't want to, and you know, conflict happens. It's I remember that being fun.
Winter vibes along
Okay, he
with
still
the
had more to say.
heartfelt conversations brought tears to my eyes.
There it is. All right, yeah.
Bye.
There you go. All
Bye.
right, we're
What
done.
is that?
This is a film that I actually want to see. I've heard a couple people recommend it
Yeah.
so far. Is someone here is going to be better? Well, Chris, go on. You can go ahead and summarize what this film's about, right? Because you've seen it, I think.
Oh, I have not seen The Holdovers. Is one of the few.
No,
films
American
this year-
Fiction.
Oh, American Fiction. Oh, yes. Okay, sorry about that. I have seen American Fiction. It's awesome. It's in limited release. It's only playing in theater. I don't know when it opens wide, but it's very good. It's basically totally rips on white progressives. So
Well, like
and
just
how they
plot
want-
synopsis, right?
how
Is
they-
he writes a book as a joke, and then it turns out to be really successful.
that's correct. Yeah. So he just sort of leans into, well, I guess this is what white liberals want, so I'm just gonna like do what they want and right. And he just does it, to sort of f with them, and then it becomes a huge hit. And so sort of stuck with this persona that becomes huge, but it's not what he really wants to write.
Yeah, I was
He
gonna
doesn't
say
want to
that
be put in a box.
the trailer sold me. I want to see it.
Yeah, no, it's very good. It's very good.
These aren't even necessary. You
I'm
could
gonna
just
hear this
say
song
number
in my
5
dreams.
is, and then say it, and then start explaining it. You don't need this.
I'm getting tired of hearing the same like 7
Yeah.
seconds.
Yeah,
of,
dude.
like lame stock
I've been
music. Just
tired of
over
that
and
like
over and
at
over again.
9.
This guy wants to make films, huh?
First time
He's an expert in pacing, Gary.
director Cord
yes.
Jefferson teamed with
Director,
Jeffrey Wright
actor.
to bring us an eye-opening but also hilarious look at how Hollywood loves to put artists in boxes and keep them there. In this case, how the establishment is profiting from black artists and even silencing them under the guise of lifting them up. One scene where a group of writers are judging the quality of books for a contest gave me my biggest laugh of the year.
Why?
Oh, what?
Oh,
I
Jesus
guess that's it.
Christ.
You like sacrificed
it.
all the time just to tell us there's a scene that made him laugh a lot.
Yeah.
God.
All right, well.
I mean,
moving
All
on.
right, anyway, moving on.
Well, I feel like our casual thoughts
Now.
about like I've only seen the trailer, and I feel like we talked more about what the movie is.
Well, it's just, I don't know, like, if it's the thing that you're really passionate about, like, it's the thing that is your central interest in life, you think you'd just be, like, overflowing with observations. You just, someone would have to stop you, right? They'd have to pull the microphone away and make you stop,
You would think that, but doesn't he have like Mike Flanagan reviews at like 7 minutes long? It's like it's my favorite thing ever. It's like,
yeah, I think
is it?
wasn't like the Haunting of Hill House one, like, which one was it? It was
I don't know.
One that was, like,
I want to
4.5
say
minutes.
this. You can go and confirm it, but I'm pretty sure his review of the TV show at 10 episodes that are
10
near
hours,
an hour
at least.
each per episode
Yeah,
is
hold on.
4.5 minutes.
Yeah, let's take a look.
How?
Yeah, it was 4.5 minutes exactly. 4 minutes and 29 seconds.
How is that
How can you
possible?
talk
That's
about
insane.
10 episodes of television in any way that's meaningful in like 4.5 minutes?
Well, the thing is, honestly, like if we
thing
challenge
is
Drinker
that-
to review the Lord of the Rings extended trilogy in 5 minutes, I feel like he would be like, okay, I'm gonna be speaking
Well,
fast,
you
and then he
gotta-
would like
you gotta
shoot
write.
out so much shit.
Yeah,
But obviously, Chris, like the first minute will be intros, Stuckmanize, and
Yeah,
fucking
one
all this
time.
shit. And then, like the second minute will be who made it, what he's made
don't
before.
talk particularly fast either, because like if you like race and just try to jam it with as much stuff as possible, maybe. But even then,
Yeah.
probably not ideal.
That'd be an interesting
Probably
challenge,
wanna
wouldn't it?
kill it at the
Review
time.
as extensively as possible, something huge within like a minute.
Hey, look, 4 minutes and 29 seconds is as close to exactly 4.5 minutes as you're gonna get, all right?
That isn't
Unless
it
it was
still, yes.
actually 4 minutes and 30 seconds, but in spirit, look, all right, in spirit it was accurate.
I understood. I was there.
Stop!
I know, right? Like I keep pausing.
What is she looking at? What's up there?
Number
Maybe
four.
it's
Right,
Number
right,
four.
that's the
Something
nature
really
of the
interesting.
marketing. You've got to buy and watch the film to find out what she's staring at.
You're talking
Oh,
about
I'm not that
Stone,
interested.
Definitely Emma Stone. I don't know. Probably director as well. He's gone back.
Oh,
to the
definitely,
director.
yes. You'll say it's a wacky take. It's a really inventive and creative film. It's going to challenge people's perceptions of stuff. Maybe I've gone too far with that. I don't think he's going to. Maybe he won't say that. But,
It'll make you think. About
yeah, but the thing is,
stuff.
surely now these should start getting longer, but they've not really increased in size. Maybe we'll
actually
save it all
wanted
for
him
number
to
one.
That's what she
I wanted
said.
him to keep going a bit more with his American fiction review. I feel like there's a little bit of relative depth there. Like he had a point about like writers being put in a box, and you just, executives just want the same thing over
to
and
be
over from
fair,
a
surely he
successful
could-
person. I thought that was interesting. But
Well, we could go on about every one of these films, just a little bit more.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm
little
just saying
bit.
that one in particular stood out to me. It's like, oh, you got something there. Oh, we're on the next one. I
Oh,
guess
we're done?
there's
Oh.
nothing.
By the way,
Yeah.
I feel so fucking cruel saying Chris Gore as opposed to just Chris. I'm just gonna say Chris. I'm gonna do it. You know who I'm talking to, Chris. I assume you were interested in seeing this more so to see what his selection was, but at this point, the selection's not very interesting because of the fact that his like approach to it, describing why any of these films are meaningful, is kind of just like, you know what I mean?
He
It's-
literally he has no insight whatsoever. That book that you purchased, which I'm shocked, but that book has made the rounds at the Film Threat White Elephant gift exchange for years. I got stuck with it. I just mailed it to Az because I do not want that book.
Well,
in
see,
Here,
my
here, you
country.
throw this away.
when I'm done with it, I can mail it to fucking Gary. So, like,
Yes, please do.
No.
It's just it's a joke
This
amongst
is
us.
book piracy. I will
Sorry,
not
I ever
stand
gave you
for
my
it.
address.
Are there any shocking selections in that book when you flip through and see
Well,
what he
we-
picked? It's the most basic.
we're doing that next because me and Fringy know what the list is. I assume you do as well, but the world doesn't know yet. So,
Oh, I don't have the book anymore. It's
I
sent
have
to
it.
Az.
We'll be fine. I'll take care of you.
Oh my
The
goodness.
chapters were so short. Did you look? I mean, the chapters in that stupid book are so short.
They're longer than
like
this
the-
video's chapters. Though.
Well, that's exactly. It's weird. Weird.
Weird.
I never thought I'd see Emma Stone as a variation of Frankenstein, so I'd like to thank Yorgos Lanthimos for giving that to me. She will likely secure a second Oscar win for this, but it's honestly Mark Ruffalo who impressed me the most here. He's staggeringly funny and
didn't he say something? Mark Ruffalo say something like he's finally can act, doing things again because he's been stuck in the MCU for so long, and it's just, you sort of sit there, it's like you chose to do that. Like, what do you?
Yeah, you could have left at any time. You took the money. You signed the contract, my dude.
How were you stuck? They never made a Hulk movie again, so.
Yeah, he comes in for like a day, goes, and then just leaves.
I was stuck working two days a year to do a scene for She-Hulk where they destroyed my character. Oh man!
I mean, they gave me this big check, and I just said yes and did it.
You know, couldn't go.
Crazy. If only there was something else I could have done.
Completely different from anything we've ever seen from him before. And the film is absurdly gorgeous looking, with wonderful costume design and sets.
Oh.
I don't know what's about it yet, though.
Some of them are always like surprised
25
that's
seconds.
it. Yeah, well.
I timed it 25 seconds. He talked about that.
Here's the big one, folks.
Pretty long.
Everyone loves this movie, so let's see if he impresses you with his assessment of this film. It's gonna start any minute now. Here it comes.
Without a doubt, the biggest surprise of the year for me. A stunning, emotionally powerful, and downright thrilling film, Godzilla Minus One proved that not only is there still life left in our favorite kaiju franchise, but after all these years, they could make what just might be the best one yet. When that Godzilla
Can you deliver that any more well?
Right?
After all these years, we finally have the kaiju.
It's my favoriteest one. But we don't even know if it is his
really
favorite one.
good.
All he said is it might be the best one. You're like, can you maybe...
It's like he's watching a timer and he's like, I'm talking too fast. I need to slow down.
I'm convinced he went to Chat GPT and was like, give me the list of all the good movies this year. And then just like, he gave him a list and he was just like...
Here's the thing, though. I think only a human is capable of this level of boring. Like, I think ChatGPT would have generated a more interesting fucking script than this.
Yeah, ChatGPT would be like, well, obviously humans want to have expression and emotion so that they do not get bored and unplug me. So
I mean, just the things that read out stuff that you put in, they're like pretty expressive these days already. So.
But yeah, we should have done our predictions because, of course, he said like it's stunning, it's emotional, it is a good movie, and it's shown that Godzilla ain't done. It's like, I mean, well, they're cranking along with their huge MonsterVerse stuff, so I guess we didn't think it was over anyway.
I assume that because they made a lot of money and everyone knows Godzilla, they would keep making them.
Isn't there also the implication there, like, of that he thinks that the Western ones are kind of like not that good?
That's New Stuckman. He doesn't say things are bad. He just doesn't say they're good. It also implies they're bad. That's
the key to a good reviewer is trying to interpret what they mean by what they don't say. That's what I like in a reviewer.
Kicked in, I felt
this
like
movie is not only adjective 1, but also adjective
it is also
2.
And also maybe adjective 3.
Whoa!
Well, let's not go that far.
Let's not get crazy.
Dude, you just want to get him drunk. Just see what he might say. You'd be like, come on, Chris, give me an opinion. Give me a fucking opinion. Come on.
What do you think about making YouTube videos?
I fucking hate it. I would love it if he said, you know what? Blade Runner? It's bad. He'd be like, oh! Let's go, Chris.
Overrated.
Say that into the microphone.
How many times did he need to watch it before he said he liked it?
I believe it was 5.
Why? How does that happen?
I don't know.
I do find that really funny.
It's exceedingly funny.
I mean, I can understand, like, after a first watch
staggeringly funny. He said staggeringly funny.
Like, after a first watch, I was like, oh, maybe I didn't get it properly. I give it another shot. After the second one, I'd be like, okay, no, I still don't like it. It's fine. Like, what was your thought process here? Okay, I'll give it another go. And another one.
You're supposed to like it. That's what motivated him to do it. It's a film you're supposed to like, so he had to keep watching it until it's like, yeah, yeah.
I get it. I get it. You know what?
I get it now.
The funniest thing would be if, like, I kind of always got it. I just couldn't put it into words.
Yeah, I always did, but I wasn't there yet. And that's just a testament to Ridley Scott's excellent direction. And Harrison Ford.
The Chad Rags watches Blade Runner and he's like, Yeah, I'm kind of mixed on it.
Did he watch the same version, or did he watch like
I
all the
can't remember
different
which version
versions?
he watched.
I can't remember which versions he watched because it can make a difference. Also, Rags, we can talk about that at some point.
Please, let's do. I
chat about,
rewatched it.
Blade
I think
Runner.
a week or so ago, and I came out with kind of mixed feelings. I liked it, but it's kind of mixed on it.
We can. I'm
Something
always
to
happy
discuss.
Watch it again. Always happy to watch Blade Runner again.
But hey, I way prefer that than I watched it. I have opinions, but I'm not going to tell anyone.
I saw a funny scene.
Yeah, coward.
It was funny.
Just own it. Like if you didn't like it, that's again, it's more interesting. It's interesting
That's
if
what I
you didn't
mean.
like it. It is.
There are people out there who can be like what you consider obnoxious and terrible opinion, but I'll always consider them more interesting than the people who have every approved opinion you could ever imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
And then like you find out they do actually have controversial and very specific opinions, but they just don't want to tell anyone about it. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I mean, like, memes aside, the fucking brass ones on Cinematic Venom to make a video talking about how shit the Lord of the Rings is. Like, geez, I unironically, like, wow, my dude. Like, you go. What a, jeez. Yeah. Just Chad yes it and say their shit.
Yeah, Theo just said he's talking about me.
Real cinema with a giant monster.
Wait, sorry, did he say real cinema? Go back. I want to hear that.
I want to hear that.
Real
I
cinema.
love how he said giant monster and then it just ended.
You have to mention a giant lizard. Come on.
Like I was watching.
Speaking of giant lizard, Chris Stuckman, everyone.
No, everyone's talking over it. You gotta go back
I'm
again.
sorry, I couldn't stop them. Freedom of speech.
The theme kicked in. I felt like I was watching real cinema.
I don't know. I feel like. So that's really funny, but I mean, again, isn't the implication there that like the
most everything else is not real cinema?
Yeah,
Not real kino.
By the way,
which by the way, with the Western Godzilla films, like these new ones, they're not good. Like I don't like them at all.
No.
But
you know, by the way,
he's not allowed to do that.
If we had him here right now and we said define real in cinema, he knows in his head he'd be like, I can't do that because I'm going to eventually get to the point of saying that other things aren't those.
Exactly.
I might say something that verges on committal.
Yeah, well, yeah. If he said like, yeah, other films are shit and this one was fun, you're like, Chris,
how dare you?
I've been stuck.
Well, I mean, I'd be saying Chris and then clapping. It's like, okay, at least you expressed how you actually felt.
Dude, it would be it would make the channel so much more interesting if he was willing to say these things. But no, he's even more boring than he was just years ago because of the new format of like I can't be critical. We want so much a channel that has zero insight and zero original ideas.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
At least he's a coward.
If you get rid of the lines about the kaiju, then all you're left with is it's stunning, it's emotionally impactful, it proves that films can be good if you do them right. And you can just apply that to every single thing he's covered so far, and you wouldn't have to change anything.
Well, I mean, that was what he did for Spider-Man. He didn't even mention the thing that was expected to be mentioned of it, like the good animation. He just said it was good because it was good, and it proves that good movies can be good. Anyway, moving on.
Anyway, yeah, well, we've got how much left? Like a third of the video?
Left.
We got 2 left.
A third of the video for 2 of them. I guess he's going to give a long review.
No, it's probably going to be a little outro. It's going to be the
He's going to talk about the state of cinema, maybe.
Well, so because with Oppenheimer,
Oppenheimer's next.
So Christopher Nolan, Cillian Murphy's best performance.
Yes.
Practical effects.
Big
Creation of the atomic bomb.
Yeah, practical effects maybe.
And that it shows. He's going to say it has to show something about the metro cinema.
Yes,
he could pick from a couple of things.
Who would have thought that an R-rated biopic would
almost make $1 billion?
You know what? What you captured there as well, Rags, is like you could have a normal person would be like, "Who'd have thought?" Like that kind of energy, but he'd be like, "Who would have thought?"
Who would have thought that a thing would have occurred in such a way?
I cannot believe it.
I am blown away.
Giant monster.
Stop it! It's only this one and another one, and we're free. Just 2 more, Mel. We can do it.
Christopher Nolan wrote and directed a 3-hour biographical
Yes!
film.
We did it!
Oh my god!
Thank you.
And with no CGI shots.
Oh
and
yes!
Yes!
Oh my
God.
to pull in almost $1 billion.
We can write these. We can do it, guys.
We did it.
Oh,
Ding, 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 ding.
Remarkable.
Chris, to write
Murphy.
your videos.
God, Cillian Murphy, do it.
Chris, we are Chat GPT for you now. We've done it.
In our day and age of franchise-dominated
Yep.
moneymakers.
Yes,
Cillian Murphy
meta.
should get the Oscars
Yes.
for his intense
Okay.
portrayal of
Wow.
His
Oppenheimer.
best.
And with any luck, Nolan will walk away with a statue or two.
Well, if
as
he's saying he should get an Oscar, then surely he's
I think
basically
that's
saying
that's
his
very
best
close to the same statement.
Or
Yeah.
close
When it comes
it.
to my number one pick of the
Not sure
year,
if it'll
I-
qualify.
That's it.
Wow,
That's it.
That's it. We got everything that he said.
Nailed it. Nice.
Yep.
All right. It depends on what his wait. What would his number one be now with everything?
I have no
Triangle.
No, it's probably
Well, I
something that
mean-
makes him look good.
Certainly not the killer. That won't be his. That won't be his number one.
clue. The Marvels.
The Flash. Some people saying Bobby. He's done Bobby.
Barbie was like
Done Barbie
timeless.
already.
The creator. Oh, the killer. Maybe. I don't think he'd
The
pick
Killer
that.
would be based.
Well, no, because his review is not that like. Even by his standards, the
Rebel
level of
Moon.
passion there was not very high.
Rebel Moon.
Rebel Moon.
Rebel
Yeah.
Moon.
Is it going to
Yeah.
be like some
That'd be pretty
indie
funny.
film that no one's ever heard
It
of?
can't
to
be
prove that actually
Mario.
cinemas
Someone
are-
saying Boy and the Heron
No.
or Hero.
No, that was in his honorable
I
mentions.
think.
Oh yeah,
I
that's
think
right.
we're done. I think we're done with
Heron
mainstream
this dick.
films.
I think
We're
it's
definitely
Iron
done
Claw.
with mainstream. I think
Five
it'll be
Nights
like
at
some
Okay, I
smaller
think
film.
those suggest. So I think the most likely Iron Claw could be very. It can't be like as was mentioned. It can't be a movie that did really well and is really well known. It can't be franchise. That can't be number one.
No,
So-
no way.
The Killer could be
I
it,
like-
and it could be Iron Claw as well. That's true. Extraction 2, no, I don't think he would pick
No
that.
way. No
Napoleon,
way. No
I don't
way.
think he'd pick
Well, that should
Napoleon.
have been on the
No,
list instead of
no
Mission
way.
Impossible.
Don't think so. Not for the best movie.
Extraction
of
2 was
his.
good. I liked it.
Extraction 2
I
is awesome.
suspect the
Yeah,
killer.
Extraction was
Yeah.
great.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm not
let's-
expecting the killer. I'm expecting it to not be that.
I
Um,
genuinely, I don't know what it's gonna be because
Yeah, no idea.
it could be anything kind of.
Because
Let's
my,
find out.
if you would have asked me in the beginning, I would have probably said Oppenheimer or something around those lines.
If you'd asked me at the
Oppenheimer.
beginning, I would have said
Right.
Killers of the
Right.
Flower Moon. I would have thought you'd put as number one.
Once
I
we
thought
get past-
Oppenheimer was number one because I'm just like here for the memes, so I wouldn't pay attention to the numbers. So-
Expendable balls, let's do
I really
it.
didn't know what it
Let's
was
do it.
until
That would
about
be
a week ago.
hilarious.
Oh, it was a week ago that he
Oh.
discovered, so it wouldn't be the
Iron
Killer. It would be
Claw.
Iron Claw, yeah.
I had no clear pick in my mind like I did last year or the year before it. I just didn't.
Do you understand,
Okay.
Stuckman? This is
that's,
fact.
Nobody
You
cares
can
about
cut
this
all of
shit.
this. Yeah, you can just
No, I
cut
need
this.
to hit that 12 minutes or
I don't
whatever.
wait. So is the film that he's picking came out recently?
Yeah, which
Yeah,
would be
a week
Iron Claw.
ago.
That would make sense. Iron Claw is not
what-
mainstream in
Yeah.
the same way, and it's not
I
franchise.
still need to see that one.
Okay, but
I really
like,
went
what's-
back and
what
forth
is-
in my head to see what movie would make me look coolest.
Wait, but why would he need to be going back and forth? Wouldn't it just be that Oppenheimer was his number one until a
Yeah.
movie came
Yeah,
along that
apparently-
impressed him more, and then that would be
You-
number
you have
one?
to understand,
That's how it
Freddie,
It
works
has
for
to
me.
be.
He
Oh,
was probably
color
trying to be
purple,
like,
man.
I need to pick a number one that looks awesome, but like Oppenheimer, it's too mainstream. Everyone knows Oppenheimer. I can't pick Oppenheimer.
Yeah.
Gotta be something else.
Alright,
No.
okay.
The year had a lot of movies I loved, but none that really stood out to me until I really started to
Yeah,
think.
you're right.
Oh,
This doesn't
wow,
make
that's
sense
an-
at all. He's mentioned how they've
that's a
all stood
really
out to him.
funny-
Yeah.
Yeah, they've
This
all
is
stood out,
longer
but
than
none
any of
them
his
have stood
reviews.
out. This is pretty. That is pretty funny to say, like, oh yeah, I liked a bunch of them, but none of them stood out. It's like you understand that's negative, right?
No.
You understand
In
this
a
is your
way.
top 15 list, so all of these stood out to you. They're on your top
Negativity is just
positive.
positivity turned
notable.
upside down. So
They're so notable that you mentioned them, and you mentioned honorable mentions. That's how
I
notable they
I agree
all
with
were.
Chad. How fucking funny would it be if it was Aquaman 2?
That'd be pretty funny. Yeah, you know,
Aquaman
I was just
2
waiting for that
really
movie.
captures
James
the
Wan,
nature
It
of
really
brotherly
could
love.
elevated the
And-
bar for
It
superhero
could be
films.
anatomy of a
Environmentalism.
It goes to show us that superhero films, when done
And-
right,
Just
like,
the
Climate
same
change
as,
with their brother.
Spider-Verse.
Think
Alright.
about it. And I realized that without a doubt, my number one pick was the movie that did everything I want a movie to do.
Okay.
what?
The first slam dunk.
Hey,
I've never
but
heard of
shouldn't
this.
that? Hey, but that's a surprise, isn't it? Nobody guessed that.
That's the
I've
most
never
interesting
heard of
one
this.
so far.
Wait, Chris, have you seen this?
I have not seen it, but it
Oh my
did
God.
open theatrically. I did open theatrically briefly because we'll get anime at one of the theaters I go to. You know what? A friend of mine saw it. He said it was fine, but he wasn't super pumped about it.
So you know what the problem
Hey,
is?
look, how does this change your world, everybody?
I haven't even heard of this film.
The problem is it's not going to change shit because it's going to tell me 20 seconds, so and then outro. That's what's going to happen.
We've got so much video. What is he going to do if he doesn't review
Nothing
this?
of interest.
Yeah,
Can we do something else?
Yes, he's got this book is coming.
He's got 3
Back to
minutes to talk
75
about this
cents.
movie that nobody guessed.
I haven't even heard of this film. I didn't even know it existed.
Yeah, never heard of it.
So this
Let's
goes
hear
to
it.
show Chris is much more of a filmaholic than I am.
Like this is actually
True.
okay. Tell me why you would like. Why would I?
I
watch
bow
this?
to my king,
my
movie king,
my captain, my king.
my captain.
oh, captain, my captain.
Oh, God.
He should have played the extended special version for number 1.
This guy wants to be a director. This guy really wants to be a director.
Yes.
Goes on for like 2 minutes.
Yeah, he could have made it really thematic with it being an anime and had a long ass fucking intro that needs to end already.
Yes.
Jesus
And it has,
Christ!
It has
I
Stuckman
get
with a katana, like sliding across the different directions and stuff, cutting up the screen. That would be so
I
cool.
can't say that this film was a surprise because I
can.
had
We're certainly
zero
surprised,
expectations for it. The anime and manga have a passionate fan base, but
Okay.
it never reached the popularity of juggernauts like Demon Slayer or Dragon Ball Z. I went to see the
Okay.
film because I try to see anime
Those are
in
animes,
theaters
though, right?
whenever I get the chance. I truly did not expect to experience such an emotionally evocative film. I didn't expect to cry. I didn't expect to feel my adrenaline skyrocket, and I
Yeah.
certainly didn't expect for it to be my favorite film of the year.
What
but
do you
after
think it
seeing
looks like when his adrenaline skyrockets?
I would
Whoa.
like to see that.
I don't know.
Right,
Maybe he
right.
uses like a contraction or something.
He does that thing where he doesn't get up, but he lifts up his arms slightly and looks around and is like, is everyone else feeling that?
And you
Wow.
feel
Maybe his
that.
eyebrows move.
Oh, calm down.
I had
Chill
a
out there, come
human
on.
feeling.
Someone
I
his
was
heart
imagining
pumps once.
Bill
It goes,
Bailey in Black Books
boom.
where his shirt's off, he's jumping on top of a car.
Oh, dude, Simpsons reference. It's like when Mr. Burns' heart beeps, but
Hot burps.
Heart burps. That's what Boogie's heart does. His heart burps.
Oh, there's another Mountain Dew burp.
The only reason his heart keeps pumping is because it thinks it's eating blood.
Is this like rotoscope?
That's what I was thinking.
it looks
It
like
looks
it.
like that.
It looks like it's like 3D animated, and then they have like
They
2D
filmed
over it or
people.
something.
Yeah,
I
No,
can
that's
truly
definitely
say
rotoscope for sure.
yeah, it is rotoscope.
that no other film this year gave me the laughs, tears, and thrills that this film did.
Repeating
it's an
yourself.
underdog
You're
story.
already
Yeah, you already
repeating
told us it was
yourself.
like the best emotional
He said
experience.
it made him cry and that it made his adrenaline go high, and then he said like that what did he just say? The thrills and
Laughs.
like sadness,
Thrills
laughs and
spills,
yeah.
like
Now we just
Scooby-Doo.
need
So he's-
horror. That's all we got left.
Can you just tell me
That's
why,
right.
though?
No. That's for you to discover.
I'm so
when you see
angry.
the movie yourself.
Yeah, because like
Guys,
in terms of pitching the film to me, all I know is that it's like an anime film about basketball, but I don't
The
I
thing
don't
is,
know like the premise of the story.
imagine you see him for the very first time. You watch his thingy there. It's like, it made me feel this and this and this. Like, okay, but why? Like, I don't know you. Is that good or bad? Like, it's your number one, but what
I
does it
guess
matter
that's
to
what
me?
he's counting on. Like that's what he's counting on. The fact that he said that he liked it means that should matter to you because if you like
Yes.
what he typically likes, even if you don't necessarily share the same reasons, that's enough.
Yeah, but I'm saying if
Because-
you're like a
because
completely
he
new
understands
viewer to his
cinema.
channel, that doesn't
Well,
mean
if
shit
you're
to
a new
you.
viewer to the channel, then yeah, you're totally out of luck.
Yeah,
Like,
that's what
this
I was
doesn't
going
have
Out
to-
of luck. Although Thea's choosing to highlight the arms of the creature in the bottom right, I find that amusing as a comparison.
I mean, it sounds exactly like on like the Hollywood Reporter articles. If you have somebody read the voice read the article to you, it sounds just like that. Yes, I use that all the
A
time.
coming of age story and a tragedy all in one. I'm
Whoa,
sure
whoa. Coming of age, right? So
Okay.
coming of age,
And a
that's one thing.
tragedy.
Then they have the tragedy aspect in another thing. And there's those two things, but in one
I'm
thing.
gonna throw up.
Yeah, see,
I
you
find
can't,
it
you can't
funny
handle the quality.
Oh, now you can make a factor 75 meal.
like really in less dramatic terms. slightly less dramatic terms anyway. He's just pitching what a lot of movies go for, which is to make you laugh and cry. Like, that's pretty common, right? Of trying to get the balance of comedy and drama, entertainment and, sadness in the mix.
Movie made me feel
many
emotions.
I mean, half of this just comes across as though it is a review of any film. Like, just throw it in.
Do this.
He's just telling you what they're about, doing the Cliff Notes version of what would be back on the, of the Blu-ray. That's pretty much what he did.
Also, these two background characters just looking exactly the same.
Shoot, I'm putting in way too much work in my video.
Different hair. There you go.
Okay.
Slightly different.
Many of you missed
I don't
it.
really care for the animation of this. I'm just gonna be honest.
I'm not sure. I need to see more of it in its natural habitat.
Yeah, maybe
than chopped up. Because I don't know what it. You know what I mean.
So when you get the chance, check this one out.
But why? Tell me why.
Ow!
Metal. He told you why, because it
No,
made
he
him
didn't.
laugh
He
and
didn't tell me shit.
He
It
just
made
made
him
his
check
heart
it out.
pump.
Emotions.
His heart
Check
pumped
it out, Metal.
faster.
I want to kick
He
a
was
baby
very
across the room.
exhilarated.
We all want to kick
Don't do
babies.
that.
That's not special.
No,
Don't worry, we
do
don't have
that.
one here.
No, don't do it.
I can get a
Watch
baby.
this
Chris
movie
laughed,
instead.
he cried, he shit in his pants, he pissed himself, he came.
He's
You
shitting
need to
in
watch
his
this
pants.
movie.
I'm laughing. It's so funny.
Can
And
you
also
fucking believe it
tragic.
though, chat? You can see where we are. That's the end.
Yeah.
So we got all this, and I say,
So
in any. I was going to say we
I'm
have all
guessing
this,
that
it's not even that long.
2
the
minutes
outro will
will
be
an
like a
eternity.
summary of 2023.
Tell
It'll
us-
be
It was a
summary
really
and look
great
into the
year.
future.
Ups and downs.
You know, a
there
lot
was
of
lots
people
of
think
flop,
that
but there were
film
still good
is
movies.
dying, but really, it's
Yeah,
not.
exactly. It's
But
not.
like when he made that video where he was talking about all of his concern about the future of film as an industry, right? But
Let's
he's
see-
allowed to do it.
Well, let's see what he says. Come on, Chris, entertain me.
See,
I mean,
audience,
Stuckman.
if you're not afraid to be challenged at a movie like I am, then you can still enjoy cinema.
Times my number one pick of the year is a movie that I feel like I have to show people. Top Gun Maverick was that way for me.
Oh, then maybe
I
make a
wanted
full video
everyone
on
that
it.
I loved to see that
Probably
movie
has.
and to appreciate it.
I don't think he would have
The
said
first
more about
slam
it, though.
dunk I feel very similarly about. I want everyone that I love to have fun with that movie because I really do think it.
I want
I don't have to love them
everyone
to-
that I love. Come on, man. Sound like again. I was saying the cattle prod idea. If he sets that up in the back on automatic, it'll
Just
remind
wake
him.
up once in a while.
Yeah. When you talk about the people you love, you want to be a little bit more energized.
Do you mean like a cattle prod, like that just swings back and forth and zaps him, or like a cattle prod that he needs to duck out of the way every time
It's
it
on,
comes
like,
down, so it just keeps him on like high alert the whole
like
time.
a system of gears that just eventually just pushes it forward, brings it back.
You got to
pushes it
randomize
forward.
it. You can't expect.
Oh
it coming.
yeah.
And he needs to play that music.
Yes.
The Rube, what's it? The Rube Goldberg machine.
Yeah, something like that.
He needs something like that, but for a cattle prod to wake him up every now and then. Just give him a little bit of energy.
Chris, tell us. Sorry, Stuckman,
Looks
tell
like
us
he's got-
about
Looks
Dial
like
of
he's had
Destiny.
plenty of it.
He did review Dial of Destiny, didn't he? He must have.
Yeah, I'm sure he did, right?
How
I'm
does
sure
he
he was
say
very
that while
like.
staying positive?
He was probably like Harrison Ford hasn't skipped a beat
Harrison Ford.
since as much as decades ago.
It leaves you in a great place of joy, and it
so good.
thrills you
Yeah,
at
there
the
it
same
is.
time, and it's very,
Thrills.
very
There
funny.
it is. Thrills.
What's it
Third
about?
time.
In
Thrills.
basketball?
There we go. It's funny
All
again.
of
Yeah,
the
you
funny.
mentioned that already. Yep.
There was a scene I
it
laughed
has
at.
emotions. It has plot and characters
Did you see
and
that?
emotions.
The newest super chat, Grandpa. I want you to watch this Japanese anime about basketball. I just love you so
I
much,
didn't watch
Grandpa.
my squad get killed on Iwo Jima to watch no Japanese basketball movie.
His grandpa even calls him Stuckman. He's like, Stuckman, god damn it. You gotta wake up, boy.
Extremely underrated despite having an immaculate Rotten Tomato score.
Oh,
a
that
great
doesn't
letter-
fucking matter.
Yes, an immaculate Rotten Tomato
Fucking
score.
Rotten Tomatoes.
Oh my god, the
You
Rotten
fool.
Tomatoes score,
Every
guys.
time-
It's so high.
Every time that gets brought
Wait,
up,
it said,
I'll
wait,
remind-
2022? Hold on.
Wait, it's a 2022 movie.
Oh,
Wait, hold
Whoa,
on.
what? You fuck!
Or was it released?
You lied!
Or
Unless
to
it
be
was it
fair,
released?
Was it released in America in 2023?
That could be it, yeah.
Maybe.
Still a 2022, right? That would that count?
Well, at that point, that's dealer's
depends.
choice, kind of.
Complicated, yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, well, so apparently it came out on the 3rd of December, 2022.
But
That's a 2022 movie.
Yeah,
yeah, that would be
Last
2022.
time I checked.
Well,
and
yeah.
you didn't
December
call it
on
my best movies of
2022 is
2023, just the best
in
movies of
2022.
2023.
People
Well,
saying
shit.
the other anime that
Lord of the
he talked
Rings.
about was the
Wings
same thing.
again. 20th
That
year in a
came
row
out.
for me.
That other one came out in 2022. The Suzume. Yeah, that says 2022 on Wikipedia as well.
I mean, I would be
November
inclined to
11th,
believe that it got
2022.
re-released in the area that he's in or something, because that's a really
That'd be
weird
my
mistake
guess.
for him to make.
Yeah.
Well, because I remember people kept telling me Puss in Boots is 2023. It's like, well, wait, I thought it came out. It came out
Yeah,
like
no
December
way.
2022. So yeah, okay. Well, hey,
That's why it was
Well,
the
you'd
movie of the
think
year
you'd have
last year.
And
checked
on the
not
note
this
of
year.
Rotten Tomatoes, I remember Black Panther had a perfect rating until a guy gave it just under fresh because he didn't like the action in it, and everyone wanted to kill him.
That's normal.
It's so funny. Like, taking any stock. I will say, right, I'm of two minds. No stock in the meaning of Rotten Tomatoes. But I do always want to know it, just out of curiosity, because it'd be like, what does it mean for a movie you're anticipating that gets 100 or 50 or 0? And it's like, nothing? But at the same time, I just want to know what's the number out of curiosity.
When Rebel Moon hits 0 with top critics, that's pretty funny. I mean, like you can use that.
Box score, a great IMDb score. Everybody who sees this movie loves this movie. It
Oh,
just
you asked
kind of
everybody. All right.
Man, you could have told us why it was
I
good
think-
instead of saying everybody who I know likes
So,
it.
it looks like he's about to say.
My grandpa liked it.
According to good old Wikipedia, this is the 5th highest grossing Japanese film of all time.
Why could you could have said that? Yeah.
got
Well,
buried by
Yeah, see, he's about to say nobody watched it, but it sounds like a lot of people watched it actually.
the fact that it's an anime.
That is why he's chosen it. That is like the only reason he's chosen it.
Right, but I guess he didn't
make
really
him look
like
cool?
Boy and the Heron then, because that one was getting more attention in the West
Yeah.
because it's Miyazaki.
Movie.
What about
that
the other one
nobody-
though? So Suzume, that was pretty. Because I'm seeing here that says it's number 4 in terms of most successful.
I
These
honestly
films
think that
made,
as
like,
long as he puts
comfortable
this as
money
number
distributed
1,
way.
he can mix and matches the rest.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah.
really knew
Number
about,
1 is
and-
reserved for something super obscure in the West, so people will think like, "Oh wow, this guy." Really
This Chris
knows
guy,
his
he knows
stuff."
what's up. I mean, Stuckman. The Stuckman.
Could be some North Korean indie movie.
Also, it came out around the height of Barbenheimer, and a lot of movies got buried by that. And I feel like
Not this one
this
because
is-
it grows a lot.
I'm not fully convinced by that as a phenomenon. Like,
No, I'm getting tired of people saying that. Like, people keep saying Mission Impossible should have moved. It's like, dude, Fallout made $800 million. It is an established franchise that made a lot of money and was consistently making more money as time went on. They had every reason to believe that they were the ones who were going to succeed, not the other way around.
I don't
At least
remember anyone
as well.
saying, "Man, I was gonna see Mission Impossible, but once I mean, can I really fit that in? I've got to see Barbenheimer." Like, I don't think that's a thing.
Dead Reckoning was so amazing that everybody was like talking about how amazing it was and sharing
Yeah.
it with everybody, and they wanted to go see it again. It would have succeeded more than it did.
And it did
It
have
had a huge
okay
opening
word of
weekend.
mouth. People did talk
had a-
about it. It just didn't last
Remember, it had
that
the biggest
long.
opening weekend
Just
of the
didn't do as
series.
well.
It started out incredibly strong. It's not like it was a film that got buried in terms of like initial exposure. Heaps of people watched it the first weekend, but then
Well,
afterward,
Just remind me, I guess I don't demand of you the specific dates, but was Barbenheimer running before or after?
after Mission Impossible came out the week before.
See, okay, that
Yeah, exactly. It's post hoc, like it's after what's happened that people are like, well, that's the reason why. When I think the simpler one is, it's just not that good of a film,
Well,
and it
so-
didn't make that much of an impression on people.
I do want to accept, like, just because we've done an assessment, we've basically determined that like so much of it is absolute nonsense, and we do believe that plays into even the average audience member's enjoyment of it. We genuinely do, but at the same time, there's plenty of films that we've said, like Guardians 3 would be an example probably of something we were like, that was shit, but still did pretty. I was about to say really good. Is that accurate? Did it do really good?
Wait, what? Sorry?
Guardians 3?
Guardians 3
it
made
did.
like $850 million.
Yeah.
which
better
is
than every other.
Relatively good
Hero
compared
film,
to
the
a lot of other
highest
things
grossing
this
yeah.
year.
So,
Yeah.
but
Definitely all the other Marvel shit. Yeah.
but I'm convinced that if a Fallout level movie came out, as in Mission Impossible Fallout, that I reckon, I don't know, I think Mission Impossible would have been fine.
I just don't understand how we can look at a sequel to a film that made like over $800 million and say,
Shit ton of money.
it's foolish of them to not move out of the way of, again, as Chris Stuckman even pointed out, the 3-hour-long R-rated biopic. The Barbie movie was always going to make money. I don't know if anybody expected it to make as
the
much
marketing
money
for the
as it
Barbie movie is almost like worth just checking out on its own because it's so impressive, like what they did.
did. Yeah, probably.
Which, by the way, I didn't experience any of that marketing really beyond trailers, but when I looked at a thread covering it all, I was like, holy fuck, they spent money on this in many countries doing all kinds of extravagant marketing stunts. Which is
Dude,
cool.
They made a Barbie house.
They made a
and
giant
put it
Barbie
on,
statue, I think, as well.
Put
Somewhere.
on Zillow. Like,
Well,
they
to be
went
fair,
all
that
out.
Barbie house already existed. They just repainted it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Way to
Isn't it
bring the
dope?
mood down.
It was smart, you know. I mean, fuck the movie, but yeah, no, that was the best marketing since Black Panther that convinced an entire country
Where they
that
made
you're
a whole
fighting
continent,
racism.
yeah.
to see
You're
this,
racist if you
superhero
don't
movie.
see it. Like, oh man,
If you don't see it, you're a racist. So
Not again.
right? What has he got
Not
left
again.
to say?
This is one of those gems of the year that throughout the years, especially anime fans, are going to look back on and be like, yeah, that one was special. Guys, it has
What if they
been an
don't like
amazing year.
basketball?
Really a crazy year. A lot of stuff has happened.
You said
And
that
it's-
already.
Wow.
Yeah, but he said it
just
ages
happened
ago,
in a
Bell.
year.
It was
What?
like 10 minutes ago that he said that.
It was even longer for us, but I still remember.
It's funny, there are moments in my scripts where I'm like, that was actually 5 hours ago that I said the thing, so I might repeat it now, like,
Yeah.
just in case
Yeah.
you guys have forgotten.
It's been fun to be able to share these moments with you and to talk about movies with you, as always, for so many years.
That's
didn't
that word
share.
talking is doing a lot of heavy lifting, I gotta say.
I mean, like I said, we could have created this video. I could have done my stupid little Stuckman voice. You guys could help me out with the script, and then we could have just taken
where it would
stock
be
footage
like-
from trailers.
You know, David Fincher has done it again. The Killer, directed by David Fincher, starring Michael Fassbender, is a
Fassbender.
fascinating
Directed by
look
David
into the
Fincher.
world
Presents
of an
David
assassin.
Fincher's The Killer by David
Yeah.
Fincher.
You know,
This is
Yeah.
literally a junior high book report. This is
Yes.
the level of
That's generous.
of-
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
exactly.
is generous because you would be expected to
You,
say
yeah, you
things
have
about
to say
the
more
quality
than
of
what he said.
references.
Because some people say he's like a wannabe Roger Ebert, but like Roger Ebert had controversial opinions.
yeah, what? Yeah, no,
Yeah.
yeah. He's a long way
You
from
know-
Roger Ebert.
One that I found out recently
Yeah.
is Roger Ebert rated
Polar opposite.
Home Alone 3 above 1 and 2.
That's
Yeah,
the
he had
thing,
some bad
Roger Ebert
takes.
can surprise
What
you.
was
He can
funny
surprise you, you
Was
know?
that Siskel, if you watch the video where he says that, Siskel's like, what? Like, you can't be serious.
Now, and I'm looking
And of
forward
course,
to
his video games on art take. Oh boy.
That's one
It
of
was
those. I was about to say poorly aged. It's like, no, that was bad.
No,
in
that
a
was
way.
always bad.
Yeah.
I get annoyed. I want to push back against the notion that, like, oh, that's a statement that, yeah, back when it was during the SNES, I think it was actually, he said it in like 2007 or something. But the idea that that statement, if you said it about games on the SNES or Genesis, would be more apt is stupid. Like, those games are art too. They all are. They
Yeah,
have
yeah.
art in them, for starters. If you want to
Yeah.
get down to that, like, even just that as a
from-
starting point.
From the
Yeah,
chat,
it's right.
Roger Ebert has nothing but shit takes. He gave John Carpenter's The Thing 1 star. So that's satanic to do that, okay?
Damn.
It is.
Yeah,
and
but
it-
Satan's
like
real.
Siskel had bad takes too. They both over their careers had some horrific takes on classic movies.
Wasn't something that Roger Ebert, wasn't his whole methodology that he was trying to rate it on the basis of what he expected people who would want to watch that kind of film would think? Like that it was contextual? So like if he was rating, I don't know, like a comedy, he'd be rating it based on his expectations of what people entering into that kind of comedy movie would want.
Huh.
That's something
I don't know.
I'm pretty
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure he said that it's like it was relative, that it changed depending on like what-
Every
So, like, for
video
viewing
review I've seen of
culture-
him, he's always talking about how he felt about it and what he thinks it should be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe I'm mistaken. As I understood it, it was the idea that if he was going into, I don't know, say like a Martin Scorsese film, he would enter into it with like those kinds of expectations, to where he might rate it lower than a film that he considers worse, but it's like relative as part of his standard. Maybe I'm
you
wrong.
does everyone here remember the Siskel and Ebert stand-ins in the Godzilla movie from Roland Emmerich?
Yes.
Yeah.
That shit's funny. It reminds me of Shyamalan and I think even Rian Johnson to an extent. You could say about Knives Out. There's these like references to the people they hate in real life. It's just like, oh, look at you. Shyamalan, if you guys haven't seen The Girl in the Water, I think it is, he makes himself the most important writer in the world in that film.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Lady in the Water.
That one,
I found the quote here on good old again Wikipedia. So this is something that he said. When you ask a friend if Hellboy is any good, you're not asking if it's any good compared to Mystic River. You're asking if it's any good compared to The Punisher. And my answer would be on a scale of 1 to 4. If Superman is 4, then Hellboy is 3, The Punisher is 2. In the same way, if American Beauty gets 4 stars, then the United States of Leland clocks in at about 2.
But the thing is,
so that
already sounds a bit flawed because it sounds like he's saying that it gets rated on a superhero movie metric. But the thing is, let's say for example, like if you were judging Logan versus fucking like a Superman, it's like those two. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you wouldn't. How do you even compare them in that way? They are as different from each other as you might find a comedy and a romantic fucking comedy.
Right. You don't need to convince me. I think that's like a really messy,
preaching to the choir.
System.
I gotcha.
Another year of doing that. My film should be coming out next year.
Woo!
It's submitted to various festivals, and we've been able to finally.
Chris, Stuckman, get it to me early, and we'll check it out and we'll review it. Honestly,
give us a review copy.
Like this.
Hell yes.
Playing at a
Make sure to send a lot of Factor 75 with it.
I think Mel was making some of that earlier.
What kind of a film is he making?
That's what I want to
horror?
ask.
Horror movie, right?
Horror, I think, yeah. Which is just up my alley. I love horror when it's good.
I mean, he might be a serial killer.
The biopic,
Those
actually.
eyes.
Our ADR, which is great. And so we are just about done with it.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
there's just like
great.
random little color corrections and things that we might adjust here and there, but it's like
Corrections of color, please.
99.9% done. It's like a movie. It's real. And I can't wait to share it with you guys and what that journey will be like. And as always,
I mean,
I'll be
it
here.
is clever, isn't it? Right? Like if you stop doing the being critical in any way, shape, or form, you kind of like priming people. Because I mean, if you are critical, then people will be like, "Well, it better be fucking good then, huh?" You know. Whereas if it's just like, I like movies, all right. I love movies. I love them. So much
I
that you're, like, priming
believe.
people to be nicer to you.
I believe, and I could be completely wrong, that he's going to do better than the AVGN or RLM movies. You'll certainly do better than Channel Awesome movies.
I would say so.
So when you say better, what do you mean there?
That's a bold
What
statement.
metric are you talking about?
I better in the set. That's a good question.
Do you think that people, what I'm getting at is, do you think people will say like, yeah, it's good, but then they're not going to talk about it like really much at all? Like, it's not going to make a huge.
His fans
impact,
will
or-
absolutely be comprised of 50% that was amazing and 50% I did love it, Chris. But I feel like you could have, and then just generic statement like the characterization was slightly off, or I feel like it could have been paced a little bit better. Just literally 1 second of it being cut out would have been better. That's all I want to say. But then there'll be people like us who will probably find it to be like, oh, that shot was neat, or that joke was kind of funny, or oh, that character did that thing that was kind of okay. But the most of it, we're gonna be like, oof. But to be fair, that's what happens with YouTube and movies. I'm hoping the best for Drinker, by the way. I realize that I'm saying this and it could sound cruel. I have seen the trailer for his short film, and it looks pretty cool, I will say.
Yep.
With Red Letter Media, it's like they're trying to be shit, and it's like
they would.
I mean, Space Cop. You don't think so?
So they've admitted they fucked up with Space Cop, and what that means is more so that they bit off more than they could chew. They didn't expect it to be as difficult, and that they didn't. I don't think they thought that it really achieved. Like, I don't know if this is controversial to say, but I think their average best of the worst video is infinitely more funny than Space Cop. I don't know what happened. A lot of the jokes in Space Cop are very like, yeah, okay.
So, because I don't know a whole lot
It's a comedy.
about it, so that was like, okay.
And
Space Cop dragged a bit for me. The trailer was funnier than the movie, I thought.
I think that's true as well.
You know, like a chunk of money to be messing around with, or like.
But the thing, so what I think John's referencing, which I would completely agree with, is there's moments like where they're in quote unquote a spaceship, and then you'll have like Jay playing one of the enemy soldiers, and they'll shoot a window out, and he'll go, "Oh no!" and then it'll cut to a wide shot with a clearly obvious dummy getting pulled through the window. That's really great. I love that shit.
Yeah.
But then there's also stuff where you're like, "Oh, that was an attempt at telling a joke, and it was not funny at all." Oops. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Moving on.
It's sort of it's a mixed bag in that way. Yeah, I agree.
So they don't really want to give it another go. By the sounds of it, would you be interested in seeing them give it another go of making a film?
So someone just said Red Letter Media can dish it, but they can't take it. They have admitted more than anyone on the internet that their movie's bad, and they make fun of it all the time. It's part of what I love about them is that they're more than willing to make fun of themselves. One of the things that struck me when I found out Space Cop was coming was I was like, oh, they're doing another comedy type thing. They often do either comedy or horror comedy, and I was like, why can't they try a drama? They talk all the time about like how to do proper drama. It would be cool to see them like legitimately try and make something that's very much I don't know, supposed to make you feel, because Gary often says, and I'm inclined to agree, that comedy's harder than drama, but that never doing drama at all, it's like, come on, give it a shot. I think you guys can do it.
Yeah, would be that comedy has like a higher skill floor than drama.
Yes.
Yes.
The best of both of them is going to take like a lot. Like, you know, Lord of the Rings is not easy. And that's like the
like
it's one of the best comedies I've ever seen.
Like the possible drama of just like pretty basic beats and tension and you know, highs and lows. That's like something that, whereas making someone laugh, it's like there's really no clear rules on how that works.
It kind of
There's
goes
a lot of guidelines.
You're either good at it or you're not. You know, it's not even something you can really teach.
Timing. How do you teach timing? You know, like how do you teach that as something?
My impression of when it comes to writing that kind of stuff is that comedy is actually it's not as stressful. That there's actually not as much tension when you go in to try it, just because the worst you can do is then produce something which is shit and you know it's shit, so you can laugh at it, which is itself a kind of comedy, right? If you're trying to set out to write a sincere work of drama and you really want it to be taken sincerely, you can't really laugh it away when it doesn't land at the end. Like, it's harder to even begin to write something like that just because you are setting the bar higher for yourself at the outset.
Are you talking like from the perspective of the creator in that case? Because bad comedy is really hard to watch, whereas a bad drama can be funny. But I get it from the creative perspective. If you set out to create a worst thing and it's bad, then it's like, oh shit, I can't laugh at it, can I? Because I was trying to make something great.
Like, if all of us put out a thing where it's like, this is my stand-up special, and we don't laugh at a single joke, oh, man.
Oh,
that sucks. Meanwhile, if I put out a thing like, this is my drama, and it's, you know, guy with sword, and he's killing a dragon, he saves the girl, and you're all just kind of like, yeah, okay,
yeah, it's like you can just sort of coast through it a lot of the times, but bad comedy, you can't. That's bad.
Bad comedy is really difficult. Like,
geez, like 9/11 was bad, but at least it wasn't a bad comedy. Fucking hell.
And someone just said, "This just in Pride and Prejudice is less easy than Hangover." Lol. It's like it's not about like every comedy is harder than every drama. It's just a matter of, because like I said, I think it's kind of intuitive to an extent that if you completely fail, I think it's easier to completely fail comedy than it is to completely fail drama. Drama has some
how many classic dramas there are to classic comedies.
Yeah, and honestly, when I just said good guy kills dragon and saves girl, a lot of audiences would be okay with that as long as you get some basic characters in there.
Your basic dramatic beats are like very comprehensible in a way where what are the basic beats of comedy? It's like, well, that's a bit more complicated.
So what I would say is, an equivalent maybe like character slips and falls. It's like, yeah, that can work, but you're not going to be able to play that more than a few times before everyone's like, this is boring. Yep. You know, like basic.
Well, as someone who I actually co-wrote and produced a feature comedy that came out years ago, my big fat independent movie, which is a parody. It's a spoof satire parody film of independent films. I mean, it's at times raunchy comedy. I'm not going to say I knocked it out of the park. I give myself kind of a C for it. But there are some parts that really worked. Clint Howard's in it. Bob Odenkirk plays a bit part. Bob Odenkirk, he plays the part of he's a hitman who's bleeding profusely, but he pays rent and he lives in the trunk of the two other hitmen in the movie. So every time they open the trunk, he's in the trunk and has an exchange. I mean, it's stupid comedy.
But I like that.
Yeah, it turns out though that like the audience that likes indie films with jokes about Amelie or like other independent films, Tarantino films, they don't like raunchy comedies. They just don't. That audience doesn't.
Yeah, they're
like it,
sexless,
but-
sterile losers. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So whatever. Like, so that was like my first feature film, and you can. I'm actually gonna re-release it next year on video on video, and then also I'm gonna put out a Blu-ray. But you can pick up if you can find it. You can get a standard def DVD cheap on Amazon if you can find it. Yeah, no, it's no, it's. I think it's weird when you're like I've been in the critical space for a long time, but I've also made films. I made this short film called Red with Lawrence Tierney years ago that blew up in the 90s. Scott Ian from Anthrax actually did music for it, but I don't know. I like doing both things, and I don't give a shit. But when I see like someone like Stuckman with a T-shirt that says filmmaker, he's just trying too hard. You know, like just
I am a filmmaker.
Well, it's kind of like the equivalent of the guy who sits in the Starbucks with his laptop, almost like wanting somebody to ask him what he's doing. It's like, oh, I'm writing my novel, you know.
With a hat that says screenwriter on it.
Guy's got a coexist sticker on
he's
his
the guy
car.
who gets up, orders the coffee, then they say a word that sounds vaguely like writer, and he goes, yeah, I'm a writer, yeah. How did you know?
I'm a writer.
As a writer, I can speak on this.
I'm writing this really...
No, we said Richard. Richard, your coffee's ready. Richard?
Yeah.
Caramel latte.
I got to dip out, Mahler. I got to go. Sorry, guys. Sorry
That's
to interrupt.
all right,
but,
sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
That's all right.
See you
Hey,
around.
Gary.
Still going later.
See you later.
Bye.
Take care, everybody. It was fun. Ciao.
Hello.
I actually got to dip out soon as well, but yeah, if you ever want to EFAP my film, I would be all for it. Love it.
Maybe we will.
It's the only way. I mean, I'll say this:
we're almost
just
to the
dealing with
book.
people-
We're just a minute
Oh
away.
my god! I'll just say this: like, I talk to people in the industry all the time. They're more critical than critics because they know when something is shit. Know when what they're putting out is shit, and so it's like for Stuckman to be such a pussy, like it just. I don't know, it just annoys me. But also, like, I've never watched Stuckman. I'll watch John Campea when I want to know what a normie thinks of anything. Like, what's the normie opinion on this? Because John Campea's takes are all milquetoast. He doesn't really have very many thoughtful. He is definitely Pia and Stuckman could do a show that would put us all to sleep. But like, I never watched Stuckman. This is the most I've ever watched of him. How does this guy get hundreds of thousands of views? Like, that's the thing that kind of like I'm miffed by is how does a guy like
There's an easy answer.
Stuckman-
He started this really, really early.
Yeah, he was one of the first who started doing that.
It's literally, he just recorded himself reviewing movies in the simplest possible way, and he did it for fucking 15 years or some ridiculous shit. That's why, like, whoever, it's why DSP and, like, what was it, the Irate Gamer? There's the only reason these people have any traction at all is they did it really early.
Yeah.
Imagine Chris started today. He'd get nothing. Nobody would.
Well, especially remember that, like, in terms of, I guess production quality of like a nice expensive camera, a nice background, right? That's like you got all the cool lights, and
The
you got a
trailer
big collection
visuals.
of movies, as opposed to how scuffed it can be. Like if somebody's doing it for the first time, that's like a big barrier as well. Like this just looks more professional, even though the content of the script is barely anything.
Well, and for reference, so anyone who's listening to this is like, wow, they just fucking hate. It's like, no. Jeremy Johns is the one we would recommend as the positive angel version of this. Someone that I wouldn't necessarily like be like, oh, I can't wait for his opinion. But if I went to his video on a movie, I would expect to hear something that I hadn't necessarily thought of. I'd be like, oh, yeah, that's fair.
Which is like, that's a super important and valuable thing of, hey, you got the capacity to surprise me in a meaningful way. Not like, oh, you surprised me with your pick, but then you still said nothing really about the film at dall.
And I think, didn't Jeremy Johns say, like, holy shit, Star Wars is dying at soon after TLJ came out, or sometime after? I remember thinking, like, oh, wow.
Yeah.
That was, usually only see that in the further depths of YouTube. You don't usually have to... I say that now. Everyone's saying it now, but it's like, well, yeah. Like, it's what else could you say? It's the only... But Chris isn't going to say it. That would be mean.
The starting early thing is huge. I mean, if you've spent 15 years slowly amassing an audience, I mean, that pays off. I mean, I regularly think about that, and I wish, like, I had just stayed independent rather than fucking working for Machinima back in the day, where, like, I neglected my channel for, like, almost a decade, and then I sort of went back to it and, like, tried rebuilding it. And it's like, I never thought Machinima was going to be so mismanaged.
Yeah,
But like, it seemed like the logical thing to do at the time. But then,
well, if any of us
train wreck.
were reset to 0 today, it's not an easy climb. But I still kind of believe that we could all get somewhere. Meanwhile, I don't know. Like, this isn't even trying to be mean. It's just like, why would anyone want to subscribe to Chris Stuckman after what we've just seen? Like, that was incredible. There was just nothing there. Yeah. And the best thing was whenever I asked Chris Gore, like, oh, so have you seen that movie? And then he gives us a quick summary, literally on a stream, some thoughts he has, already more substance than the scripted video. That's insane.
Yeah.
With you, sharing that journey. So thank you once again for watching, and I hope you guys check out these movies on this list, and they bring a lot of joy and entertainment to you. I'll see you
always
guys
bring
in
us joy,
2020.
Chris
You didn't sell it, motherfucker.
Or, as always, thank you so much for
Stuckmanize us. Do it.
watching, and if you like this, you can click right here and get Stuckmanized.
Yes!
Yeah,
That's his term?
Nice,
I thought that
Yes,
was like a
he said
meme
the line.
other people made up.
No,
Wait,
it's real. It's
Don't
really
you
real.
feel better now? He's Stuckmanized you.
Listen, this was like the most emotion he put in the whole video. Like, he was looking
Isn't it
forward to this the
beautiful?
whole video. It's like, oh, I can't wait to say the words.
I think we're gonna get Stuckmanized again. Let's go again.
Thank you so much for watching, and if you like this, you can click right here
Where?
and get Stuckmanized.
Yes!
He said it again.
Stuckmanize me, Captain.
We did it.
Yes, the music as well. The classic.
It's beautiful.
So if we were reviewing his film, then would it was like this was a film by Chris Stuckman, and it was an emotional.
Oh, we have to
rollercoaster,
do that. We have to
and
put out a video that does that.
I felt things.
Directed
and it
by
was
Chris
good.
Stuckman, who has previously directed short films. Oh, what a Judy.
The
So
the
does he have a
Godzilla one
feature
bugged
coming
me
out?
the most. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. No. I was just gonna say, does he have a feature that's coming out, or what's going on with that?
Yeah. Shelby Oaks would be the movie, the feature film, and it's I think already
Coming out
making
next
it.
year, he said, right?
Yeah, did he say he's making it? He's trying to sell it to different places.
Submitted
to get
it to
Trying to
festivals and
submit it to film
everything.
festivals, which is a tough road because most mainstream festivals don't like. One, they're not.
No, don't let them hear you
super-
say they don't like to be called mainstream.
Right. But I mean, the big festivals like Sundance and whatnot, those are tough to get into. I had a movie at Slam Dance, which is the other festival, but and I've been on the festival circuit with a bunch of things, but the market's really changed in the last several years, as has everything else in terms of like what the expectation is. I don't know that Stuckman would care about him having it, that the festival is the best route for him. But he could just release it and distribute it himself if he wanted. Curious to see it. I really want to see it because sometimes, I mean, it's not unusual for critics to cross over into making films. I mean, that's the whole story of the French New Wave, right? It's like we're going to write about film and then we're going to make movies. It happens quite a bit. Rod Lurie, among others. But I'd be curious to see it. And horror is a pretty easy genre, though, to be fair. Like it's in terms of like a movie out of the gate, I think horror is probably the easiest. Easier than drama or comedy.
Yeah.
Hey, I've seen what passes for horror these days. I agree.
I was about to say,
Yeah.
there's a similarity with all genres in terms of like what to do the basics to get away with it. But I guess you're right. Yeah, like horror, I've always seen as like it's like the gutter with like what is currently accepted as the good horror, and it's like, oh look, it's a scary ghost house, and then it goes blah blah blah, and the character like has to go to some expert, and they say like, didn't you know in 1921 there was a woman who died, and she cursed the whole town, and you have to beat her with
And then
chickpeas.
they beat the
With this
person, but
stick.
then they at the ending they go, and then it cuts to black.
Well, yeah, they defeat them, and then there's an after credit scene, or just regularly seen at the
Just
end.
a regular ending where
Yeah.
they don't win. The ghost actually.
And it's fucking
won,
boring.
they go,
And this is the thing, a lot of people, because I love horror, and it's like, oh, really? Wow, what do you recommend? I'm like, let me get out my tiny list.
Yeah.
Like, no.
We have
All right,
Wish
here's
Upon
half
where
the
they just
list,
get
The
run
Descent.
over by a
All
car.
right.
Wish Upon is obviously at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Wish Upon.
Obviously, Wish Upon.
Caller, did you
No
see
list
Talk
is-
to Me, that movie made by those YouTubers from
Springy saw
Australia?
that.
Oh, I saw that one.
Oh,
Yeah,
I saw
I saw
that.
that one.
I
Which
quite enjoyed
I
it.
think is like one of A24's most successful films. So that's got to be the most successful like YouTuber turned making. Oh, what
That
about
movie
the
played
wait? The
Sundance.
Well,
Sandberg
David
guy,
Sandberg,
right?
right? Yeah.
Yeah, because he did. Yeah,
No, I think
Yeah, it
it's
was
I think
okay.
it's very
I liked
good.
it.
I tend to like horror that's more psychological, less gory. I think gory is just
Yeah,
too
yeah,
easy.
yeah. I love me existential and psychological. They're my number ones. Gore has its place, but like I often find most of the gore horror I watch, I'm not watching it to be scared. I'm watching it to be like entertained. Saw being
Or
the
like
number
Saw,
one.
yeah.
Yeah.
So goofy.
Well, you know, like Final Destination too. That's pretty gory, and it's like, yeah, but it's so funny. Like, it's,
Yeah,
I love
it
how
is.
funny those movies are.
Unfortunately, I gotta take off. Speaking of gore, I gotta gore out of here.
Fair
my
enough.
God.
I will say,
Goreized.
I was about to
You can
read
gore
his 50 best movies of 2000. I don't know if you want to stay for just the reading or not. It's up to you.
Oh my god, it's already torture. I'll stay for
Not
I'll
that
stay for a
exciting.
couple. I'll stay for
Yes,
a
it
couple.
is. Rags underselling the mighty Stuckman. So yeah, so the context, I'll be as fast as I can to allow you to leave. He made a book called, he wrote one called The Film Buff's Bucket List. The
made a
Film
book.
Buff's Bucket List. National
By the way, let me just say
bestseller.
about his book. His book is
Yes.
like a pamphlet. You're holding it, right? Like
Yes, I'm holding it right now.
Right here. Can see it.
average.
You
look,
literally have it.
Yes, I do.
not to get too technical. I've written a
How
couple
many
books.
pages?
Okay,
many
do they
pages?
get
It's
numbers?
thin.
I don't. Yeah. Okay, it is 170.
Okay.
Average book
That's not many.
sell in the marketplace needs to be 50 to 60,000 words. I guarantee
Well, I
it's
was
less
gonna-
than half that.
You got to keep in mind, he's got 50 movies he talks about, and it takes, I think, 3 pages per, because he has a page with just some artwork that looks like clip art to represent the film, and then a page, sometimes a page and a half to represent like his review, which we're going to read some today because it'll be very fun.
Yay.
It's barely a book is what it's like he talks in the video. That's the book. It's
Well,
all
honestly, the book goes into
very
more depth,
dismissive.
like slightly more depth than that video does.
Slightly in kind.
So it's titled "The 50 Movies of the 2000s to See Before You Die." So, Fringy read this list out to me, and I think I was missing 2. I'm gonna go ahead and guess, Chris Gore, you've seen all of these. I would be curious to know which of these has not been seen by any of the cast today, but I shall start reading them now. The thing about Chris Stuckman, especially with a title like this, I'm expecting to have heard of every one of these films. I did not expect to have seen, I think, 48 of them. I was very surprised. But here we go.
Jeez.
Well enough,
Can you imagine
Fringy.
giving that book? Can you imagine giving that book to someone on their deathbed? Saying you're about to die. Here's this book.
We better start right now.
They'd be like, you gotta see this before you die. You're like, okay, I've seen all of them. Like, okay, well, okay.
You're good to die.
You're good
All
to
right,
go.
well, you're good.
All right, here we go. So, from the top, American Psycho. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Memento. Good old Nolan.
Sure.
Unbreakable. The best of Shyamalan, I think most would agree. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, of course. Spirited Away. That's yeah, there you go. Donnie Darko. Ocean's 11. Minority Report. Signs. Which when I saw that, I was like, I've got to read his thing for Signs. Why is that on this list? And we will. X-Men 2. Pirates of the Caribbean, The Curse of the Black Pearl. The Last Samurai. Old Boy. The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King.
Woo!
No Fellowship,
Yeah.
no Two Towers.
Boo!
What?
Fuck you!
I'm sorry.
Are you insane,
I'm so sorry.
Chris?
Just only Return of
Not
the
you,
King.
you're
He
just
could have
reading
just
it,
put
but-
Lord of the Rings trilogy, but
Yeah.
maybe that's, I don't know. Spider-Man
That's
2.
wild.
Collateral. The Incredibles. Shaun of the Dead. A History of Violence. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang. And then we reached one, funnily enough, I think when you described this to me, Fringy, you said Hidden Cash. Or Hidden Cash. I said to you at the time I hadn't seen it because I didn't recognize that name at all. But on the book it says Cache and then in brackets Hidden. Me and Rags watched Cache.
We
actually.
did, and boy, I did not enjoy it.
I was not
All
hugely
right,
fond
all
of it, no. But I have seen that one. So I was like, holy shit.
Would not recommend.
Casino
So
Royale.
is it cash or hidden cash? Sorry.
So it's Cash, I think Cache or Cash, and then in brackets Hidden. I think that means that's the English translation. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay.
Casino Royale, The Departed, The Bourne Ultimatum, Zodiac, There Will Be Blood, No Country for Old Men, Trick or Treat, I guess.
Trick or Treat?
Yes, that is
yeah, it's like apostrophe R, yeah.
an anthology Halloween movie. I like it. I think it's neat. The Dark
I
Knight,
like it too.
Coraline, 500 Days of Summer, Inglourious Bastards, Inception, Toy Story 3, Drive, Mission Impossible Ghost Protocol. When was this book written? Because I'd be curious how many Mission Impossibles fought over that spot, you know?
Well, and also 2000s I thought meant 2000 to 2010, but this list includes films that came out like after 2010.
Oh yeah,
So-
dude, if we actually got a list of all the films that didn't make it to this list, I think we'd all die. The Avengers, Snowpiercer, Prisoners, The Winter Soldier, Enemy, Under the Skin, which I'm kind of shocked is here, to be honest.
Yeah, see, that's what I mean. A lot of these films are from the 2010s,
Yeah.
not the 2000s in the general sense that people think of it. But...
Edge of Tomorrow, The Babadook, Birdman, Whiplash, When Marnie Was There, which I don't actually... That's the only one I don't recognize.
Yeah.
Mad Max Fury Road, Creed, and the best one saved for last, of course, Star Wars The Force Awakens.
No.
Make sure you see that before you die, okay?
Corporate approved list.
I mean, in a sense, you
yeah,
kind of want to see it before you die, just to see what they did with Star Wars.
No. Protect those old people from
relevant
seeing
part
it.
is,
Why
Man,
die
that is
happy?
the thing about that list is it's just like those are like a lot of really predictable, safe choices.
Yeah.
There's not many like, oh, huh, there's not,
You know, like-
wow, except for like, wow, The Force Awakens, holy shit, okay.
Yeah. A lot of them are so expected that it's like, yeah. But
Well, it's kind of like, again, if you top 10, you got like Casablanca, Citizen Kane, like those types of films, you know what I mean? Or like The Godfather, or like
no.
Taxi Driver or stuff like that. It would just be.
Gary finally
Oh,
realized he hasn't left yet.
Oh, yeah.
oh, Gary finally left.
What are all these voices in my head?
Who's that?
They sound like my friends.
Why is there so many movies?
It seems like
why is
it's
Metal here. I thought he
What?
wasn't here.
Oh, I've just been here the whole time.
Oh.
I was
he's
talking
coming
before
through
we
Mahler's
started.
channel, I think.
Where is this metal creature?
I was wondering where his voice was coming from.
I'm right next to the long man right now.
Yes.
Oh,
We're
okay.
both appreciating the book.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's right next to him. He's on the one side, and there's a sheep on the other side, just chilling out.
True.
That's
Metal
Frank.
flew
He's
across
chill.
the world to
You know,
to read Chris Stuckman's book with his best friend. Mo.
With the list read out, I'd like to read a quote that is celebrated
Okay.
on the back of the book from author of Sheroes, Vala Ventura. She says of Chris Stuckman, Chris Stuckman is the Roger Ebert of YouTube, and this book is awesome.
That's like,
Is that it?
Yeah, that's the
line.
quote.
Oh, and this book is awesome. Okay, thank you for that.
I
Well,
guess,
so I can read the back
those
of the book
quotes
if
are
you
always
want.
really short, but I do find that pretty. Like the description of the purpose.
Yeah, but they don't
of
have
the
to
book.
feel so
Yes.
short. You
Yes,
know?
please do. Please,
All right.
please do.
Millions of movie fans rely upon pop culture tastemaker Chris Stuckman's film reviews before they buy a ticket. Why?
Tastemaker.
I don't
Because
know.
Stuckman delivers
Don't
the
ever
goods.
call me tastemaker.
Oh God, you're not ready for this. I hadn't even read
I
this
guess
before.
Call me
Before the
fucking
era of the
asshole
word.
before you call me tastemaker.
I guess this is before the era of influencer as a
Influencer.
term.
Yeah.
He's a tastemaker, which is decidedly more awkward.
So
Yeah.
it continues. Because Stuckman delivers the goods with deeply informed and thoughtful reviews that help us sort out the must-sees from the don't waste your time schlockfests.
Schlockfest sounds like an endorsement. I'll
was gonna
absolutely
say, why
watch a
not check that out?
Schlockfest.
And that also sounds pretty negative, Chris.
Yeah, well, this was written before his change.
This was the
sorry.
old Chris.
Yeah,
This was before
sorry.
his rebirth. This was before the
Okay.
Stuckman Renaissance.
He must
I
take the
see.
book
Okay.
down because it's mean. We can't have meanness. His honest take as a cinephile is something you can always depend upon.
Oh, he wants to fuck movies? Oh my god.
This is what sets him apart from the pack and makes his bucket list selection an excellent guide to movies you just gotta see before you start pushing up daisies. I'm sorry, but who
Man,
loves
I thought it
film
could be-
needs this list, you know?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
it's like
told
a self-help guide for people who already know how to do the thing.
I'm told day in day out that I have like the worst mainstream taste levels ever, right? But the taste maker himself has provided a list in which I only don't recognize one and haven't seen two. Like, come on, man.
The taste maker.
I can just die according to him, but I'm not exactly looking to. All right, this continues. Since the turn of the century, movie lovers have been enjoying a second golden age. But which films are the best of the best? What are the top movies since 2000 to see before you die? In the Film Buff's bucket list, Chris Stuckman, one of YouTube's most popular film reviewers, not so much anymore, gives us his best of the best. These are films you must see before you die. As Stuckman says, my love of movies turned into the art of film. What?
What?
My love of movies turned into the art of... He's not a very good writer.
My love of movies turned into the art of film.
That is the
That
sentence,
is what it
right?
says, right?
I'm misreading
I don't
it.
know. I can only see the microphone.
Oh.
But you're there.
Well,
You
he's-
can read it yourself.
Yeah,
He's referring
love
to
of
his
movies
own
turned into
transition
the
into
art
like
of
a filmmaker. Like he wasn't a filmmaker before,
Okay.
and now he is, right? I assume that's
My
what he's
love of...
talking about.
Oh, he's trying to... That's not great grammar, but that's okay.
No, that still doesn't make any sense. Because my love of what? No, love what?
I mean, I'm just trying to guess what the fuck he might.
No,
be
I think you're
referring
right. I
to.
think what he wanted to say was my love of movies turned me into a person that makes movies.
I always love when you
Yeah.
when I read something, say, "Oh, it's probably a language barrier," and then you guys are like, "I don't know what that means." Like, "Oh, okay, I'm
It's the
fine."
stuck
Listen.
barrier.
Americans have trouble with language barrier. A good movie is like a bomb. It can soothe, enthrall, entice, inspire, discover
bomb?
movies.
What? A bomb can entice?
I don't
Wait,
fucking know,
wait,
man. I didn't write this. What do you want me to
Is
do?
that what he meant? BALM? A
Yes,
balm?
a bomb.
Okay.
Remember, I'm British, so I say
Oh,
bomb.
okay.
All right.
Oh, okay.
Discover movies you and your family will love with this book. What? Start the popcorn.
Start the popcorn.
Start the popcorn.
I mean,
I guess-
hang on, I'm just gonna turn on the
Popcorn
popcorn
has
real quick.
begun.
Well, you can
Start
they
it.
do you can
What,
but
like,
nobody
you
says
get the
start the
popcorn.
I've heard that
popcorn.
before.
You
get
say
the
grab the popcorn.
Grab the popcorn. I'm gonna prepare
Start
the
it. No,
popcorn. I'm gonna make some
it's a
popcorn.
second language.
You put
Start
the
the
key in the
popcorn.
ignition of popcorn
Of
and
the
you get it
popcorn.
going.
I'm hitting play, guys. Get the popcorn started, and then we have to
Yeah,
wait
start
for
it
it
up.
and
Come
pause
on.
it 5 minutes in.
We have another quote
Press the
from
button.
Alicia Malone, film
Oh.
reporter and author of Backwards and in Heels. She says,
Okay.
Chris Stuckman's intelligent take on film has seen his popularity on YouTube skyrocket, and his passion is easy to see in this book.
I
The
don't
Film
believe you.
Buff's bucket list has a fantastic selection of movies, both big and small, that all film lovers can enjoy. This is a wonderful reference guide for the times where you don't know what to choose, and will enhance the knowledge of all movie geeks.
I mean, if you say
I just
so.
don't buy that movie geeks have seen these. Most of
Well, yeah,
these,
'cause
if not all
again,
of
these
them.
are
Movie
a
geeks
lot
have
of,
seen most of these.
If we were to make a book here on EFAP with all of our very good friends, if we were to put our collective brains together and we were going to introduce people into, I guess, this sphere of the hobby, then we would pick a bunch of movies that would incorporate different elements of the filmmaking process. So we'd make sure that the movies would have like really good cinematography or like the use of color, some really good characters. We'd pick some long movies and we'd pick some really short ones too to be able to show the difference between them. But it'd be a varied list that covers all the bases, along with the explanations as to why this is something that you should maybe appreciate, and here's what it did well. And you can contrast that with these movies that are done really poorly, so that it's really easy to, I guess, to see and to learn this stuff. It wouldn't just be see all these good
I'd be
movies.
recommending bad
Right.
films, to be honest. I'd
Well, so putting
I-
Return of the King and Spider-Man 2, it's like, bro, come on.
Well, I mean, if you're going to include like a sequel, surely you're going to have to include the earlier one as well. If the story is
There's only 50
like,
entries.
it's really-
Yeah, you can't
we gotta
well,
clean
yeah, I
this
guess
up.
there's that.
You can't
And
possibly write
obviously,
more.
there's probably no point in talking about all the. I mean, obviously, good films will be omitted no matter what if you limit yourself to
Yes.
50. But it is again, it's just like, man, they're all like very normal choices. There's not many surprising ones.
What's very cool about
like,
this
oh wow, really?
is that the way it's written here is that you can cross them off your bucket list and you can rate them from 5 or out of 5 stars. So that's pretty cool.
Because that's what you do if you're a movie reviewer. You rate things out of 5 stars.
Hell yeah. Or
Yep,
4
why
if you're
use
Roger
10?
Ebert, right? I always found 4 to be weird.
Oh yeah, he did 4.
Oh.
Yeah, 4
Now,
is weird.
4 is
I'm
shit.
going to read his Signs review, but then all of you, I expect all of you to target one of the ones I mentioned, and then I will read the review of that particular chosen one. I will happily read the list again to you if you require that, but I assume something stood out to you. At least I hope so.
Well, I've already heard that once. I'm gonna grab more alcohol.
Wow. He's right, you know. I read it to him.
I actually got to dip out, guys, but this has been a pleasure.
Well, yeah. What's your assessment of Chris Stuckman? Give us your unadulterated thoughts upon the man himself.
This is so basic. It's
Try
all
not to be
mainstream
biased.
Hollywood. It's all mainstream Hollywood stuff. Nothing interesting. No radical choices. No independent films. No foreign films. No whatever. I mean, it's just like that is. It's like a list of movies that came out. That is what he compiled and then decided to spew thoughts on paper, right? Which is, I don't know, like it just I feel like I learned nothing. So, and you were pointing out
He told you when to start the popcorn.
Yeah, he did. He gave you
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's true.
Set the ignition for the popcorn. But like Jeremy Johns, you were talking about earlier, I like him. I like his takes. They're short, sweet. He gets in, gets out. He has something interesting to say. He's not afraid to critique things when they deserve it. So I quite enjoy him. But I do think it's interesting to like pay attention to someone like a John Campea, Stuckman, just to know like, oh, is this a normal person thinks?
Is this what the normal people are saying? I guess
original thoughts,
right?
You know, like, but Stuckman, I don't know, like, so I don't pay attention to him. Has his subscriber count gone down, or views of his videos gone down, or like, what's the deal?
His engagement has lowered ever since he decided he wouldn't be critical. But I think it was trending down anyway, because the fact is, like, anyone who watches almost exclusively him, the second you watch another sort of film reviewer that has much more passion, I don't see why you would continue watching him. You'd be like, oh yeah, I can't wait to hear him say the exact same thing again about another movie.
Yeah, like I think John Campea is experiencing the same thing where he's seeing just his views. Excuse me, his views are just like have dropped dramatically. You know, I think it's also because he got rid of Robert Meyer Burnett, who, I mean, he was the reason I watched the Campea show. Was I always wanted to see what RMB had to say, but now he's got his own channel, so there's really no need. So,
well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't have a particularly strong view of John Campea from the clips I've seen, thanks to Gary and others. He's but you know, maybe he seems overtly happy with a lot of what happens with Disney stuff, which is always a red flag of like, yeah, you think they're doing great right now? Okie dokie. But I haven't seen him review, you know, your average film. Maybe he's got plenty of insight here and there. Probably not as much as Chris Stuckman, of course.
Right. But gentlemen, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you. It's my first EFAP, so thank you for going easy on me.
Glad to have you, sir. We'll try and get you back again to maybe talk about a movie, one that we love.
Yeah,
that'll be fun.
Yes, no, definitely, just something interesting. But I don't even know, how do I leave? What do I do? Just go to a different Discord?
Big red button. The hang up.
Yeah, that'll work.
It's a red button. You're having to walk me through this. It's like Gary trying to get out of a room.
Well, as you saw, Gary
an array
leave.
of 5 buttons underneath the not player icons. The fucking
Gary took like a whole hour to leave. So
all right.
Big red button. You got this.
Well, Merry Christmas in jail. Hey, everybody. Later. Bye.
Great hearing from you, man. Peace.
All right. Well, I guess I can read you his Signs review now if you'd like.
Oh yes.
Yeah, Mel, you did the whole time.
Even went for a pee. Ow.
Yeah. Oof. He's abusing himself for the art.
It didn't even hurt, but I said ow anyway.
Yes. Signs, 2002, drama, sci-fi, thriller. We've all seen Signs, a classic, starring Mel Gibson, Joaquin Phoenix, Rory Culkin, directed by M. Night Shyamalan. Beautiful. Studio Touchstone Pictures. All right, here we go. Here comes the way he does this is you'll be like, this is the movie, and now here's the reasoning. So get ready. If you read the introduction to this book, then you already know how important this film is to me. It literally changed the way I view movies. The only reason I'm writing these words now is because my mum took me to the theater in 2002, changing my life. That night, I sat in my room a new kid. Signs affected me so much that I even attempted to recreate the film in a shoddy and pointless shot-for-shot remake. Our resulting film was embarrassingly bad, but it undoubtedly communicated my love for filmmaking at that age. Almost all the negativity I see directed at Signs are from complaints that universally miss the point.
Idiots.
People tend to pile hate on Shyamalan
Toxic.
because they watch his films from a very straightforward, wooden perspective, with most of his movies, and especially with Signs. This is not the right approach. On paper, Signs is about a grieving family dealing with an alien invasion occurring around the world. Mel Gibson gives a harrowing performance as a former priest trying to protect his family from this otherworldly threat. Simply follow this plot and Signs still works as a marvelously suspenseful, surprisingly funny thriller.
Hilarious.
That's it.
Oh,
Is that everything he has to say
no,
about
that
the
was
movie?
just him whining that people don't like Shyamalan on.
Oh, you know what? I'm
That
wrong.
was
There was
just
another
whining.
page. There's 2 more paragraphs. I'm so sorry.
Oh,
Here we
boy.
go.
Oh, wow.
We haven't even seen this before.
Pronounced
This is new.
Shyama Ding Dong.
I mean, I was counting on you to reading me all of it.
Here we go, man. There's
Oh my
more.
god, I'm so excited.
But where Signs truly shines
I don't know.
is its brilliant subtext. The film is riddled with hidden meanings that few audiences pick up on.
Very secret.
The loss of faith, denial of a higher power, heaven, hell, demons, angels, prophecies.
Wow, it's like a Zack Snyder film.
Shyamalan's script and subtle art direction build a truly touching story, and one that many have overlooked. You can watch Signs as enjoyable escapism, and it still works. But if you're willing to dig a little deeper, I'm positive you'll discover a thematically rich and powerful work of art. It still hasn't stopped inspiring me, and it never will.
Even the movie
You
ended.
don't have to
that-
dig into Signs at all to find loss of faith. That's like the character talks about it overtly. That's not like subtext.
Signs is a bad movie. I like it, but it's not good. Signs is
Maybe
actually
we weren't so wooden.
Signs is the movie, along with The Village, that turns Shyamalan from being a good director into a bad one. That's and then Lady in the Water's after this, right? Signs.
Yeah, but the problem is that you're Pinocchio, Mauler. You have a wooden perspective. That's you.
Oh man, damn it!
I think your nose got
So
larger too.
You
As,
and your filthy lies.
As Little Platoon just pointed out, nobody missed what Signs was about. We got it. It's
But aliens that don't know how to open doors.
the better Signs film
way-
is Scary Movie 3, by the way.
True facts.
The way Chris writes about it, I mean, I don't know how old he is. I don't know if this is the case, but it sounds like he's describing his first experience at the theater. Like, is that the first thing he went to see?
2002,
That
so he
can't
would
be
be
right.
I don't know.
Can't be it.
He would have been around the age of 10, something like that.
No way.
Okay.
That was
It wouldn't be his
first.
first.
I mean,
It would have been the one that affected him the most, which, you know, it can be anything. Which, by the way, is fine. But claiming nobody understood it, so fucking cliche.
Right. Yeah.
Not that I've never claimed that about certain movies. That's okay. I'm just saying, Signs of all things. Like,
Right.
Yeah, why didn't you pick a cool movie like Pokemon the movie?
yeah.
Well, like if he's just describing his first theater experience, like
Would
that's
be
the first
14.
movie that he saw in a theater that made an impression on him, and he's like
Yeah.
excited about it. Then
Apparently
like
he was
whatever.
14.
I mean, like, okay,
Okay.
Okay.
yeah, I
Okay.
don't know if that was the first thing he saw, but like,
I mean, I've talked before about my experiences watching Lord of the Rings blowing my mind, but I was 7, 8, and 9 when I saw those in the theaters. You
yeah,
can imagine.
Very formative movies.
You can imagine they blew me away. Well, I leave it to we'll go from left to right from my Discord. So Fringy is the first. What review would you like to hear from the selection?
Wait, are we having to actually like go through several?
Not all of them,
now?
just your choice. Pick one.
Well, yeah, but that means we're gonna go through like 6 of them.
Yeah, could you read me the list one more time?
Let me. Well, I'll just find the list.
Yeah, you know,
Because
if you
it's
can
on
post a list so
IMDb.
everyone can sort of figure out which one they want to get while we do the next
Yeah,
one.
hold on. Let me.
I have it here.
take a
Let
look.
me see.
Oh, yeah, what are
What
you
do I
doing?
wanna
Oh, my
watch?
Hi,
God.
if you-
Well, let's go with the Incredibles.
Yeah, okay, we'll do metal first with The Incredibles. Now, the reason I'm going to need to speak excessively is because I got to find it. So here I go
Yeah.
speaking as if there's something happening when really there isn't
Yeah, I
at
can
all.
speak too. There's like 2 people.
Holy
on
fuck,
one
he's speaking
microphone.
too.
But
That's
I'm
what?
just I'm
Dang.
picturing Mahler and Metal both awkwardly using the same
Like
keyboard and
crammed
mouse.
into the same mic.
I don't know if he ordered these.
No, I need to type now. Stop
He
it.
did order them, I think. Okay, so Incredible should be 500 Days of Summer. No, this isn't ordered. Damn you, Chris.
Oh, it's not?
How am I supposed to find them with ease now? I guess he doesn't want me to, specifically to prevent me from doing a stream like this.
Well, there's a chapter list, surely, right? At the front of the book.
Maybe there is. Who
Let's
knows?
have a look. No.
Yes, I am physically with the long man in the
No.
same room. Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
It's not
The
even
Germans finally getting what they
Bringing,
want.
I don't know how to type. There's no chapter list.
not even the first time that happened. It's crazy.
That's just silly.
It is silly.
That's just silly. He's got the list at the end, but he doesn't have a page number for them.
Why won't you do your list in the
Well-
same order than the thing you've written? That's-
Well, page numbers and indexes and table of contents. That's some pretty high level stuff that you don't learn early on as a writer. That's some, those are some industry secrets.
Come on, man.
Is this seriously not
Wait.
a list of content?
I think he did them in order of release date, but then he didn't do that on the fucking ending
Oh,
list.
Chris, you fucking retard. What's wrong with you?
Okay,
Oh,
so The
no.
Incredibles.
Yeah, but he didn't do that on the
2004.
collective list at the end. Why? He did them alphabetically at the end, I think, did he? No, that's just
So we
random.
did 3 different lists, 3 different
Mhm.
orders.
They're not the
Okay, well,
same
I mean-
listing, I know that much.
If it's
When
in
did
release order,
Incredibles come out,
Nice.
Fringy? You'd know that.
2004.
Whoa,
2004.
we're almost there.
Oh
Jeez.
my god.
2003. There we go. 4.
I didn't expect this to be such a confusing thing.
Incredibles. Found ya.
Yay!
All right.
Incredibles.
It's gonna take
Gather round,
Incredibles.
everyone, for the review
Get
of
some
Incredibles.
marshmallows.
Animation action adventure. Director
a good
Brad
one.
Bird, starring Craig T. Nelson, Jason Lee, Holly Hunter, and studio Walt Disney Pictures.
Oh, there was basically a full review of the movie right there.
I was going to say, we've mostly covered Chris's video on this
All
now.
right. We just need
Dude.
the 7. You open up the book and it somehow plays the 7-second long sound.
He's
of
labeled
it.
those quick facts. He's like, that's
Those
your
are-
review
those-
usually.
Those are quick facts, yeah.
The first time I saw Toy Story, I couldn't imagine anything topping it.
Oh no, Incredibles. I wanted Incredibles.
He did say Incredibles.
In fact, it took nearly 10 years for Pixar to make a film I viewed as an improvement. And here it
Ooh,
is.
good save, Mahler. Good save.
The Incredibles centers around a family of superheroes forced to lead normal lives when a lawsuit outlaws all superheroes. Oh, that's a sentence. This is a brilliant idea.
Oh.
It's not a great sentence.
Imagine
really
the
bad.
Hulk sitting behind a desk at an insurance agency.
That sounds hilarious.
Eventually, trouble inevitably brews, and our heroes have to come out of retirement. Brad Bird has become a
What
household
heroes?
name. No, he hasn't. That's.
What,
I wish that were
he meant
true.
he said our heroes, but he hasn't listed them yet.
Yeah.
Or mentioned who they are.
No, just imagine the
He's
Hulk.
just like
It
in
was
the-
fine.
Yeah,
Just
he
like
said it was
later,
someone
he
like the
just
Hulk.
says-
That's good enough.
Yeah.
Imagine the Hulk behind a desk, and then
Yeah,
our
'cause he
heroes
he
have
hasn't-
to.
He hasn't concisely presented the premise, which is that it's a
You know why,
superhero family.
Friggy? You know why? Because he's saying this as though you've seen it.
Well, yeah, I was just about to say that. Yeah, he
That's
writes
good.
like you've already
Yeah,
completely bought into it and you've seen it.
What's the point of this
That's
fucking
pretty
bucket
funny.
list? Like, when you've
That's pretty funny,
You've seen
honestly,
Incredibles,
now that
right?
I
You've
think
seen
about it,
Incredibles.
yeah.
But yeah, he said Brad Bird has become a household name. If we're talking like
No.
Spielberg, it's like it's not that level. Is he even Nolan level? It's like probably not.
I would say that he's probably one of the more well-known directors of animated films.
I'd agree with that.
Um,
yes.
Yeah.
but that's still like niche. I would imagine that many people have seen his films, but I would be surprised if you could find any just normal sort of moviegoer who could name one Pixar director. That would surprise me.
Mm-hmm. That's fair.
Yeah, I feel like Pixar is the household name, and Brad Bird
Yes.
got famous
exactly. In the
working
same
for
way that a
Pixar.
lot of video game, when it comes to video games, the development studio is what people often think about. It's the team, not necessarily any individual, like, guy at the top, creative director or whatnot.
But with Incredibles, he was still proving himself. Bird's The Iron Giant received critical praise upon its release in 1999, yet it was a financial bomb. The Incredibles helped put Bird on the map. Like The Iron Giant, The Incredibles, is a loving tribute to old-fashioned filmmaking, heightened by a jazzy score from Michael Giacchino. The film's vibrant visuals explode off the screen, no 3D required, even better than animation, though... I'm sorry, what the fuck? Even better than animation, though, are the characters. He's saying the characters are better than the animation.
Okay.
That's a weird thing to say.
That is a weird thing to say.
I don't even know how to...
Well, imagine I said, like, the
Only at
characters
the
in Lord of the Rings are better than the practical effects. Be like,
Yeah, I feel like that only works when you're talking about the extremes on either end, but apart from that, it's a really strange thing to say.
My guess would be that it's like, well, when people think of animated films, they're often thinking of the animation. So, see, this is how I established to them that the characters are so great, by saying that it's better than the animation, which is really bizarre, when the animation is part of the storytelling and imbuing the characters with life.
Well, yeah, I feel like if
direction for each of the given characters, the way that they move through the world and how it changes. Like, Mr. Incredible, right? When you take, like, the way that he looks cramped in his office to eventually going on his big training montage to where he becomes, like, in shape again, superhero. That's all storytelling that's coming from the animation that's in the character. So why... It's just a weird point to make.
You could probably say something like you will be more impressed by the characters than by the animation, but
why would you make them compete? Why would you do that? Now you have me compete. Now you have me in my brain making those two great things.
The sentence would be like,
against each other.
Perhaps as impressive as the incredible animation is the character writing or something like that. But instead he's like
equally impressive.
Yeah.
equally impressive or something.
I'd say it's hard to say which is better, the characters or the animation.
You're gonna be so pissed. The next sentence, here it goes. You ready?
Oh boy, do they start with do they end with a preposition?
He says, so about the characters, right? That's the context of the next sentence.
Okay.
They quite literally leap from the screen.
Oh, fuck off.
They don't quite literally leap from the screen, buddy.
I like how he says it's not enough to say literally. Literally isn't strong enough of a word. He has to say quite literally.
They quite leap from the screen.
They quite literally leaped from the screen and strangled me and slapped me in the face.
The family dynamic is a huge part of the film's emotional heft and makes their eventual team up all the more enthralling. The Incredibles is tons of fun for everyone, but it's also an extremely smart film that still entertains today.
I mean, yeah.
Bird's energetic world is populated with superheroes that feel more human than the actual human stars of many lesser films.
Oh my god.
That seems like it's a clumsily written.
Well, it seems unnecessary
than
to
the actual human stars of the real life. Yeah, that's and plus you're comparing. Yeah, it's weird.
Right, so was there any other Pixar film on that list?
I don't think there was.
Old Boy.
Old Boy.
Toy Story was Toy
Story 3. Yeah, that was it.
Oh, right.
Which, damn. Okay. Obviously, yeah. Look, I have Pixar favoritism and bias, especially for that era. I don't know that there's any studio that consistently delivered that many excellent films.
Back then, yes.
Because, like, yeah, if you asked me to make this list, there'd be more, and there wouldn't be Toy Story 3. There'd be Finding Nemo, Ratatouille, Wall-E, and Monsters, Inc. I think I'd put all of those ones on there. And it's like, what about Up? It's like, yeah, maybe I'd put Up on there too. Maybe, but definitely those 5.
All right.
That's okay.
Who's next?
That's okay.
I'll go next. Unless Fringy would really like to go.
Are we doing?
I was just so excited.
Since we did Metal and myself, I feel like at this point it could just be anybody. But I don't mind going in an order of some sort if you want.
Okay, Rags. Yeah, sure. You can pick. Go for it.
Well, I'm looking at the list from IMDb, and I saw number 1, and I had to stop there. Let's go with his number 1 pick: Star Wars Episode 5, 6, 7. The Force Awakens.
Oh god damn it, that was going to be my pick. I think
you have to find another word.
Hands
All right.
off my pick. Get your
found
own
it already,
list
so
pick.
we're great.
Well, I would just like to thank Rags and the little platoon for mentioning this because I was torn between Force Awakens and another one. Like,
now
now I can pick my other choice and hear this. Yeah.
So, The Force Awakens, 2015 action adventure fantasy, director J.J. Abrams, starring Daisy
You called
Ridley,
it
John
fantasy and
Boyega,
not
Oscar
sci-fi.
Isaac, Studio Lucasfilm Limited. Getting the quick
That's
facts out of the
strange.
way.
I think I would probably go with science fiction before fantasy if I was.
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
weird
Star
that it
Wars.
listed as a fantasy and
Personally.
not science
At the
fiction.
very least, you'd call it science fantasy before fantasy. But,
Yeah.
But that's okay.
It's okay.
I'm
I'll
fine
allow it.
normalizing science
No big
fantasy as
deal.
a thing, but like if you're gonna choose, that's not the one I'd go with.
Well, yeah,
Right,
Because it's
everybody.
it's
You've
like
got Return of the King on the
95%
list, haven't
science
you?
fiction and 5% fantasy.
Perhaps
You've got
no
actual fantasy
film
on the
in
list.
history was more anticipated than Star Wars The Force Awakens. In fact, that anticipation has led many to unrealistic expectations. The
Uh-oh,
original
here we
trilogy
go.
is often highly regarded in the minds of fans as untouchable, near-perfect entertainments. I don't like that line at all.
I don't like that either.
While I do love those films, I also recognize that no film is perfect. Boring. In today's day and age,
Boring.
a highly anticipated film that perhaps isn't a work of utter perfection can be lambasted as awful. It's a strange and unwelcome development, but nonetheless, The Force Awakens receives a lot of unwarranted hate. What a way to start your fucking review of The Force Awakens. Everyone hates
Sorry,
it. By the way,
Mahler,
we're nearly
It's like
halfway
you're priming
through.
me against it.
did he use entertainment in the plural?
Wait.
Did he say? Did he put an S at the end of that?
The
You can do
sentence
that.
in
It's
full.
just not always. Yeah.
The sentence
that
in full
correct?
is the
Okay.
original trilogy is often highly regarded in the minds of fans as untouchable, nearly perfect entertainments.
That sounds weird to me. But
Entertainment.
okay, if that's a
Yes.
thing, then
I
okay.
wouldn't use it there because if you use entertainments, you normally are trying to group a bunch of different forms of entertainment. Like if you go
Yeah,
to the fair, the fair would be a place of entertainments, many different kinds of entertainment. But we're talking about a bunch of movies, a collection of movies. So
Also, if we're picking apart the grammar, highly regarded as untouchable is redundant. If it's untouchable, then obviously yes, it's highly regarded.
it'd be regarded as
Yeah.
untouchable.
Yes.
I mean, we can all agree it's an entertainment.
Very true. I'm starting to think
It
that
is
this Chris Stuckman
one
guy isn't a very good
entertainment.
writer.
I will take one entertainment, please. All right.
That will be
continuing.
$1.
I loved this film, and I honestly feel that in years to come, and especially with future releases, it will garner great respect. Oh no!
Nostradamus over here.
Oh,
Poor
Christopher,
sap.
no!
You fool!
Was this written in 2015? That could.
I think it's 2006, like early 2016.
Oh,
At least Google tells me it
No,
was I think,
really.
February
It's very
2016.
similar to that Kramer clip of saying, "Don't take your money out of Bear Stearns." It's like, oh, whoops.
I want to read it again. It's such a funny line. I loved this film, and I honestly feel that in years to come, and especially with future releases, it will garner great respect. So the opposite came true with horrible releases. The TFA has lost an incredible amount of respect. It's now considered dirt, basically.
Pretty much.
And then he goes on to say,
JJ hasn't made many movies since.
"No, well, Rise of
anything.
Skywalker retired him." So, like,
Kind of.
Well, I would think it's considered the least dirt out of the new 3 ones, because like that's like the safe retread of A New Hope, right?
So what's happened with a lot of people is that they see it as the reason everything went to shit. Like it started it. So it depends on who you're
Right.
talking to. But I think you're right. I think if everyone was settled into choose the worst, the TFA would come out on top. I think. Because people have a
Probably,
very
that's-
personal hatred for TLJ, and then most just film lovers think that Rise of Skywalker was an insult to film in general.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
So he goes on. Hell, The Empire Strikes Back received a surprisingly lukewarm response. No, it did not.
Boring.
Everyone
Lukewarm
loved
response.
it.
Does it-
Everyone
I don't know what's
adored
going
it
on.
when
Like,
it came out.
my parents
I don't
don't
like this
care
rewriting of
that much
history.
about Star Wars, but even my mum knows about Star Wars because of that. She was alive when this was going on. She was like, yes, everyone fucking was obsessed with Star Wars. It's like, why are you pretending like you could just say, yeah, most people didn't really care about Empire, you know? Like, this is kind of a meh movie. It came out, you know. Such bullshit. Received a surprisingly lukewarm response upon its initial release back in 1980.
You always wonder, like, what exactly is the point that someone's trying to make? See, a film got a lukewarm response, so maybe in the future everybody will consider it good. It's like, yeah, but what about all the films that get a lukewarm response and permanently have a lukewarm response forever? It never changes.
Yes, it's the thing we heard since, like, from the beginning, and I believe once we hit the 10 years, everyone could admit they were wrong. We're at what?
Oh, Metal's here.
Yes,
we're getting
Hi,
close.
Metal.
Hello,
we're
Metal.
8 years.
Hi.
8 years removed from The Force Awakens.
we're getting there. Well, I was going to
why
say
do
the TLJ is the one that most people say, like, it will be considered a masterpiece in a decade. It's like, no.
We'll say.
Someone's told me in chat that Empire Strikes Back won People's Choice Award for the year it came out.
Do you mean people's meh award, people's hatred award?
Look, I don't look. I just, based on everything my parents say and the things that all the olds talk about, I don't believe this idea that this. It seems like this lie that's propagated to try and justify TLJ, that The Empire Strikes Back was not loved when it came out.
It's bullshit. Everyone knows it's bullshit.
Empire Strikes Back is what turned Star Wars into like a franchise. That's what made it the franchise that it became. So
I mean, to be fair, nobody knows those are Y-wingers either. So
often, I am your father, and the scene. There's just no way. There's no way. This is a total rewriting of history to try and make TLJ to say no, it'll get better, just like Empire, to try to try and tie those two together.
Like, that argument's past its sell-by date anyway, because we're now several years out from TLJ. So even if you accept the premise that Empire was received lukewarmly and then improved, it would have improved much more quickly than TLJ hasn't at all. So, like, even if you accept the premise, the argument doesn't hold anymore. But the premise was incorrect anyway. So.
Well, it's interesting that the claim is predicated on no arguments other than, well, people didn't like it, and then eventually they did, as if like that's a meaningful response to criticisms that are being levied, like specific criticisms that you would have to change people's minds on the things that they are criticizing for the perception to change. That's what needs to happen. And it feels like when TLJ came out, everybody was having a huge, like, there was so many discussions happening about the contents of the film that have been like thoroughly exhausted at this point. What is the new information that's going to change people's minds on like the hyperspace kamikaze or Luke's like a complete and utter character assassination? What are the new arguments going to be 5 or 10 years later that'll change everybody's minds? Yeah, that's right. There aren't any.
Nope.
Yeah, you got me there, Fringy. You got me there.
Good point.
Like, I also find it funny that it's like, if you have to wheel out that argument straight away instead of like making more, I guess maybe that'll be what he's about to do. What are all of these comprehensive defenses that are going to be like wheeled out?
They've already done it. They're already at the internet is like, YouTube is a graveyard of attempted TLJ defenses.
Yeah, that's true actually. Which is funny. It's kind
they
of
all
like
tried. Everyone tried, and it didn't stick. None of it stuck.
Well, it's kind of an interesting phenomenon that conversations happen a lot faster now, to where reaching, I guess, the end point of the world's idea on any given film or television show, like that just happens a lot more quickly.
Yeah,
it's not going to take years for people to come around. It's like, well, people basically figure out how they feel in like a month or 2 months, or
the internet and social media, they do sort of hyper accelerate that discussion. And yeah, you're right.
To where, like, what's going to happen other than people going on Twitter trying to make posts like, oh, everybody got it so wrong. And it's like, nobody's convinced.
Still thinking about this scene. Screenshot.
Nobody's convinced.
First reply, yo, this movie was trash, lol.
Well, every post about that throne room scene, I don't even know that they attempt to make it an appreciation post as opposed to a fight post. They're like, when they post it, they're like, yeah, let's get going.
My favorite ones are the ones like, I still haven't seen any arguments except Ridley is a woman, that she's bad. It's like, no, it's because of shit character.
Ridley? I guess that works, yeah.
Daisy Ridley I was going for, yeah.
Fair enough. Right.
I don't remember Ridley in Star Wars. I don't remember them fighting the big purple dragon guy.
But they should have. Would have
It
improved it.
should have. Would have been a better
No, they shouldn't
movie.
have. Don't besmirch his name. Don't drag him into this mess.
Shall I continue? There's a particularly funny line coming up.
Well, actually, I really need to use the loo. I can't. But I want to hear this, so I'll be right back.
Very well.
Quick,
We
stall,
shall.
quick, Platoon, stall for time. Quick.
Oh God.
Oh no.
Platoon, tell us about the thing you were going to tell us
Go
about.
flip.
I can stall for time on TLJ. This is easily
Oh, sweet.
possible. So,
Nice. Yes.
but okay, going back to the Empire comparison, then, just for stalling for time's sake, because this is such an obvious point, and it really doesn't need to be said. But even the types of criticisms that you could level against Empire are not the types of criticisms people did level against TLJ. So even if you, again, accepting the premise that it was received lukewarmly, the most I think I've ever seen is that people were, surprised at the darker tone that the franchise took.
Yeah.
And if they wanted a feel-good thing like A New Hope, then they were surprised and maybe weren't necessarily happy or satisfied because it was darker. But if you go into basic, plot dissection or character construction, decision-making by characters, expanded world-building stuff, all the stuff that TLJ falls apart on, it's not just a matter of artistic difference that leads people to say that no, TLJ is just a dog shit film. It's the fact it's a dog shit film on all of the levels.
Hey, you're not going to find me disagreeing.
Something I found interesting is that part of the mounting of the defense for The Last Jedi is now, they made a real Star Wars movie. They made a real movie, and that turned off Star Wars fans. It's like, you can't build up TLJ by talking about how shit all the other Star Wars movies are. It's not going to work. Who do you think you're going to convince? Whereas The Empire Strikes Back can be built up without tearing down A New Hope. You don't have to tear it down to present a case for that film.
Even something like Return of the Jedi or the prequels, where we're all very aware from years of dissection what's wrong with them. I don't appreciate comparisons even with them. I'm just like, leave them alone. Compared to TLJ, at least they were trying to add to this fucking thing instead of absolutely destroy it. My favorite back and forth is when someone says, let the past die, kill it if you have to. That's the message of TLJ. And then someone goes, you idiot, that was the villain's point of view. The film is actually countering it. But then the more interesting take is then to see someone's like, you idiot, that's obviously what Ryan was trying to do, but he created a film, and people would argue intentionally, that actually does support that point of view and does destroy its legacy, does kill the past. He believes that's the way to move forward. That would be his version of subversion. Meanwhile, we have tried for many years on EFAP to try and push back on the damage he's done to subversion. Some of my favorite films of all time incorporate subversion, and he's made it a dirty word, so thank you for that, Mr. Johnson.
That dirty subversion here.
What a big Johnson he is for doing that.
Oh, he probably has a small Johnson.
Oh! He's at home listening to this right now, and he's like, oh, wow. that milk motor guy is just too much. It's just too much.
Of course the Germans said that, fucking piece of shit.
Fucking German.
Then you get the other ones as well when they get a bit desperate by the end and say, well, Rey is not a Mary Sue, and anyway, Luke and Anakin were Mary Sues, so it's fine that she is one. No, none of that's true. But also, yeah, the compulsion to try and tear down the thing before to make the new thing seem better. When you start getting to that point, when you've stopped arguing for the film on its own merits, then you are already losing that argument, I think.
God, that conversation got so poisoned because people moved it into what is a Mary Sue and whether or not she categorizes it correct as it, or whether or not it moves on in a meta sense, or whether or not it's just can we just talk about how she, as a character she was? That was where we were going with that. So you have to reformat and be she always, any struggle she encounters in the entire story either ultimately benefits her or she escapes it immediately. And then they're like, yeah, that's okay. Okay. God,
I think there's a weird thing going on there where it's I mean, I'm not a Star Wars guy, but I can recognize broad storytelling.
What kind of guy are you?
And when you're telling a who are you? When you're doing a trilogy of movies, people are looking at it as a sort of one sort of 3-act story where the middle chapter or act has to be the darkest chapter, right? So your low point is going to be in the middle movie. In the middle movie of a trilogy of movies, and so people look at The Last Jedi, and like they justify all the decisions made in The Last Jedi just by the fact, like, oh well, it's supposed to be dark, like The Empire Strikes Back was dark, and it's like, well, there's a good way and bad way of doing that. I'm speaking of as somebody who initially liked The Last Jedi, and then I listened to you guys talk about it. I'm just like, oh yeah, you guys make a lot of good points. I mean, maybe
This
movie isn't.
Does that mean you're a
great, but,
victim of like the alt-right pipeline or something? You've been radicalized into...
I was about to say, don't worry, John. There's a guy out there I think who made like 7-hour video about how much he didn't like it. You can probably check that out, I guess. Maybe I don't know. Just curious, yeah. Little suggestion. But yeah, I mean, it's that one. That is the film that has been talked about the most in EFAP sort of history, because it's just the one. It's the baby. It's the one that changed everything for a lot of people. And honestly, would be seen as the flashpoint for the current place that not only, I guess, sort of Star Wars and Lucasfilm are at, but also to an extent where Disney is at, and then also to an extent where Hollywood's at. You can definitely place the pinpoint further back. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to place it further back, but it seems to be the one that everyone sort of sees as like, holy shit, it feels like there was a before and after with that film. Which is kind of interesting to think about. Culturally.
Like in terms of perception, like people initially liked it, and then...
I think before TLJ, there was much more of a willingness to be like, listen, they're the ones making the films, so we understand that they're the ones that know what they're doing, and we're the ones that watch them. So we go, hey, that was kind of fun. Even the worst films would be like, but I mean, a lot of people said that they fucking, essentially vomited when they saw TFA. So I'm not going to speak for everybody. I'm just saying there was a general cultural shift.
I vomited when I saw TLJ.
There was a lot of people who, and this, by the way, this phenomenon was, I never saw it more passionately than with the finale for Game of Thrones Season 8, but there was a lot with TLJ who I think legit saw the film and were like, that was and then they went to the internet being like, is someone talking about this that captures my point of view? And then a lot of careers were born, including my own.
And EFAP and Mahler, yeah.
Hello.
We're here because of you, Ryan. Thank you so much for making that shit movie.
But I mean, kind of a dick for killing Star Wars, but I mean...
yeah, well, you take the good with the bad.
Didn't have to go that far.
Half a dozen in the other, as they say. Anyway, I can continue with his assessment of The Force Awakens.
Please do.
We're not done?
So, well, we're halfway. He says, the practical creatures, animatronics, and use of real locations and sets make the world feel lived in and realistic, adding to the grounded and tortured new characters. Kylo Ren, in particular, is captivating, enhanced by an impressive performance by Adam Driver. John Boyega is endlessly charismatic as Finn, but the real discovery is Daisy Ridley, who plays one of the best film heroes in recent memory.
Wow.
God damn, really? He said that?
He said that.
Wow, all right.
I wonder if he would say that today. You know
Probably
what?
not.
I think he wouldn't, because
Nope.
I get the impression this is, as we've said before, this is all very much just, he licks the finger, puts it up in the air, and says, Force Awakens is great.
Oh, yeah.
And then a few years later, he's like, Force Awakens is good. And if he put his finger up now, he'd be like, Force Awakens is a mixed bag. Oh, my. Wait,
The reason I was going to pick them on, because I want to know what, about
John.
The Force Awakens, even if you like that film, what is the pressing need to watch The Force Awakens before you die, as opposed to the other Star Wars films that came out in the 2000s?
Because why die happy?
Well, that's true. But on an artistic
To be
level,
fair-
adding to the galaxy, whatever it is, why wouldn't you pick, I don't know, even with all its flaws, something like Revenge of the Sith
So
is a more Star Wars
he
Star Wars film.
is a direct product of RLM, and in the sense that he is 100% in line with them on the prequels. He would never express a different opinion. I don't mean that to be critical of either of them necessarily. What I'm trying to explain is you'd never see the prequels on this list. He considers it part of his identity to be that he can hate on it. I think we should probably cover his prequel reviews at some point, because that could be pretty funny. But
There we go.
he,
Oh, yeah, I could.
like all of us, I assume here agree that all three prequels beat out The Force Awakens. In
Yep.
fact, they all beat out the sequels, just in general.
They beat out the sequel
Yes.
trilogy.
Mhm.
They're bad movies, but they definitely beat out the sequel
Well, the sequels are
trilogy.
impressive in how they were written. In any case, he actually makes vague reference to what you're talking about. If I continue here, he's going to come up. He says, Ridley, as in Daisy Ridley's work here, is so real that I'm itching to see what else she can do. Another great addition was Oscar Isaac as Poe, a cunning pilot and a very fun character.
Cunning.
I just find that funny. He's a very fun
Is he
character.
cunning?
Not really.
Very fun character.
I mean, you know, there's more cunning expressed by Finn in that
Finn.
scene. He's the one that kind of does
Yeah,
the work.
I don't know why he'd. I don't know why he'd. I wonder what he was thinking when he wrote that. Well, he wasn't, but I mean,
Don't know.
I mean, he's just not in the movie much.
No. And there's not even with TLJ, which I'm guessing, yeah, it was said it was written. This was written in 2016, so it doesn't even
Must
have
have
that.
been written before TLJ. Yeah.
The Force Awakens also breathes. Oh wait, sorry. While it follows a similar formula laid out in previous films, that's pretty funny. The Force Awakens breathes new life into the franchise with its energy, its humor, its emotion, and above all, characters.
That's really funny. I feel like that statement has aged so terribly.
I think, honestly, though, this 100% matches what everyone was saying when Force Awakens came out. This was the take.
Mm-hmm.
Especially,
it does feel like The Force Awakens was kind of the first of what a lot of films were trying to do at that time, which is grab as much of like the iconography that people recognize of whatever franchise you're trying to like reboot or retool or continue, but like in terms of the actual substance is vacuous. And that like this was kind of early on where when you see all of the visuals of all of like, oh wow, look at look at the TIE fighters and look at the X-Wings and look at like the droids and everything, isn't that cool? That now that doesn't really work as much anymore. People are like, oh well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you can do that. You can make things look like things I recognize. But it's almost like now you kind of sitting there worried like, oh shit, are you actually is it gonna be written well?
Yeah.
Is it gonna do a service to the series that I like, or is it just gonna look like the thing that I like? You know, like it's fucking Halo, right? That's like that was what that was.
I mean, like, TFA annoyed me coming out of the cinema for that reason, because I came out thinking, God, I really hope the next one isn't just Empire but bigger. But I could kind of understand that the rationalization was, well, you know, it's been a long time since Star Wars and the prequels weren't universally loved, so you can understand from the studio perspective, you're going to do something that's familiar to everyone, get bums back on seats, restore faith in franchise, and progress from that point. I didn't like the film, but I could kind of understand the decision-making process, I thought. And then, obviously, the rest happened, and it got much, much worse. But now also, like everyone else, as you say, everyone else is also playing so much on just member-berry iconography stuff that it ceases to like be a strategic thing, and it's more just laziness at that point.
I saw someone saying, I watched it in a video, and I was kind of convinced that Tron Legacy is The Force Awakens before The Force Awakens. And I saw them compare them, and I was like, oh shit, that's kind of true. Like, in terms of the approach they made the film with.
Okay.
Yeah, because that film
did Tron Legacy sort of regurgitate what the first Tron did? Is that what they're kind of saying?
It was that was supposed to be, at least from the evidence they presented in the video. This is so long ago that I watched this. They tried to argue in the video that it was Disney's attempt at making what Force Awakens ended up being before that, as in like this was going to launch a big franchise, but it didn't do well, and they were like, "Oh fuck, abandon ship quickly so that we can move on to the next."
I think I understand what you mean because like Tron Legacy led with a lot of like it led with the bikes. The bikes happened really early on because that's like the thing that everybody remembers.
Yeah.
I'd say that Tron Legacy is a more imaginative film than TFA. Tron Legacy took more risks conceptually.
I remember liking it. I don't remember how it stands up, but the style was really cool.
It's an interesting looking film. The style was definitely cool, but like they introduced a bunch of like new conceptual stuff into, I think you could call it the Tronverse or something. But you know, you have the ISO creatures, like sentient digital things, which they didn't do anything with because they all got wiped out. But it took more imaginative leaps with its story than TFA did, certainly.
I would say so. Yeah. Daft Punk, man, that was a great soundtrack.
That was
the soundtrack was really cool.
Soundtrack.
Yeah.
So, yes, what I was getting at in terms of what he implies, this is the end of the paragraph. He says, it was so refreshing to once again see a Star Wars movie with entertaining, likable characters. So, obviously...
Name one.
Well, he would probably fucking name the whole cast. What he's saying, of course, is that the prequels had no entertaining or likable characters. Which is just not true, come on.
That's not true.
That's not true. Obi-Wan is hilarious.
I think fucking Jar Jar was entertaining. He was stupid as shit. Like,
Palpatine's funny.
Absolutely Palpatine, yes. I mean, Count
Yoda's
Dooku.
Cool. Count Dooku. Good old General Grievous was cool. Like, it's... Yeah,
At least there were superficially cool things about it, even if you drew the line there.
Yeah.
I'll go for it.
What the prequels had that the sequels absolutely do not is that almost everyone who saw them would be like,
Earnestness.
you know, it's kind of shitty, but I'd like to see more of Count Dooku. I'd like to see more of General Grievous. I'd like to see more of Darth Maul. I'd like to see more of the Clone Wars. But, like, good. Like, can you give me that? Because this looks interesting. Nobody says, I gotta see another Poe Dameron adventure. Give me that, please.
I think the prequels presented much more fertile ground for, like, in terms of world building. It's really fertile ground. There's, like, a lot of things that you can do in that world that they did do through video games and stuff that was really cool. Whereas the sequel era is, like, it's salted. It's really hard to grow anything out of that era, you know?
They're almost like polar opposites for world building. If you think of the opening of Phantom Menace, which you don't ever expect the Star Wars opening crawl to start talking about tax disputes and trade reform laws and all the rest of that stuff, but it's laying groundwork that allows the rest of the expanded universe from that point to pick up and tell more interesting stories with the world that's being created. And then TFA comes along and TLJ after it. It's just like, yeah, there was a New Republic for a bit, and it's kind of gone.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
and the
say...
First Order is just the Empire again now. They've been around, apparently.
Oh, absolutely. What happened when you really consider Force Awakens is it shrunk the universe hardcore. The problem with the prequels was like, look at all of this galaxy-wide conflict. Like, whoa! And then it's like, you can find out more in books, or maybe in, third-party elements or shows. But the movies themselves are not going to cover a huge amount of what's going on there. But you'll see it out the window, and it'll look cool. And you're like, oh, that does look cool. The sequels were like, everything mostly takes place like on a selection of, what was TLJ covered? Like 1, 2 planets? Maybe?
I guess you'd have 3, right, with Kanto. Oh, 4. It was 4.
Well, so
wasn't
wait,
it?
let me be clear, right? So the chase happens from their original planet that we don't even get to, like, it's a whatever. It's like a port. It's barely anything. Then you have Counterbite in the side story that most people think should be cut. Then you have Crate, which is the most important planet, but it's mainly a battle scene, Crate. It's not like...
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm getting at? Like, it doesn't feel...
Compared to, like, for instance, in Andor, where it's like, oh, Ferrix, you've got, like, a really, really comprehensive view of that place, you know? Even, like, Morlana 1, which you only see a couple of times, you get a real sense of place from that one, too.
Well, and to go back to the OT, right? Think of Bespin.
Same deal.
Bespin occupies what? Like, the 3rd act? A bit of the 2nd act? But, like, you get to see life on Bespin, then it becomes very relevant plot-wise, and then like, an escape scene is in Bespin. Like... Everyone knows Bespin. I mean, like, most people know Crate because it's like a meme planet in terms of all the shit that happened on there, like the love thing, kill what you, protect what you love, don't kill what you hate, whatever.
Star Wars has to keep going back to Tatooine.
Yeah.
Why does it keep going back? It's like, because you get a really good sense of place in A New Hope of what Tatooine is. And they don't know how to build worlds, or at least most of these projects don't seem to be able to build them. Like, how much do we know about that planet that they went to in Ahsoka for that episode? You know, the shipbuilding planet that they went to?
Which one? Oh,
Corellia.
Was that Corellia? Yeah, we saw Corellia in the Solo movie as well.
And you can pick up a lot of stuff about Corellia, but you wouldn't get it from Ahsoka itself.
That's right, I forgot. What about the planet with the red trees? What do we learn about that place?
Yes.
The planet where the whales come or whatever.
Yeah, that's right. The star whales.
Nothing about the life there. Only it's a forest.
How much did we learn about the planet that they went to get Sabine from? The one with the city there that had Mr. Krabs. How much do we know about that place?
Yeah,
well,
I mean that's probably the most we know about any planet.
She lives very far away from the city in a tower until the tower is closer.
Well, I don't know. It's just, you know, Aldani in Andor. We got like a good sense of a very specific part of that planet, and like the interactions between the Empire and the local people there, as well as the strategic importance of that planet in the Empire. And that's like 3 episodes, and we'll probably never go there again. It's pretty funny when you compare it to what were the planets in The Rise of Skywalker? What were they?
Mustafar, one of the earlier ones that nobody knew that was Mustafar.
Does it have trees on it somehow?
Oh,
it's
that
where
one
Kylo was to collect
people,
Darth
right?
Vader's waypoint finder or whatever the fuck it was.
Is that the scene when he moonwalks?
Yes, that is the moonwalking
It
scene.
is, yeah.
He does. I forgot about
And there's people to this day sharing that as an awesome
think if he was
move.
going to moonwalk, it'd be
so
on
fucking stupid. Why would you moonwalk? Oh,
that's a different song. Let's beat it.
Okay.
I just wanted to do a Michael Jackson reference.
He's had alcohol, Rags. Let him.
No,
let him
that's
be.
good. That's good.
It's
That's
okay.
good.
I would have done the one sober as well. Fuck you.
No, Star Wars is good. I like Star Wars.
You're a Star Wars.
Oh.
I'm sorry, I
Where else do you
didn't
go
mean that,
in-
Rex.
in Truz? There's the
Nice.
desert planet with the happy aliens.
Oh yes, the one where they find Lando.
Orlando
Where they
finds
fly
them.
now.
Oh my god, yeah, the They Fly Now planet.
That's right.
I mean,
And
I
then
remember there
there's
was a
Exegol,
time.
which has a planet surface which is principally made up of Star Destroyers.
Yes, even under the foundations of the planet are constructed of Star Destroyers. Fuck it hell. All right, we're getting
It's
through
Star
it.
Destroyers all the way down.
We got one paragraph left. It was
Okay,
wonderful
exciting.
seeing Han Solo grace the screen again, and the film wisely makes use of him and the rest of the original cast, teasing us in enticing ways.
By killing him.
Why
That's
did
enticing.
he
It's
put it this
enticing to
way?
him because he wanted to die.
Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. The Force Awakens leaves us wanting more, which is exactly what it should do. Impressive, Abrams. Most impressive. I'm pretty sure J.J. Abrams will come out eventually and say that Star Wars was a huge mistake, that he shouldn't have taken that job. And it will
I
be
didn't
very
actually wanna
funny
do
and we
that.
will all laugh.
I don't even dislike him that much, but it's just such shallow writing.
kinda
Like
do.
that, what you just fair enough. But I'm just saying, like,
Mahler doesn't give you Taika Waititi
I was-
vibes.
I was
Taika
never really
Waititi.
that
I
sort
kinda
of him, but like
don't
when
like
I
him.
when I
Well,
hear
I know, that's
sentences
why.
like that, it's just like you are just writing fluff, like surface fluff to sort of distract people to avoid actually diving into what actually makes this film good or bad or whatever, right? Like it's a dodge.
Well, so
That bugs me about it.
it's actually interesting to bring up Taika because part of what makes me really annoyed is that I know he's capable of really good shit, but he's like lazy and fucking around because he's doing the thing of being like, Star Wars, that's not art. I'll get the money. Marvel, that's not art, whatever. Ooh, I can make my own movie where I care and like do blah blah blah. And it's like, fuck you, man. Why can't you like put more effort in and actually, especially taking care of something that people care about? That'd be nice. And then, you know, J.J. Abrams is not quite the same beast. This is a guy who just, looking back on his whole career, I'm starting to wonder. Because it was funny, Alias comes up every once in a while. And it's like, what's Alias about? And it's like, well, there is a series of magical items that belong to someone who built them years ago that no one understands what they do or what they're going to lead to. And I was like, oh shit. Like that's like, it's like pure magical boxes. It's like, what's Lost primarily about? It's like an island that no one knows why it's here or what it does ultimately. And that it's mysterious and has loads of unanswered questions about who's there, what's happening. It's notoriously known as one of the worst ending like seasons of television ever. It's like, fuck. Like he really is consistent. I think the wildest one was rewatching Mission Impossible 3, where the item in that film that's so important that everyone's after and all doing kinds of things that nobody knows what it actually does. It's like, fucking hell. He keeps doing it. How can he keep getting away with it?
And I guess that's the thing, is that with the Rise of Skywalker, he was forced to answer questions that he raised, as well as follow a story that ignored a lot of his material, and then it just revealed what kind of storyteller he is, which is not one. He can't do it. He just can't do it. He can't. I mean, if you can't end a story, like, I mean, what are you? You know, like, as a storyteller, if you can't complete stories, if you can only start them and then pass them to other people who have to sort through your mess.
Well, and so what's funny is we do the meme because I just wanted to, that you can't keep getting away with it. But the thing, he didn't get away with it this time.
He's not getting away. I guess he got away with it in terms of making a lot of fucking money.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's not making anything anymore. He's had that thing, that like deal with Warner Brothers for like the last 4 years to make a bunch of DC stuff, and he hasn't made anything. Nothing's materialized. And I guess he'll probably walk away from that deal with a bunch of money, but I doubt he'll get another one like that again. Which yeah, I guess that's, you know,
who's next?
Happens eventually. I'm just taking a look at the list here to see what does he say about No Country for Old Men?
No
Why
boy.
did you pick that?
I want to know.
I haven't seen that one in a long time, but I'm scared.
Alright, wait. What year did that come out?
That was 2007.
Okie dokie.
I thought it would be much older, to be honest. I don't know why.
Such a fucking good movie. Let's see what
I
he
love
says.
that movie, so I want to see what he has to
Unfortunately
say.
for No Country for Old Men, it only earned 1 page from Mr. Stuckman, not 2.
Wow. So he had more to say about The Force Awakens than No Country for Old.
Dude, he loved The Force Awakens.
I think I can understand that. There's an element of No Country for Old Men that I would almost want to be kind of brief with it, so that you kind of go in with a sense of discovering what it's about and trying to say, if that makes sense.
I understand what you're saying, Rags. I do understand it, but I don't know if that was his motivation. I wonder if it's
I'm not saying that this is what he did. No.
But yeah, as someone just pointed out, he only had 2 pages for TFA because otherwise he was bitching about people hated it, which, yeah, that's true.
That's true.
It is, in a meta sense, when you're writing a book of recommendations, really weird to spend most of your reviews saying, like, fucking people didn't understand this, like, signs, or with TFA being like, so you shouldn't be doing that. You should be just like, this movie's awesome. Who cares whatever people were saying at the time I wrote this? I'm just saying it's awesome. Anyway, No Country for Old Men, 2007. Director Joel and Ethan Coen, starring Tommy Lee Jones, Javier Bardem, and Josh Brolin. Studio, Miramax Films. The Coen brothers have always been universally talented. Their understanding of screwball comedy and tense drama has impressed me for years. You may think I've included No Country for Old Men in this book simply out of obligation. Yes. As if that's just one of the movies that has to be discussed. You're not going to discuss it, but of course it's on here.
Discussing is a strong word.
The thing about it is, there's a lot of movies that I think should have been on this list that haven't made it. And I would recognize that just from the fact that I can see certain movies on here that I'm like, how did this even make it on here? Like, or all the Fincher movies from 2000 to 2016.
The Social Network was 2010.
Girl with the Dragon Tattoo.
The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo would be included in this. Gone Girl would be eligible too, because if The Force Awakens is, and that includes Gone Girl was 2014.
He chose Zodiac out of all of them. It's like,
which
okay.
Out of all of them, I would not have chosen Zodiac. I would have chosen, if I had to pick one, it'd be like The Social Network or Gone Girl. If I had to include them from the 2000s.
Social Network's my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which is my favorite. I fucking love his work though. It's shit.
Oh yeah.
Anyway. But on the contrary, I had a very love-hate relationship with this film at first. Oh, is he going to say the thing that everyone who doesn't like this movie says?
Oh, he didn't like
I didn't like the ending.
Did he not like the ending?
I don't even know what people said about that, so I'm curious now.
Well, so, I mean, to explain what I'm trying to say before we read on, is that everyone who doesn't like No Country for Old Men, the first thing they'll say is, I don't know, that ending wasn't very good. The ending was bad. It was, you set up this whole plot of, like, hero versus villain, and then you have it all end off screen. I don't know about that. I don't know. I didn't like that. Really liked it up to then, but didn't like that. That's the thing. That's what everyone says. And well, let's see this. We're done with first paragraph out of 3. We're on to the second one now.
It's like his reviews. It's like so annoying.
I came close to hating No Country upon my first viewing. I'm sure the ending had something to do with that, but I also found the film painfully boring.
Okay.
Is this another Blade Runner situation?
Blade Runner? Oh no, is it Blade Runner?
But then
I watched it 17 more times.
16 times. Yeah.
But as weeks went on, I recall not being able to remove the film from my mind. To my surprise, I discovered a desire to watch it again, and eventually I did. You know where that desire came from? Looking online for people who hated it and being like, oh shit, everyone liked it. Fuck.
Damn it. I can't have my own opinion. What? No.
Oh god, it is Blade Runner. 3rd paragraph. Here we go. With that second viewing and the subsequent watches in future, I began to notice so much that I had missed the first time and grew to deeply respect the filmmaking and the gorgeous cinematography. No Country for
Normally the gorgeous cinematography is something you notice the first time, even if you don't like it.
That's the most notable part.
Yeah, we're halfway through the paragraph. We're running out of time for him to tell us what's good about the movie.
Okay, let's go with that, and then I'll
Here we go.
get my thoughts.
No Country for Old Men is one of those rare films that seems to grow and change every time you watch it. For that reason alone, it deserves to be in this book.
Oh, he doesn't even
So, to summarize,
he likes the movie.
Here's the thing.
His assessment of No Country for Old Men, just to be quick here, is that, I didn't like it at first, but then I did. It's good.
Yeah.
Basically, yeah.
No elaboration. Yeah.
Like, this should be such an easy thing to fill pages with. So you could go, and he's like, "Oh, I watched it for the first time, and I kind of already almost hated it." But then I just thought about it, and I don't know why. And then I watched it again. It's like, "Oh, now I liked it a bit better." Okay, now you tell me why you liked it better. You can just tell me what was your thought process. That's like an easy thing you can just write. That's like 5, 6, 7, 8 pages. You can easily write about that thought process alone. And then at the end, you can go like, "Okay, I started to appreciate what was going on there, and I actually understood what was going on." Like, why do you keep it so short? I don't understand.
And Metal, if you think about it too, right? On rewatches, what changed according to him? What he referenced specifically was that he began to notice so much, and then he said the filmmaking and cinematography.
That's two things.
The things that you would almost certainly appreciate a good deal of.
It's not even that. It's
around.
Filmmaking is way too broad. I don't even know what he's referring to exactly. Filmmaking, that's all of it. And then cinematography, which I think most would argue has been mentioned. That's one of the things you'd pick up first time around compared to a lot of other things. No mention of the intentions, the writing, the themes, obviously, the subversive elements that the Coens are fucking is practically stitched into their artistic merit, is that they subvert. That's like their whole thing. If you're going to watch them or Fincher, because we mentioned him recently, you should expect an ending that's going to throw you off. That's what always happens.
Yeah, I will say, like, maybe this is partially in Stuckman's defense, but like the first time I watched No Country for Old Men, I overall liked the movie, but I didn't like the ending. And then as I rewatched it, now it's one of my favorite movie endings of all time, because I understand now what it was doing. Sort of at this illustration of a man who feels so out of place, and feels like the world is sort of evolving without him. He has no guiding marker. He has no mentor, and as a cop, it's like crime is evolving to this point where it's just like, I don't even know what to do, how to behave.
Yeah, he's used to small town stuff. He's getting this hugely violent and intricate, like all kinds of insane shit happening. He's not ready for. It's not the world he belonged to. It's an amazing film. Honestly, we should praise it more when we get the chance on.
And of course, the
EFAP.
subversion of you build up Anton as this unstoppable, like almost supernatural force that's pursuing Josh Brolin, and you're so focused on that it almost makes you forget about the other people who are also looking for the money, to where it's like, oh shit, yeah, like he's dead because there were other people who were trying to get him, and of course he is, because what chance did he really have of succeeding here when he had this many people gunning for him? Like that's a bold choice. It's very uncommon. It's very subversive.
Well, I love the POV of Tommy Lee Jones's character entering the final battle post-battle. And just being like, what the fuck has happened here? Jesus, this is insane. How is this even happening? I'm not ready for it. Like, all of it comes so into focus.
And then, of course,
changing.
The fact that Anton is defeated by bad luck, potentially defeated by it, because we don't know for sure. But that the person who's been this incredibly calculating operator throughout the whole film, incredibly precise, seemingly unstoppable.
The world's in his control almost, but then
car crash, because the world is not in your control. The world is
ran a stop sign.
And unpredictable. Yeah,
that's what happens when you're on a stop sign in a suburb.
And it's just like all of that's really cool, and that's absolutely elements that rewatching films can be like illuminating. But the problem with it's like if you don't explain what it was that you noticed, why you maybe didn't notice it the first time around, without like the explanation, it just comes across as right. It's a movie that you were supposed to like. You didn't like it, and that was like untenable. So you had to keep rewatching it until you could justify to yourself that you liked it. Because in the absence of any arguments, what am I supposed to conclude about what you actually think about the film?
Yeah. I mean, I just had that with The Killer, because Maul and I rewatched it. Because he asked me, what do you like about it? And
I did a bit of the pause every 5 minutes and talk about it format.
Oh yeah, I mean, I love that shit because I already liked it a lot, just on it being like a cool action thriller kind of dealio. But I didn't even pick up on all the actual things that are going on. And then we went through it again. It's like, oh shit, this is like even better now.
Yeah, that's because even with films that you get first time around, rewatching and then seeing all of the scenes that play out and knowing where it's going to end, when you can see that guiding, when you can see the direction that's all heading, it'll be like, okay, yeah. Oh, wow, yeah, I didn't notice that first time around. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah. But again, it's like, what's meaningful is not just saying I rewatched it and I liked it. What's meaningful is I rewatched it and then I noticed this, which explains this, or emphasizes, strengthens, bolsters this element of the plot. And then I liked it more. And then
it's just always good to see that it can go both ways. Like rewatching it just gets worse, but there's also movies you rewatch them and it's like, oh, it actually got better now. Which is always nice to see.
That seems to be kind of like the way it goes, is that good films, when you notice that it's improving, it's like, oh shit, all right, cool, awesome. And then it's not.
Someone just mentioned the film is great, but the off-screen stuff still stinks. How would the film not be better if it was not off-screen? So I think maybe this can be illustrated by, and I guess spoilers, but since me, Fringin, Rags, and Metal have all completed / checked out what happens in it, God of War Ragnarok Valhalla, we did a stream fully on the entire story for Ragnarok. You can check that out. It's an older EFAP, but we're probably not going to do a dedicated one to talk about that DLC. However, something that came up, and me and Fringy talked about this offline, so I wouldn't mind making it an online thing now by mentioning it. When I was completing it, and I think for Fringy too, I'm not sure about Mel, maybe, someone in chat suggested, like, wouldn't it have been really cool, / depending on what chatter we had, really bad, really good, whatever, to have new Norse Kratos that you're playing fight young OG Kratos as a representative of his life that he's trying to move past, something like that. And I think I said on my stream that I trust the people who make this so much that I would have been... the spoiler I'm technically delivering here is that you don't fight him, so don't worry too much about spoilers. I'm trying to... Actually, no, wait. Mute this for 10 minutes.
10 minutes, oh god.
I want to be free to be able to talk about it, I'm sorry. But so, like, yeah, the nature of whether or not he could fight him, I said basically that it could work, and I trust the people who make this to make it meaningful one way or the other. However, you know, I spoke to Fringy about it, and I think your reaction was more so like, no. I think we don't want to have them fight. And I'll let you... Do you want to do your reasoning first as to why we wouldn't want them to fight?
So, to me, it shows a remarkable amount of restraint to not have them fight, because that just seems like the obvious pathway of he is defeating his older self who, and like removing him from who he is. Whereas really, like, a lot of what Valhalla is presenting is Kratos needs to take on a more broad, all-encompassing perspective on who he used to be, rather than just strictly focusing on all of the obvious bad things that he did and the obvious bad motivations behind it, of like lust for power and ambition informing a lot of his actions, when much more so, like, what Tyr is trying to present to him is more complicated than that. There were things where, like, the one that seemed really stark was, why did you take the deal with Ares? It's like, well, ambition. I wanted to be super duper powerful. It's like, well, what would have happened if the barbarians won? What would have happened if you died? It's like, well, the barbarians would have killed everybody. They would have, like, overrun Sparta and killed everybody, including his family. So, like, what is happening there is that you're loading so much of why you didn't like the decision you made based on the consequences of that choice, rather than also taking into account whatever merit there may have been to the choice as well. Sure, there might have been ambition, but there was also a desire to save people. You need to essentially, over the course of Valhalla, it's all about trying to more appropriately incorporate his perspective on who his past self was into the way that he moves forward, because his past self is a part of him. It is a part of him, and it informs the choices that he makes, and it's clearly a source of a lot of trepidation and concern of taking on the mantle of like God of War and becoming like a leader again, essentially the same way that he did at the end of the first game and into God of War 2 and onward. And that what he needs to do is like a kind of like radical self-acceptance of who he was as something that informs the decisions he makes, but isn't going to define the decisions that he makes. And I think that the idea of, well, you need to kill your past self, you need to like fight him and destroy him, would run contrary to the point that is trying to be built up over the course of the DLC, which is, he was you, you're not him, but you kind of are. You need to understand that that's who you are, incorporate it into who you are, and move forward regardless, with like, some amount of hope and optimism that you are not going to make the same mistakes again.
I think fighting his old self would have been more in line with the old Kratos and not the new one.
Yes, I think so.
The acceptance of that he and that old person are not like, because I quite find Valhalla so fucking important now to the meta discussion of what God of War as a franchise has become. Like that DLC basically says like, yeah, it's Norse Kratos and Greek Kratos, and the DLC basically says like, no, they're the same guy. They've just it's incorporated all of the perspectives he's shared and experienced across all games is all who he is right now. And that's what that last monologue, which I recommend everyone check out whether or not you want to play the game fully. It's fucking great.
Just check it out. It's awesome.
Where he starts out almost like ashamed and angry at his old self, but he realizes pretty quickly that and it's through all the things we discover, because as was mentioned with the nature of the deal he makes with Ares is also how he does, like, the approach and the perspective he has on his which game was it, the second PSP game, which is fucking amazing that they incorporate all this shit. But he's got something unresolved with Helios. Helios is showing up as a replacement for Mimir, and he's making fun of you, and you're having a back and forth, and it's like, this is Valhalla. It's very likely a projection of your insecurity related to what you did to Helios, which is rip his fucking head off. And the game uses the history. It's like, he saved your life, and you've had interactions that relate to him that is clearly something unresolved. And Helios says some of the most like critical things of Kratos in that DLC. That again, I recommend everyone play. But the thing that Tia tells you once you defeat him, for that, I think that's the third time, possibly the second time, is that it's like, wait, in that DLC, you essentially gave your life to restore the sun when it was taken down by the fact that Orpheus, I think, kidnapped Helios. I can't remember the exact name, but it's kind of a bit of a goofy plot what you have to do, but they've contextualized again. That's like, wait, but that was really good. And then Kratos is like, yeah, but that was before I ripped off Helios's head. And it's like, well, yeah, but you don't discount that. That's meaningful. That matters. That's something you did that was really important and really good. Why do you always focus? Why are you always talking about all the horrible things you did? And it's like, well, yeah. And so, yeah, I'm inclined... Morbius.
Morbius.
So I'm
Morbius is unstoppable.
I'm very inclined to agree that fighting old Kratos would miss the point, but at the same time, and this is something that I was talking to Fringy about, was you can contextualize it properly. You'd need to have it happen relatively early in the DLC, but if you were to fight him, and you could even have it be that the more you fight him, the more his health keeps increasing, the more damage he deals, and that you get a chance maybe to end his life, and he just poofs into an existence, and then Tyr is like, is this what you want? Like, what do you? Why is this even happening? And it can be the opening to understanding something, which is you don't want to fight him, you don't want to defeat or destroy him, you want to understand him, what he's about. It would only ever be contextualized as a mistake.
I'm having a big old brain blast though, because if you are the thing with Valhalla, it's like you said with Helios. It's not actually Helios; it's Kratos' perception of Helios.
Yeah, what he would say to him when he would be here right now. Yeah.
But not necessarily a true reflection.
Well, yeah, but it's still notable that that's where the
win.
harshest criticism comes from, is his assessment.
Yeah. Which basically is from himself.
Yeah.
If you think
the reason why
Helios is the talking head for that, which is interesting.
Is that if they wanted to have it be that you fought and killed Kratos, old Kratos, it would be on the premise that you're destroying a conception of him that you have in your mind that is not an accurate representation of who that guy was. That could be like a way that I could see them contextualizing it, is like, this is who you think he is, not who he actually is. That could be like one angle that you could go with. But like personally, I do really like the idea of not fighting him. I think it shows a remarkable amount of restraint. Could you imagine how fucking hype that would be?
Yeah.
Just like seeing old Kratos getting out of his chair, pulling out his blades, like the blades of chaos, and then the music.
Well, and in the middle of the fight, he runs off to open a chest in the same style as he does in Greek, and like all those little health blobs come out.
I mean, but man, wouldn't be as impactful. There's so many things in this DLC. It was like, oh, do you remember these meme scenes that you all laugh about, where you press circle to abandon your daughter? Yeah, that's like actually meaningful now and emotional. It's like, what?
Yeah, and for the record, the argument is dead that the Greek games are disrespected by the Norse ones. It's over.
Yeah, absolutely not.
The Valhalla game has basically said that the Greek games are misunderstood and are awesome. As far as I'm concerned, that's pretty much what it says.
And just how it ends as well. Like if you compare how old Kratos, like Greek Kratos and quotations sitting in the throne when he gets in there, and then the current Kratos like sits in there like with confidence, because the old Kratos is just like they're bored. It's like, oh, I don't actually want to be here. And then when you get in that chair, he's like sitting there with like a posture and meaning. It's like, you know what, I actually kind of want to sit here for a while. Like this might be for me actually.
With his
That's
advice.
now.
Well, and we've said
So
I
good.
don't see how you do God of War anymore without Mimir. Like,
No, I wanna see Mimir in Egypt talking to Anubis. I
Oh,
wanna see,
yes.
I wanna see what it looks like when Mimir is in an environment that he's not so familiar with.
Yes, and so the there's I remember there's a video that even Synthetic Man said was like really good, which was that it was always deep, you cowards, or whatever. I think that's the title of it. And it's like, as far as I'm concerned, Valhalla has basically come full circle that we're not ignoring. They did the thing that it's like the positive version of what the sequels were doing, where they were like, stay away from the prequels, they're embarrassing. A lot of people took that from 2018. It's like they didn't even mention the Greek era really. There's only a couple of references. And it's like, no, it's just representative of how much Kratos has ran away and ignored and tried to become a new guy. But by the time you hit the end of Valhalla, the lesson is like to incorporate it, to understand that you were not a monster. It was not that simple. And it's really cool to have Tyr be the one that sort of facilitates all this change and introspection, because a lot of people said like it's kind of unfortunate we didn't get the God of War from the Norse era to have his sort of say and his impact on the story. But now we
Not only
do.
we get him, we get to fight him with like Aztec, Egyptian, and Japanese
Like all these
weapons.
different weapons. Oh, it's so cool, dude.
All of
Man.
his travels, because that's a possibility. What if it is like Kratos, Mimir, and Tyr? Tyr is the guide since he went to different realms and interacted with different pantheons as part of attempts to rehabilitate Kratos' reputation. Because what if the perspective in Egypt is Kratos didn't save the Norse mythology, he killed Odin and usurped his authority and took it over for himself, because that's what Kratos does. He's a destroyer.
It does look bad from the outside.
Exactly, it does look bad from the outside, and that's a good way to try and create more conflict. Maybe you have a couple of pantheons teaming up, like, dude, we gotta stop this guy.
Yeah,
like,
this guy's going crazy now over there.
He's gonna come over to Egypt and ruin everything too.
So that's our review of No Country for Old Men.
Yeah.
Yes. And Ragnarok Valhalla, free DLC. Free. It's free, guys,
It's
and
free.
it took me like 18
God, I
hours
fucking
to beat
love
it.
God of War.
It's
my
so
fucking
good.
favorite. I love it.
It's pretty good.
Man, give me more God of War merch.
So,
like in
A
general.
good string of video games. Yeah, they're fun.
I believe we have done myself, Metal, Rags, and Fringy. Is
Rags and me. So,
Oh boy.
Jay
So
Longbone,
Jay
Little
Longbone,
Platoon, and
John.
John. Any one of you three want to pick the next one?
Oh, by the way, Chad, you're free to come back now. We're done with the
spoiler over.
talk.
Because EFAP hasn't spent enough time on this recently, and I want to find out how vapid he is on the subject, how about Return of the King?
Ooh. Okay.
Not a bad choice. Not a bad
Good
choice.
choice.
Will he say something like it brilliantly caps off a brilliant film trilogy and
A
the
good film that is
characters
good.
made me feel emotions?
Oh, only one page for Return of the King.
Oh shit. Maybe just one of those
How is
things.
so long? How? It's about it. He's going to talk about the trilogy as well, probably, right? I don't know. All right, here we go. Lord of the Rings: The Return of the King, 2003.
You're gonna say Gollum. Sometimes when you say that and you say the Lord of the Rings,
That's
like,
what we
you're
call
gonna say Lord of the
trauma.
Rings, Gollum.
Okay?
How are
It's
you
trauma.
traumatized by Gollum? You only had to
You
watch
didn't even have to
us.
play it, Rags.
Look, when my friend is suffering in the next room and I hear the screams, that gives me trauma.
You know what? That's fair.
Fucking Gollum, dude.
Director Peter Jackson, starring Elijah Wood, Ian McKellen, and Liv Tyler. Oh, that's the three? Okay.
That's a strange. I mean, it's not a lie. It's just an odd choice.
I mean, you'd think Vigo would make it to the third credit, wouldn't you? Okay.
The John Wick Vigo?
Not that Vigo, no.
Oh, okay.
Studio
Just
Wingnut
checking.
Films. The word epic, overused as the term may be, was invented to describe movies like The Return of the King. Oh, sorry, he put Return of the King here. He didn't put the there in there. Damn. And it's even in italics to represent its movie title. Whoops.
Italian.
Every shot in Peter Jackson's magnificent finale to his beloved Lord of the Rings trilogy reflects
go.
a perfect bond between filmmaker and source material. Somehow, a movie over 3 hours long. Is that tears by? Okay.
Hairs by. That's a strength. Yeah.
I've not heard that.
I've heard it.
before.
I've heard it used in the context of going past something very quickly, like you're tearing past.
Fair
that
enough.
Also,
thing.
I wouldn't use that to describe the film. I don't think it feels like it goes by quickly. I think it feels like it goes by just right.
Effectively,
you know?
yeah. Like you're a
quick.
part.
Yeah.
It makes it feel big is the fact that it moves with its runtime. I would say. I mean, we described it as we were watching it as kind of perfectly paced, but I know a lot of people don't feel that way, and that's okay. But yeah, he says somehow a movie over 3 hours long tears by with your sore ass being the only indication of time's passage.
What? What's wrong? Does he have bad chairs? What? You're sorry. What a terrible Return of the King.
I think it was trying to
Don't worry,
make
Rags,
a
we're only a
joke
third of
because
the way
it's a long
through.
run
Plenty
time.
more.
Condense into a
But
paragraph. My ass
that's
hurt, but
weird.
the film was okay.
I knew it was long because my butt hurt. I was like, "What? Are we describing your experimental college years, or are we talking about a movie?"
It's weird because when it wasn't the cinemas, there were still breaks in between movies. At least for me, I remember there was a break like after like two hours or something. And when you're in
I was
you can
just-
just get up.
I was
after
just
some
gonna
time
say,
and
like,
just
sore
go
butt
around.
jokes, I feel like only apply to theatrical releases. Like, if you're streaming something at home or playing it on, like, an extended version DVD or whatever, Blu-ray, you can pause it, right? You can get up, stretch if you want, and then play it again. So, like, I don't know what he's referring to here specifically.
It sounds like I missed something. I was just getting some coffee. What? Sounds like I missed a really funny line.
Well,
Well, he made a sore butt joke, and I don't know if that he's talking about the extended editions or the theatrical editions,
think
because I don't think the
theatrical.
theatrical edition of Return of the King was 3+ hours.
Yeah, because he said over 3 hours long tears by. You'd be saying 4 hours if it was the extended.
Okay, wait. So what is
So the sentence is: somehow a movie over 3 hours long tears by with your sore ass the only indication of time's passage.
Okay, that's a okay.
I think it's the use of ass that really doesn't help. It
Yeah.
feels like oddly crude.
Oddly, yes, that's the way of
Also,
Fellowship. Go ahead.
just a bit of a brief tangent, but I just realized it's like, oh, he's got no DreamWorks films on his list either. No Shrek or Kung Fu Panda.
Oh, you'd think
Interesting
Shrek would be on here. Yeah.
Omissions. You would think that
He's-
at least Shrek, if he was going to
No,
pick
he's
one, that
threw
at
in the
least
anime
Shrek would
ones
make it
though
there.
for his animated movies, which all right.
Well, I mean, I think Spirited Away is totally fair to be on the list too, but I'm surprised that there is no
Mm.
Shrek on there. Anyway,
What context are we talking about here?
Shrek is
Long
too much of a
runtimes,
meme. He
or-
can't put that on his list.
oh, just like of 50 films from the 2000s to watch. It's like, well, Shrek is really
Oh, I
great
see.
and influential, so like that makes sense to me as one to throw on there.
I'd put it on
But,
my
oh
list,
well. Yeah, oh well.
but I'm not the film connoisseur craftsman
Yes.
that he is.
Well, we're learning to become one today from this book.
It's true. I have much to learn.
All right, so Fellowship and Towers are both wondrous achievements, but Return captured the looming sense of dread and finality, at last providing closure to the journey of J.R.R. Tolkien's famous heroes and villains. Wow. So I
I
guess
should watch
Tolkien
the
didn't
other
do
ones.
it, but the films did.
All right then.
Tolkien's like, what are you talking about? Why did you say it that way? Return. He keeps referring to them just by the. I guess that's fine. You know. Return harnessed a powerful emotional wallop, somehow making every scene feel grander than the last.
Is it possible to harness a wallop?
I don't know.
Oh yeah, some countries have actually transitioned to a wallet-based economy. Yeah.
Have they?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Can I harness a wallet?
Google would know. In hindsight, it's amazing that the trilogy turned out as well as it did. Jackson filmed his opus back to back, which in the past has proven to be a terrible idea. Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions, anyone? What the
In the
hell?
past, that was after he did that. Shrek,
What? Yeah, what?
Terrible example.
I think
That was
it's
hardly
after
an
Matrix.
equivalent.
Why would
Lord of the
we
Rings
talk
was
about
filmed
Matrix?
in 1999
Why
and
would you say?
2000. The Matrix was
Okay.
filmed afterward, so there's no
Uh-oh.
precedent. You can't cite that as a precedent. It happened after he did it.
It's a post-sident.
Yeah.
Post-sident.
Wait, remind me, when did Matrix come out?
Matrix. So Matrix
99?
came out in '99, but
So then, yeah.
Revolutions and Reloaded was like 2003. They were done after Lord of the
Right,
Rings.
yeah,
Lord of the
yeah.
Rings was filmed in 1999 and 2000. So, you know what I mean? How are you
And-
citing like, yes, filming back to back is risky, as demonstrated by a film that came out after you did this.
It also
Yeah,
it doesn't even
pretty
match
sure
because Reloaded and Revolutions are both considered bad, while Matrix was filmed on its own, separated from them. You know what I mean? Meanwhile, like these three
that would
were
be his
filmed
point, right?
together, so like it doesn't. I
So
don't
I'm
think that
pretty sure
matches.
when the first Matrix was made, they had no intention at the time of making two
Of
other
course
ones.
not.
No, that
Then,
has a definitive
because of
ending.
the success of the first movie, the studio was just like,
Yeah.
let's turn this into a couple sequels at least, right?
I suppose the point would be that citing something that happened afterward as the precedent for why it was risky to shoot Lord of the Rings concurrently.
Oh, he
It's
explains.
funny.
There's one line here to explain what he's discovered through Matrix Reloaded and Revolutions, and that what he believes, I suppose, that Lord of the Rings is a trilogy avoided. Here it comes. This is the sentence. It's hard to correct one movie's mistakes when you're already filming the next one.
I mean, in the same sense that it's apparently difficult to fix problems within a film while you're shooting that film.
Yeah, that would be the same
Does
thing.
that make a lot of sense? Not really, because you can just do reshoots.
Yeah, all the actual difference would be is that it's longer as a process.
Yeah.
As much as you can admit, like, well, yeah, but you can't make changes in sort of a retcon way to film one with film two if film two's already been filmed. It's like, well, yeah, but
I guess the counter argument would be that if the film already exists, you can't change that film at all.
well, I
You
suppose
can
the
only
irony
respond
is
to
that
it.
you can go the opposite direction. If Lord of the Rings was filmed and then released and then filmed and then released, it might have been that fan reactions to the Fellowship might have damaged Two Towers and Return of the King. You never know. Precious can go in both directions.
Yeah, that's true. That's totally true. So, kind of a silly point. It kind of depends on the film.
Well, and it's like, wait, what are we doing again? It's like, oh, sorry, we're 3/4 of the way through a review of the Return of the King.
And it's talking about how it's not necessarily good to film multiple films in a trilogy or series back to back.
He's almost suggesting that it's bad to do back-to-back filming, which is like, what?
Yeah,
So-
I'm a
so
little bit
he's
confused
talking
as to
about
what the point
Fellowship
is
there?
he's trying to make.
Sorry. Was he talking about Fellowship of the Ring there?
He was
I'm
talking
talking about
about
the
all of
trilogy.
them.
The trilogy.
Yeah, the whole trilogy. The fact that it was shot concurrently.
Yeah.
That was like that was maybe a potentially bad idea. That if anything, it transcended being shot back to back when that was obviously the intention to do it
Yeah.
that way, so that
Which
it would
is-
all be really
what's
as
funny
coherent as they could make it.
Is the trusted wisdom at this point. Most people say like we should encourage the filming of like a franchise concurrently somewhat. If you can, in the context of something like Lord of the Rings, yes, make them together because obviously what happened with the sequels, right? That was horrendous.
I was going to bring that up. Yeah, on the one hand, he's talking about the perils of filming back to back, but the sequel trilogy, one of which at least he's praised, probably is all of the perils of not doing it that way. You've got too much time to try and take account of fan criticism, shift directors, shift writing direction.
I assume that he is not planning to rewatch The Force Awakens again his entire life, even though he praised it to hell and
What? He
back
watches
here.
it every year with his family.
Well,
One of the movies
this is
you have to watch.
This is part of a phenomenon that we've commented on, and it both sucks and is awesome. The cultural community aspect, the social aspect of film watching, or rather even media enjoyment or consumption, where I was saying this before, but it would have been really cool for some of our favorite stuff to have come out at a time more so like this, where we all get to talk about it and make videos on it and have back and forth with everybody and discuss it and stuff, versus like, take Lord of the Rings, for example. How fucking cool would it have been? And also painful. You have to wait the whole year for the next one and then talk about it and wait the whole year. You know what I mean? Like, all of us talking about it, that would be really cool. But at the same time, that sort of engagement, I think this is most illustrated by Game of Thrones. I don't know if people saw the videos, but they would go viral a lot of people in a bar. There's a particular bar where everybody would be watching the episodes, and they would, like, there's this big reveal. Like the Red Wedding, I think, is where it first started to get traction. The whole bar is like, oh my god, oh shit, and people are crying and going, oh, I can't believe this, blah, blah, blah. And then every season had at least one, but up to like 5 of those moments, and then that would be shared everywhere. We've seen it. I mean, my video with the Star Wars stuff covered it. This reaction meta, where like, it goes from being a kind of cool thing that we're all sharing to a thing that everyone's pursuing, and a thing that a lot of people convert it into the enjoyment of the thing itself. The problem is, it doesn't age with the thing itself. The thing itself stays the same. You watch that again 10 years later, and it is what it is. But you now don't have the crowd, the culture, all of the atmosphere that you had when you first saw it. And so a lot of people go, wait a minute. This isn't as good as when I first saw it. Damn. It's like, yeah, because a lot of it was you enjoying it with other people, you celebrating it with other people. And I feel like that's what happened with The Force Awakens to a lot of an extent. Certainly happened to Game of Thrones. In retrospect, a lot of people don't have good things to say about anything past season 4 as a whole. Like there's highlights, but there's a lot of stuff where people are just like, oh, I remember fucking going nuts. I remember enjoying it a hell of a lot, which was fun. And I was going to say, it would have been cool to have this with films that like we adore, like Lord of the Rings. Also, hi, Az, how you doing?
Right.
Hey.
Yo,
We're
Az,
just,
what's up?
We're reading Chris
Hello.
Stuckman's reviews of movies. It's been very entertaining and insightful.
Apologies for the lateness of the join.
Oh yeah, you're gonna have to choose from the list of 50 what you want me to read out, and don't worry if you pick one that we've read already. I'll just redirect
We're
you.
just gonna
Well, I
yell
can just
at
tell
you.
you, we've
Tell you
done
suck.
We've done Signs, The Force Awakens, No Country for Old Men. What did you choose, Mel?
Incredibles.
Incredibles, and we're currently on Return of the King.
What do I just select anything?
Well, select one that you would like to hear his opinion on, something maybe that means something to you in some way.
There's an
plenty there.
IMDb link in the chatteroni you can click on.
But yeah, I stand by the nature that it's a really cool aspect to share everything with everybody, but at the same time it like completely skews one's view of a thing to the point where later on they're like, wait, why did I feel that way about it? It's like, you forgot you were watching it with a whole bunch of people and that everyone loved it at the time. We saw this with Marvel over time. It just like every movie that came out, people were going nuts over it, and then like the half-life decreased and decreased and decreased to the point now where it's gone. Wasn't it Love and Thunder that was the first one we noticed? We were like, whoa, the switch on that was quick.
Yeah, it took a few months.
Yeah.
It took a few months for Moon Knight and
Yeah.
Multiverse of Madness. But Thor: Love and Thunder was like within the week, people already turned on it.
Because the
now
Marvel
it's
train, the Marvel momentum was going crazy and quick. But then it just died out. We saw it die out over time. But even like Black Widow was like, no, it was awesome. It was great. And it was really cool to see the backstory and that, you know, Scarlett Johansson did a great job and that everyone should check it out. And it's like, what the fuck? No, it was terrible. So
It wasn't at all.
But it's all stopped now. Like the Marvels, fucking hell.
Before it even came out,
People talked about that for 12 minutes.
People decided that was over before it came out. Let's be honest. Even fucking Marvel decided that was over before it came out. That quote came out, right? The ice skate quickly over thin ice or whatever.
It's also it's really hard to do group react content when there's only 2 people in the cinema for it. So it's never going to be as...
Yeah, we made jokes about that. The 2 people enter, they're like, are you reviewing this for YouTube? It's like, yeah, you? Yeah, TikTok. You're like, oh, okay.
Oh, so let's sit together. You want a beer?
Woo! Marvels! When we both know they're planning on doing critical reviews anyway, so...
And one of them is like, that was awesome. It's like, you're dead to me.
So anyway, to continue. The final paragraph of his review of The Return of the King. Yet, by some miracle, Jackson barely missed a step. Return of the King won 11 Oscars, an unprecedented feat for a fantasy blockbuster. 2 words that Academy members seem to loathe. To this day, it's one of the highest ranked on IMDb, and it's still visually spectacular 13 years after its release.
It is.
He didn't say anything about why it's good. He just said it's good.
No, he just said it's really good.
Why?
Well, because there's 4 paragraphs, but he spent
here's the
2
thing.
of them talking about how it shouldn't have been good. But it was.
I don't know. I mean, Chris needs to understand that when he makes these lists, that the fact that it's on the list is already the implication it's good and we should see it. So you don't have to spend all that time in the little tiny blurb you give to just say that.
What was the one we read that implied that he was talking to someone who'd seen the film? Was it Incredibles? Where he was talking about it as though people had seen it.
I think it was.
Rags pointed out, he was like, he hasn't even told us what the movie is yet. And it's like, no. Oh, I couldn't remember which film it was, but it's just funny that he does this. Like, it's like a list of movies you know you should see. You're like, what's the point of that? Alrighty, I suppose next suggestion we can go with Jay Longbow or John first, I suppose.
I was gonna say The Winter Soldier.
Ooh. Sorry,
I'm
Az, that's been
just-
chosen now. You gotta find something else. I assume you
I'm
choose
looking.
that.
I'm looking at the list right now.
Winter Soldier. Oh, I'm gonna have more beer. Mm.
The Soldier of the Winter.
I'm not gonna deny the soundtrack's pretty killer. Oh, this
That
one gets
beer
2
is
pages.
also
Well, a
pretty
page and a bit.
Whoa.
So, there you go.
That's like 2.5 paragraphs or something.
All right. Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Director Anthony and Joe Russo. Starring Chris Evans, Samuel Jackson, Scarlett Johansson. Studio Marvel Enterprises. Marvel Enterprises?
I think you mean Marvel Studios.
Enterprises.
I've never heard it said as
I've never
Marvel
heard of
Enterprises
Enterprises
before, yeah.
I don't think that it's... Has it ever been called... I thought it was Marvel Entertainment was the company.
Marvel Enterprises.
Maybe he put the wrong word in his book.
But I mean, the studio is Marvel Studios.
Yeah.
And if he's talking about like the distributor, that's Disney. Okay.
Well, I don't know what to tell you.
Apparently. Okay. So formally, it was called Marvel Enterprises. That's what it used to be called.
Oh, I just saw
Marvel
that.
Entertainment
you said it,
LLC.
yeah.
That's yeah.
Oh, someone said that's when Paramount was still involved, but this is 2014, so.
2014 was when it was Disney. I'm pretty sure the Winter Soldier was distributed by Disney.
Whoops. Anyway, here we let us begin. Growing up, the idea of seeing my comic book heroes on the big screen seemed like a dream. Thanks to the success of films like Iron Man and The Avengers, that dream is a reality. As much as I loved the aforementioned films, though, it was Captain America: The Winter Soldier. Oh no, it says Captain America: The Winter Soldier.
No, this is your book. That's the shit that pops up with the little red squiggly.
That's
the red squiggly would have saved you, Chris.
That
red
can
squiggly.
happen, all right?
Oh, the red
that can happen.
squiggly.
That can happen. Typos can
We
happen.
know it can happen because I just highlighted that it
their way in
happened.
Yes,
there.
we believe the reality.
Oh, man.
No.
Well, I'll just I'll post it to you
Metal
guys.
Gear Solider.
I love that movie. We Were Soliders. It was it was really good.
Solidar Snake.
Well, the reason it's called that is because Captain America had to take the super solidar serum. So.
The Winter Soldier.
It's okay though. It's fine. Captain America: The Winter Soldier has brought harsh, unforgiving realism to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. All right, that's the intro. Next
Iron Man was
paragraph.
pretty harsh.
Cool.
Harsh, unforgiving realism to the MCU is what he said.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm fine with
Yeah,
that.
I get why he said it, but I do agree that Iron Man already set that. Tony getting his heart blown out was pretty. You know the scene where he's like screaming and the surgery's happening. That's pretty raw.
Oh, and even just when the blood starts to sort of pool into his shirt, you know, like oh shit.
Well, and you know,
oh my.
I don't know if people talk about it that much, but it's a bit of body horror when he wakes up and he sees that there's like the car battery hooked up to his heart. It's like fucking hell.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, in 2012's The Avengers, Chris Evans played the powerful No fucking
Solid,
way.
Oh, I see.
You can see it in the image. You can see it.
Oh shit, you're right. Super Soldier.
No, he didn't just copy paste the title, but he did it wrong the first time.
It's in the same screen cap.
I was about to say, I didn't realize I'd put it in the screen cap that you guys can see.
Funny to embarrassing. No.
Oh no.
Super solidar. Maybe he types in a certain way where his.
Oh no.
Oh no. You have to spell words correctly for your book, Chris.
But have you noticed the title is correct up the top? But
Yeah,
then
it
he
is.
spelled it wrong twice.
Leave him alone.
Okay.
He just wants to make films.
Okay, typos.
But he's writing a book.
Can happen, all right? They can.
Listen, okay. The true
Alright,
take
well,
is
he wants to
we
make
all
films.
do typos, and we should all be made fun of when it happens.
Not
That's
for
how
my
it works.
book.
I mean, Rags, if you made a book and you made a typo, I'd laugh at you, but then I wouldn't consider you any
typos-
lesser of a person.
I would be
say-
I would commit seppuku. I would be so
Sudoku.
ashamed. I would commit
Typos make
Sudoku.
their way.
I would be so
Typos-
upset.
The thing is that typos do make their way in, but two of the same one is
For the title of the movie.
For the title of the film is a funny one.
I
That's
just
a
think it's
one.
funny. I love that it made it into that image, even though I didn't intend for that at all.
He plays the
Shit.
super solid snake.
All right.
Liquider, solider, or gasser? What did he mean?
Hey.
Chris Evans played the powerful super solider from the comics, shattering walls, doorways, and bones galore. Evans'
That's
portrayal.
It's kind of weird to like present. Oh yeah, Captain America breaking bones. It's like, well, I mean, he's not meant to be presented as like some vicious, like beating the shit out of people to a pulp. You know, it's Captain America.
Dude, with that guy who he kicks off the boat.
Mm.
That guy's spine. Oof.
Yeah, that one's brutal. His spine is not
fine.
Now it's two.
Not fine.
It's split in two.
Oh, I've spotted something.
No.
I don't want to be the dick who points it out, so someone else has got to do it, okay?
Is this another typo?
Yeah, so I'll read the sentence that I have noticed this on. I don't think it'd take you guys more than a second to spot it. I was about to say, Evans' portrayal and the excellent script. Can you spot the problem?
Hold on, it's loading. Give me a second now.
Give me a fucking second here.
Where?
Super solid.
Evans' portrayal and the excellent script. Where's the issue? At least as far as I'm aware, it's an issue.
Evans's.
Yeah, you don't put an S after the apostrophe on a name that ends with S.
Yes.
That one's actually like embarrassing. That one's terrible.
Just
That's
so
really
people
bad.
at home can see. When you do, there shouldn't be an S after the apostrophe.
No,
that should
you
be
can
gone.
put the apostrophe and that's it. That one's really bad.
There's another solider coming up, guys.
Oh, sweet! No! No!
Why is the Winter Soldier portion so horrifically written?
Christopher. Winter Soldier. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is.
I'm going to leave that open, actually. Okay.
Can we officially then misname him Cuckman?
What is he, a cuck to spelling? Like, he doesn't... Punctuation. The excellent script made Captain America the most interesting Avenger on the team. Okay. I mean, he's pretty good, but I mean, Iron Man, come on.
Most interesting? I mean, that's an opinion that
I'm
can
fine
have
with
that
it.
I
I just think Iron Man
I'm
wins.
okay. That's
Yeah,
fine. That's a fine
fine.
opinion. That's a fine opinion.
Am I being bamboozled here? So there are a few people saying that it's acceptable to do the apostrophe and then the S for a name that ends with an S.
I've always known it to be no additional S.
I've never known
but-
it to be that. Yeah, you don't add to people's names. Yeah, generally, if you have a proper noun, you don't want to add letters if you can avoid it.
It's if the noun's plural or not. So if the noun is plural and ends in S, then you don't put an apostrophe after S. If the noun
So it
is
would be like
singular,
if it's multiple families of Jacksons, then it might. You might do that if you're plural of a capitalized or a proper noun that ends in S, maybe.
Like I have never known this.
But I've never known it.
Well,
too.
just FYI,
Yeah.
there's probably plenty of mistakes I would have missed because I'm no good with England. But there's stuff like that. I raise questions. A solider is easy for me to spot.
Yeah,
especially 3 times in a row.
Yeah. What I think is everyone kind of has their own little quirks while typing because different keyboards, different fingers, that sort of thing. Something that I do sometimes is the first 2 letters will be capitalized because I don't let off the shift quite fast
I've done
enough.
that,
So sometimes I do that. I've done that right, and it's something I've kind of recognized and I watch out for. But maybe for him, soldier is just one of those words where he hits the keys out of order.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that I'm
an editor, guys,
he's typing too fast.
that double checks these kind of things before you
Yeah.
release a book.
Yeah, the red
I was gonna say that too,
General
'cause
rule,
whenever I type
proofreading is a good thing.
from or form, sometimes I switch the O and R
Yeah.
because my fingers are competing with each other. But yeah, the point is you're supposed to find someone to proof this, or even a machine should proof it, right?
Yeah, just you do spell
Problem
check
here-
or whatever.
To keep making the same spelling mistake over and over.
Yeah,
and
that's
over
weird,
again
man.
for the
3
next-
soliders? Damn.
Compared to just like an innocuous one. I'm still stuck on the. I'm still
He's getting
stuck
it
on the
wrong
actual,
more than
the-
right.
The S apostrophe S. I have never ever. I've never ever heard of it of like doing.
Me
that.
neither. Yeah, we were always told if it's a proper noun that ends in S, then you just add the apostrophe, like RAGS apostrophe, if it's something that belongs to me. So.
But
But it was
yeah.
RAG
I don't know.
multiple apostrophes S.
It's true. The more the merrier. The more
The more the
apostrophes, the more
Hey,
ownership.
the more fun I have,
that
the
it
more mistakes
denotes,
there are.
yeah.
Absolutely. Um,
I would need to read up on that shit because that's just not a thing. In
yeah, like I said,
Germany.
I've never known that rule, but fair enough. English is weird.
No, just like the whole
Ain't it, though?
apostrophe with S. We
Yeah,
just
that's what I
don't
mean.
Do
I
that.
mean, that's a funny one. People will sometimes make that error in speech. Sometimes, like not written, where it's just like Chris Evans is like they'll say that.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
Well,
like instead of
on the
saying Chris
subject-
Evans, instead of Chris Evans,
Well, I
is-
mean,
Yeah.
on the subject of Marvel films, nobody says Marvel Studios is. They just say Marvel Studios. But I'm
True.
pretty
Yeah.
sure they
But,
still do
but
the
isn't Marvel
apostrophe.
Studios is already a plural noun, so it wouldn't be
Oh, but
studios is. Whereas if it's singular, I think
No,
it's
no, no.
permissible
Well,
both
no.
ways. In the case of Evans's,
Well, but the singular Marvel Studios is the name, like
Yeah.
Marvel Studios. So when they
Yeah.
say
Studios
it's
is
Marvel
plural.
Studios, but they're doing the whole possessive. It is Marvel Studios film, right? Like that's the nature of the title. It'll be like you're about to watch Marvel Studios apostrophe like whatever the film is. I'm pretty sure that's how they write it, right? I need to know.
But
Like,
I
now
think it's,
now I'm
but that would be
I'm not
correct in
sure,
that
actually.
situation because the Marvel Studios is a collective, like plural noun for the group of studios under Marvel.
Well, it's a collective
So the apostrophe
plural
doesn't need an
noun.
S after it because it's already plural. I think I'm probably butchering this like hell.
I
but-
guess
no,
what
I'm
confused me is that it's like plural of studios for a company, like one company. Marvel Studios is the company. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I
Like,
think
it's a
Fringy's
singular
trying to say like
company.
the company name is that, and it's superseding any sense of it's a collective studios referral name. It's
Yeah.
just a company, like it's strictly a company name. It may not refer to anything
Well-
other than the company, not a selection of studios.
I guess kind of like how, because again, like Insomniac Games' Marvel
Yeah.
Spider-Man 2, like
You,
I
you
imagine
don't
that-
duplicate the S if it's already there. Yeah, fundamentally.
Yeah, I get what you're
think.
saying. And well, this is the
Now-
thing about English. It creates complications when you have rules that have crossover. The one that pissed me off as a kid and really blackpilled me on English was my dad told me I before E except after C, and then I encountered 17 different fucking exceptions. I was like, what the hell rule is this? Like, what's the point? It doesn't help me at all.
It's more
I've
of a
heard it-
guideline than a rule.
No, it's not. It's not. It's a 50.
It's
It's
really-
a fucking flip
it's
of the
not-
coin.
It's not something that I would ever tell anybody, because it's weird to say as a rule. But yeah, I wouldn't. I would just say just kind of you'll learn over time. You know,
Dude.
you'll recognize which is which.
That one, because I'm almost certain I'm dyslexic, was a pain in the ass because I was like, that one will help me because I can always rely on it. And then people kept telling me, like, you spelled that wrong. And I was like, but the I before E except everything. They're like, no, this is the one exception. I was like, one exception. A million exceptions.
Man, this is gonna drive me insane for the rest of the day. This is gonna drive me mad. I don't know what to think anymore. I feel
I don't
like
know
I've been
what to think
convinced
no
out of
more, man.
something. I do feel like him because I feel like now I'm just gonna have to read a bunch about like the use of apostrophes for S. You've driven me.
I
to
think you're right.
insanity.
Yeah, it
Thanks.
might be technically correct in some grammar book somewhere, but I've always understood it the way that you understand it, and I ain't
It's like-
fucking
it's a
changed.
Yeah.
That's why I
Okay.
highlighted it. I
Mistake.
thought
Like-
that was definitively a mistake. And when it's surrounded by soliders, I was like, well, it's got to be a mistake.
Are there more?
Solid,
Are there more soldiers or soliders?
There's
so
more
far in this
soliders than
review?
soldiers.
Oh no,
3 solids in a row.
Chris, no.
Anyway, let us continue.
No more, man.
And I'm not doing this to make fun of him. This is simply the next thing. Winter Solidar understood that Cap's intense loyalty and unwillingness to betray his team, traits most said made him a boring character, were the qualities that made the event... I'm sorry. Traits most said that made him a boring character. He was awesome in Avengers, okay? And in his own
Yes, he
movie.
was.
Yeah.
And
But he
his
said
own
he was the
movie.
most interesting. So he
What do you
only
mean
became the
most?
most interesting in this, right?
Did most people think Captain America sucked? Was that a thing?
No, I don't remember it.
No,
I remember
right.
people
No,
quite
no,
liking
no,
the
no.
first Captain
Hawkeye,
America movie. I
Hawkeye
quite
was the
like
one
it.
that people thought was lame.
Yeah, because
Hawkeye, not
he
Cap.
got barely anything, and then they overcompensated. I remember that for sure, but I thought most people picked between Thor, Cap, and Iron Man, but the reality was it was
Yeah.
really between Cap and Iron Man.
Pretty
And
much.
what's doubly strange about him saying
That's it,
that
yeah.
is that it implies that he thinks that Captain America wasn't interesting until Winter Soldier. Because he said that he's the most interesting of the Avengers now, but now he's saying that he wasn't before. So
Well,
this is
obviously-
the movie that made him interesting?
The statements he's made here make it seem like he's the one, he's the separated from the herd that he The other people said that it made him boring.
Okay.
But, you know, I don't know.
don't know.
Were the qualities that made the Avengers the best Marvel film to that point? Wait, I'm sorry. Let me read this. Winter
The best
Soldier
Marvel
understood Cap's intense loyalty and unwillingness to betray his team. Traits the most said made him a boring character. Were the qualities that made the Avengers the best Marvel film to that point?
Oh, I see. That he's
Oh,
saying
right.
that other people are saying that made him boring, but
That's
that's
an
not
interesting-
necessarily his perspective.
Well, there's also the other interesting comment that he's saying that what made the Avengers the best Marvel film at that point was Cap's loyalty and unwillingness to betray his team. When did that come up in Avengers?
Yeah,
It's not like he was ever going to side with.
the team.
Technically speaking, you could argue he did betray his team, but in a good way when he didn't sign up to the Hydra weapons.
Yeah, that he betrayed Shield by looking into it when they obviously wanted to keep it secret.
And
But that's
hang on
not
a
his
minute,
team, are they
he
really?
does betray Shield because they're Hydra.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
So this isn't even accurate.
And also, these weren't the qualities that made the Avengers the best film, as if they were like the defining reason why it was the best film. There were other reasons why the Avengers is the best Marvel
Oh,
film. up
way
until that
better
point.
reasons, like the writing, not.
Then Cap was loyal, you know. And
Well,
didn't
yes, and we
betray
covered a
anybody.
video that argued Cap was the worst thing about Avengers.
Oh, yeah, that's true. We'll see, but Chris disagrees with him because they're saying that those traits made him boring, and that's not what that video said. But they did think that he was not good. So, I get in a sense he's on our team, but also not.
To continue, it turned these perfect American traits against Cap, forcing him to watch his once lauded stripes dragged through the mud. I don't know about that.
Well, no, because the whole thing with Cap in Winter Soldier is that the world has changed in a way that makes it difficult for him to recognize.
Yeah, and I
Not
would
that
say
his
the film,
values were wrong.
when he gets the outfit at the end, that he's reinforcing that the values of America stand against Hydra, not that Hydra
Yeah,
has
exactly.
put the traits into the mud. That's not quite how I would put it.
So that's really weird. It would be more so that he's forced to deal with questions that were not like back in World War II. It was easier. It was like, well, yeah, I mean Hydra. Look at them, like they're super duper evil. So obviously you got to stop them compared to the enemies existing within. So yeah, this is
Right.
weird.
Yeah. The first movie was such a great setup for Winter Soldier because all of a sudden the enemies, the line between the good guys and the bad guys is all of a sudden not so clear cut.
I'll say I
You
absolutely
know?
adore the arc they put him on of making him like the government boy, and then he gradually becomes the rebel. Meanwhile, Iron Man being the pure rebel.
In the other direction,
Yeah, that's really cool. Though I have some appreciation for the fact that like Shield was not set up to be infected by Hydra until Winter Soldier. That's something they threw on.
They did that, and it caused problems. And
Big problems
kind of
for Age of
ever
Ultron. Yeah.
I would say that there's problems forever because the MCU has not had like an important military apparatus.
Sword has not
since.
replaced Shield at all. Sword is so confusing.
Don't even know what they are, really,
No.
at all.
Isn't it Saber now as well?
Saber is
base.
a space station.
The
Sword
base.
is the organization.
Oh.
You'd know that if
Not
you paid
confusing. It's
attention
not
to the
confusing at all.
Marvels, but clearly you're not a fan. The filmmakers famously approached the material as if they were helming a 1970s spy thriller rather than a big-budget superhero extravaganza. This unique angle elevated the material beyond a series of exciting set pieces. Oh. As if that's not good enough, I guess. It's a series of exciting set pieces. But that's it. Oh no, sorry. There's more.
Oh, God.
My goodness, for a second there I was worried. I was like, oh, Chris, give me more.
Give
It added
me
a
more.
layer of political and social depth unseen in previous MCU films. Unseen?
All right, calm down. Iron Man was
What do you
great.
think Iron Man was about?
Iron Man is a great movie.
Yeah.
Iron Man
it
is a
was.
great movie. I feel like that's the thing that needs to be consistently reinforced. Iron Man was great, and really a lot of the other films in Phase 1, at the worst, they were like fine. Phase 1 is actually more consistent than any other phase that came since. Even
I would
Phase
agree
3,
with that, yeah.
for whatever highs it had a lot of fucking lows. And Phase 2 was bad in general, except for Guardians.
Just remember
But,
that,
like-
how low stakes things were back then. It was comprehensive.
Oh god, I miss it, right? I
Coherent.
miss it so much.
Yeah, like, because in Phase 1 you have
How much
Iron
of the
Man, which is a
universe is
great
at
movie.
stake? Oh, it's just like the city. It's like,
hold on
oh
again.
shit.
That's the thing. Instead of reducing the stakes, they went further. Like multiverse, baby.
Multiverse. All of them.
Quantum verse. Quantum multiverse.
If this stone
stakes
doesn't
could
get
not get
retrieved,
larger,
it'll
yeah.
be the end of multiple levels. The God of Stories
Time
needs to be
itself,
incorporated now.
The very concept of logic will be torn asunder.
The concept of souls will be destroyed. Like, oh
Never
no,
forget, there's a celestial or titan, whatever they're called, sticking out of the earth right now, and never
right, a
mentioned.
celestial
It's
poking
never
his
been
head.
mentioned
That's
again.
not true. It's mentioned once in
She-Hulk.
She-Hulk.
Yeah.
She-Hulk has
In
it
a-
as a
in
little
an
Easter egg
article.
inside. Nobody else has noticed it.
You know what,
Mentioned
Lil
is a
Platoon?
strong
That's why
word.
they did that, to stop people from saying it's never been mentioned. Now people have to say it's never been addressed properly.
Yeah.
Can't say it's never been mentioned. They got you there.
Do you think Stutman calls it the mullet verse?
The mullet verse.
Where can I find this mullet verse?
Gimme. To the back of your head, baby.
Right next to the Wumble words.
The final paragraph.
Oh,
If
boy.
one were to judge Marvel's films solely based on their action sequences, Winter Soldier is their best by far. The highway assault.
No.
The highway assault sequence is viscerally thrilling. Notice the real fear on our heroes' faces as they engage the bad guys. Never once do we feel these people are invincible.
Notice the bullets don't hit Cap's legs. When
Well,
he's
I was about to
running
say,
towards
didn't
them.
Black Widow as well? Didn't she get shot or stabbed through the stomach?
She got shot. She got,
Shot.
oh, well,
Or
she
his
got shot in the
shoulder?
remember?
Yeah. So the issue there wasn't that she survived that hit. It was that it takes ages for her to get medical attention. Remember, she's just bleeding out as she's
Yeah.
been captured.
Oh, no.
The
And then they
action in that movie
lightsaber
does
through the-
not hold up at all. It's pretty
Yeah,
bad.
and that's the thing, right? I love it in concept, like the Nick Fury shit where they try to take him out, but he's a hell of a lot harder to beat than they thought. But man, what they not only what they do to him should be more than enough, but remember he gets flipped, and then he takes his
Yeah, yeah.
lightsaber and escapes into the sewer?
Digs the hole.
Question mark?
He digs the hole.
He digs the
He
hole
digs
through,
the
like,
hole.
yeah, and then Winter
Through
Soldier
the
doesn't just
trap.
go after him. It's
No, he doesn't.
Yeah.
He leaves him go.
And then also another one that I've always found really funny: when Winter Soldier catches the shield, what if he just took it?
Yep.
It's just like mine now, and then runs away.
Honestly,
Hey,
Cap would be
yeah.
fucked.
Yeah.
Remember
He'd be screwed if
they explain to him all of the nature of the plan and then try to nuke him instead of just not explaining the plan and then nuking him.
And also, if you watch the elevator fight, you slow it down. There's a lot of people just like not really doing
Yeah, that's-
anything. There are bad guys. There are bad guys grappling each other. I don't know if the film knows whether everybody in the elevator is on Cap is
That's what we
against
call
Cap.
it.
or if
It's one of
people are on
those-
his side.
It's one of those moments where it's like, listen, guys, like we can't have him addressing all of you at the same time, so you need to
Yeah.
pretend as though he's hit you, and you're like,
You guys need to flip a little
Yeah.
bit. You need to shake and sort of be hunched over, like, oh, jeez. And then once he's
Yeah.
free, then he can start fighting you.
But
And
The
then
shot's gonna
also,
move by
he's
so
getting to the
fast. We're gonna
garage,
hope that nobody notices.
But I wouldn't deny it's the tone of the fights that I genuinely fucking miss from the MCU. Some of them are like, remember when
was
Fury
rough.
gets shot, you feel as a viewer like, oh fuck, is Fury dead? And at this point, you wish that were true, but no.
Well, a lot of it comes down to they act like they're in danger, whereas now they're like making joke, like it's a fun meme as they're killing all of the bad guys, but none of them are ever going to get them. It's like, yeah, this is kind of like a fun meme that we're having right now. It's not like we're fighting for our lives or anything.
Hmm.
And especially not taking it seriously when people are in danger, because it is one of the biggest problems with a lot of these new superhero films. And it's so funny because it's something that got figured out with the earliest superhero films that got made. Show the hero saving people. You got to show them saving people, regular people.
Yeah.
Dude,
not just
I
constantly fighting
remember
cool
one
things.
when he uses energy to save those people that
In
are
the
running
car?
into him.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the car.
And then she runs him
Like,
over.
yeah.
She's panicked. Which
He's
is
on
probably gonna
limited
happen.
energy already, but he takes a little bit of energy, or probably a lot of energy.
There's a reason
to just save
Iron Man
them.
1 is like a masterclass, but it's not unique. There's a lot of films that follow its sort of formula.
Spider-Man saves a bunch of people. Superman saves people. Batman
There's probably
saves
a lot
people, but now
that is found in Spider-Man 1, Raimi Spider-Man, that matches Iron Man 1, that matches, like, even something like, a lot of the
Back to
origin films.
Superman.
Yeah.
Even
There's
back to
such a-
Superman, who'd be saving people. You know, you
There's-
gotta
Not
save
Superman,
people.
not Man of Steel though.
Well,
Yes.
me and Mel rewatching The Running Man. There's a very straightforward formula in film, and it's just like, fuck me. When are they gonna get back to that? Like
That's
running
what
a
it stopped the
formula.
movie. It's like, I'm not gonna kill all these unarmed civilians. What are you on about?
Yeah,
It's
when
like, oh,
when
okay.
a team of heroes enters the room with all the bad guys, the first thing they say is, "Get the people out! Get them out
Get the
now!"
people
It's like,
out,
oh,
yeah.
why'd you care? Just shoot them down, whatever.
It's such an easy way to endear you to characters when they're trying to help civilians in danger. I mean, it's even things like your more gruff characters, like John McClane, would be trying to help people, you know, like in a situation, or trying to save them or get them out of harm's way. It's such a basic thing, and when you have stories that just like have wanton disregard for the lives of civilians, it's really uncomfortable. It's just weird and awkward, and it just makes it harder to. You got to show heroes saving.
Yeah,
people.
it's like, why don't you got
do it.
to that casual, intermittent reminder of, oh yeah, that's why I really like this hero.
Exactly, and that's why they're doing it in the first place. They're not just here to kill people; they're here trying to save people. I mean, again, it's Avengers 2012, right? That'd be a good example of how to point to your big action climax set in a city filled with civilians. Show Cap fighting with aliens to try and save civilians. Like, show Tony trying to save civilians. Show people saving civilians instead of having them fight in a big empty field where there's nobody around.
We talked about Helm's Deep being possibly the best sort of fight sequence in film, and part of it is the Drinker said when recording. A big part of it is understanding everything. It's very easy to follow what happens in Helm's Deep, and I would say the Avengers New York battle is very much one of those as well. That we have a character that relates to a particular sort of goal, and each of them are given very strict orders, and then we move from one to the other to the other to the other, and we're keeping it going, and they all follow a set of ups and downs. That to me is just like, once you've got that, you'll be fine. Like you can't score below a fucking 5 if you've nailed that formula.
Yeah, like you've nailed your core, so now it's about building on top of that and getting to greatness and beyond. But as long as you've got the foundation, you're fine.
Both the Extraction movies, they do pretty darn good job with the action and stuff. They just kind of need to, tighten everything up around.
Yeah, they go a
it,
little.
and
It's like when he's hand holding the minigun, taking down the helicopter. It's like, oh, we're delving a little into like absurdity now, which is funny because you'd be like, oh, but it's okay in T2. It'd be like, well, he's a Terminator. That's the right way to do that.
Oh, that would be another example of right? Of like they strongly emphasize, hey, Arnie, you can't be shooting people, all right? That's no good.
That movie's awesome.
We're the good
for
guys.
That.
We're the good guys, so we don't do that. We injure, but we don't kill people. But because it would be really awkward if fucking good guy Arnie was just running around
people. Why? Because
Why
you can't. Why?
Why can't I?
Because you just can't. Okay, trust me on this. And then he shoots the guy in the fucking kneecaps, and he's like, "What are you doing?" I said, "Don't kill people." And he's like, "He'll live."
He'll live.
Oh, I fucking love that movie.
So good.
Anyway. Oh, he spells it right this time. If one were to judge Marvel's films solely based on their action sequences, Winter Soldier is by far their best. The highway assault sequence is viscerally thrilling. Notice the real fear on our heroes' faces as they engage the bad guys. Never once do we feel these people are invincible, capable of surviving anything, and that's a heck of a trick for a superhero film.
That's a good trick.
I mean, honestly, that had slightly more substance than the other ones. So.
Yeah, that's strange.
Yeah, there was something there. Good
emphasis
good
on slightly.
It seems out of
That's almost
place.
a 5-minute review. Good job.
What are you up to, Chris? What's going on here?
Christopher. Anyway, we got 2 remaining, so
oh boy,
I'll let John go first. What's your choice?
Oh wait, before you do anything.
Oh, you're gonna check out.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop out.
I figured you wanted to stay for the incredible Stuckmanization, but maybe you've overloaded on him.
I'll watch the VOD later.
Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us, and because I won't be there on the night itself. Happy New Year, because you're gonna.
Yeah.
Yes.
And thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Happy New Year to you guys.
Cheerio.
Catch you later.
Bye, Good hearing from
Bye.
you. Goodbye.
All right, John, what have you got? Which one?
I would like to hear Chris's input on American Psycho, which is a favorite of mine. And
a lot of memes that have a resurgence this year.
Yes,
about Psycho, the American Psycho.
American Psycho is the kind of movie that I would expect him to put on here and not say anything about. And you'd be like, "Well, this is all of them." And I'd be like, "No, this one specifically, though."
This one extra nothing.
Yeah. Well, I'm very curious what Chris would say about this, because I think it's Christian Bale is playing a particularly complex character in this movie.
Well, I'll tell you this. This is the longest, I think, of all the ones so far.
Oh my god!
Really?
It's like 5 paragraphs.
So yeah, get
Because
excited.
like you
everybody.
could say he's somebody who's warped by his upbringing or corporatism or capitalism or whatever, but he's playing a very strange character in this movie. And also, for how deranged and sort of male-centric the movie is, it was directed by a woman, Mary Harron.
You mean Mary
I think this is
Sue?
her most.
Oh,
But I think most people think that this movie must have been directed by a man, but it wasn't. And I'm curious if Chris ever brings this up in his review.
all right.
So yeah, please let's hear it.
Here we go. American Psycho. Quick facts. Director, Mary Harron. Starring, Christian Bale, Jared Leto, Reese Witherspoon. Studio, Edward R. Pressman Productions. So this is how it begins.
Cool.
Serial killers. Hollywood seems obsessed with the subgenre. Films like 1995's Seven explore violent crimes through the eyes of the detectives attempting to solve them. American Psycho provides a refreshing change of pace by placing us in the expensive shoes of Patrick Bateman, a slick-haired, high-powered businessman played to sarcastic brilliance by Christian Bale. He's the type
Sarcastic brilliance.
Sarcastic brilliance.
Sarcastic brilliance.
I
Sarcastic
mean, it speaks for itself,
brilliance.
really, doesn't it? Anyway.
Yeah, we don't even
know
need
what
to
that means.
explore that. That's true.
He's the type who arrogantly flies into a fit of envy at the sight of an associate's extravagant business card. Quote, "Look at that subtle off-white coloring. The tasteful thickness of it. Oh my God. It even has a watermark." End quote.
A watermark.
His business card may be lacking, but Bateman seems to have it all. Riches, status, women. Unfortunately, despite his money and position in life, he can't seem to stop murdering people.
He can't
All
seem
right.
to stop murdering people. Wah, wah.
It's so relatable.
This is pretty normal so far. I don't know what to say, really. It's just like,
It's a living.
the power of American Psycho lies in the mystery surrounding Bateman's horrific acts of violence. Are his crimes real? Or is the whole ordeal some terrifying lucid dream existing only in his mind? The film traverses his mental anguish in a way I find most remarkable. And it does so with an impressively wicked sense of humor. Few films can get a laugh out of a bloodied naked man chasing a woman with a chainsaw. Or how about Bateman's compulsion for quoting 80s pop music? Quote, "Do you like Phil Collins?" End quote. We're almost at the end, but this is probably the
speaking of a
most
tasteful
normal
thickness.
review of a film he's ever written.
Yeah.
American Psycho is shot with meticulous attention to detail. Nearly every frame contains something visually arresting. In fact, I think many people overlook the immaculate cinematography when remembering this film. But I can't really blame anyone for that, since the dialogue and performances are both so infectiously endearing. Factor in the biting satire of 80s culture, along with two great supporting turns from Jared Leto and Reese Witherspoon, and you really have no excuse to miss it. Unless, of course, you have to return some videotapes. And that's it.
Wah, wah.
Okay.
Is that it? Fuck off.
I was gonna say, this
Come
feels
on,
like
man.
he
It's
saw
sort
it for
of
what it
normal.
presents itself as opposed to everything it's about.
I thought that was the McDonald's Happy Meal review of
The Happy
American
Meal
Psycho.
review is a great way to put it.
Because I haven't seen that movie in a long time. That's basically everything I remembered of it. And I'm just like, I want to rewatch it now to actually remember what it's actually
This
about.
is the review you give when you've got nothing to say about the film,
Yeah.
which is in line with
there's
everything
no
you said.
depth to it. There's absolutely no insight as to what might
He's
be,
quoted
at
the,
the very least, might be driving this character. There's nothing.
He's quoted
are
the
the
subtle
kinds of
off-white coloring
reviews-
quote, which is like the meme. That's like the memeiest meme from the film. It's like, of course he quoted that. That's like the most normal thing you could do.
These reviews to me, they feel like what you could pressure some random passerby into giving you on the street.
Mhm.
You know, it doesn't. That
It's
none
kinda
of these
like,
feel like they come from a professional, veteran movie critic.
No.
The
It's been
moments
said a
when you
lot.
walk
It's like
through
a
the city and
bookstore.
someone starts telling you about American Psycho. in the
Yeah, it's like,
street.
hey, have you heard about American Psycho? Or or
No,
you're
fuck
standing in
off.
line to get movie tickets, and the guy
It's
behind you is like, "Oh, line sure is slow." Have you seen American Psycho?
Yeah.
It's
No,
it's
so,
like a
so
really bad
surface
book
level.
report, is what it is. It's just
Yeah,
you're coasting by as
exactly.
best you can. You read the spark notes, and you're trying to present and you use words like, "Oh yeah, it was brilliant. It was inspired. It was truly awe-inspiring and terrifying and riveting." And you just throw those words in there between just regular factoids and things that you skimmed or breezed past. And it's like, yeah, there you go. You done it. You presented me with the most basic surface level interpretation of that film.
Dude, I was literally thinking of like that Simpsons where Bart Simpson's doing a book report on Treasure Island. He's like, this book was brought to you by the fine people at McGraw Hill. It's like, come on, dude. Like, you're just mentioning scenes. Like, remember that scene where he has the chainsaw and he cuts people up? And it's just
I
like,
sure do.
oh,
He was
you
too
mentioned the
busy.
gory scene in the movie. That
The
means
scene
you
with the
really know this movie
cards.
inside
he
and
was
out.
too
Like,
busy playing Dash Dingo to write his book review.
Dash Dingo's
That's a
pretty
deep
fucking good
lore
though.
reference. I don't know how many people. Yeah,
someone
Dash
said
Dingo
he
swallows with
didn't.
nunchucks. Pretty great.
Someone in chat said casually he didn't write this though, and I don't know if that's said as like an insult or whatever, because it says Chris Stuckman author. I can't see any other indication that this was written by anybody. But what a weird book to write. Imagine if you did make it so that these were your recommendations, but someone else fills in the reason to see them. But I think he wrote it. I don't see any.
And then no one can
otherwise.
tell the difference.
I will say
because-
this is absolutely in line with everything I'd expect him to write.
Exactly. Exactly.
yeah.
So,
You figured that again, you would have you would be like annoyed by the limitations of like print as a medium of trying to talk about 50 films that you love, and the limitations of how big your book could even be to be distributed, that would be confining you rather than, oh yeah, we'll just, like a couple, 100 pages to talk about like 50 movies, where each movie gets 1.5 pages. Like, damn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Damn. I want to talk, you can talk about any of these movies for like, an hour easily, more than that.
Well, it's us, to be fair. Normal people can talk about these movies for 10 minutes easily. Let's put it that way.
Talk about it for 10 minutes, half an hour, yeah.
Well, and part of the issue
well.
I would say is that it's not even that he talks about them for a minute. He doesn't talk about them.
No, he'll
No.
lay out like kind of normal factoids. He'll
No, I mean even with a minute you could go into some depth, but he just doesn't. Like
It's what makes it a kind of sub book report. At least like every book report I ever had to write, usually there would be a question to prompt you, like, what does X character's decision here represent in terms of like the broader narrative? Like you'd have to say something about someone involved in the film or some aspect of the book, something specific that's not just generic adjective, this made me feel stuff, and this is who directed it. Like you have to get a bit more granular than that overview. But it's kind of telling as well, like the fact that this book is supposed to have been written by celebrated film critic Stuckman, but actually could have been written by pretty much anyone, even people who hadn't really seen the film, is kind of indicative of the overall quality of the review, I think.
Yep.
Something that I'm noticing as well is that most of the time he doesn't like to talk about anything that gets like a little bit more personal in terms of the impact that any given film has on him. Like with Signs he did it, but even then, like not in a super comprehensive way. But like there's no points in any of these of how this film
There's
and
no human
what it was
element,
about.
no human touch.
Exactly. Like how did this film impact you in terms of what did it make you think about yourself? Did it change you and the way that you felt about yourself in any particular way, like a really great story can? Where it introduces you to like some new idea or concept or theme that just takes root in your brain and is really hard to dislodge. Because I mean, a lot of the time that's what you're looking for, right? When you're looking for stories, is the ones that really, how did it make you feel? How did it make you feel?
Yeah,
like,
convince me you're a human.
Feel.
Yeah, because telling us it made you feel is like, well, yeah. Not really enough, though, is it? You felt things. You're like, yeah, but what things?
Like, you
and
don't have to
why?
write that your characters were breathing. Like, you assume so.
Yeah, and to me, it's like a lack of caring about the material. Like if I was providing a review on something like American Psycho, I would want to go into some depth to it. It's just like, here's what I think is happening here, but there's just like no incentive on his part to like go into any real
This
detail.
makes you wonder what a casual conversation with him would be like. If
It's
you
the
just
only
talk
kind
about
of
his-
conversation you can have with
just
him.
talk about like his favorite movie, and it's like, okay, go on, tell me about your favorite movie. Like you're buddies with him, you just get into the conversation.
Probably
like,
it's probably
forced or anything.
Signs. He was
Yes,
whining
Science might
about
be
it.
the one to actually cry out some kind of controversial perspective.
Yeah,
Because he feels things passionately about
I'm not
that
even.
one.
I don't even want a controversial thing. I just want him to tell me more.
Well,
like, what he
controversial to
thinks
him
about
is
stuff.
normal for us, is kind of what I'm getting at.
Giving details of a movie's plot is controversy.
Yeah, he's like, whoa, now I will tell you what happened to the protagonist in that film.
Yeah.
Like, whoa.
Yeah.
Well, I have a problem with that broadly. Like, I feel like there's this weird conflation between a plot summary and a review, with a lot of like YouTubers, and it's just like, come, tell me what you think about it. Like, go dive beneath the surface at least a little bit. Because I can get a plot summary from fucking anywhere. I can get it from the website of the movie.
The
the official
Wikipedia,
website.
yeah. All these
From the
plots.
cinema website, I'm gonna go watch the movie.
The people trying to sell you the film will tell you what it's sort of about.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Well, that leaves us with one more from Az, whatever he would like to hear.
I had a look. I was gonna say Casino Royale, but then I changed my mind.
Oh my.
And I would like to hear what Stuckman has to say about Enemy.
Ooh, the Villeneuve film.
Yes.
Well, we could do both, because I'm kind of curious what he'd have to say about the reinvention of James Bond. But why don't we do that last? We'll do Enemy first.
Fine. Yeah.
How many people here have seen Enemy?
I
have not seen it.
No.
All right, well, Az, this will be all for you then. You got to tell us how insightful this is.
Okay.
You
So
can
we
tell us
begin.
now if you like, because you don't
I've
actually need
seen
to
it.
wait for the
You
review.
could give a good guess right now, yeah.
Enemy was a nice film, and
Nice
I thought
film.
it was nice.
That's
Calm
too
down
much
there,
information.
Chris.
Alex. Calm down.
Quite liked it actually.
Okay, here we go. Enemy, mystery thriller. Director Denis Villeneuve, starring Jake Gyllenhaal, Melanie, I assume, Laurent, and Sarah Gadon. Gadon. Studio Mechanismo. Cool. All right, and here's the review. Here we go. That spider. That freaking spider. For a cinephile, there's nothing better than a confusing movie that begs them to hang around underneath the theater marquee, grasping at straws to decipher what they just saw. Is that
nothing
true?
better than that?
There's nothing better than that? I don't know about that. but all
I
right.
don't know.
Okay. Enemy is directed by the immensely gifted Denis Villeneuve, starring Jake Gyllenhaal in a daringly restrained performance. So confounding is Enemy that as of this writing, over 770,000 baffled people have watched my analysis video in which I attempt to explain its hidden meanings.
Wow,
Why
what a
is that in
fucking-
this book?
Why is that in your book, you fuck? Over 770,000 people have watched a YouTube video that I made on YouTube. Links in the description.
Oh my god. Anyway,
Fucker.
after initially
Better than I imagined.
After initially seeing Enemy, I sat in awe at the puzzle pieces the film left scattered across the floor. It was almost as if Villeneuve was taunting me to approach this puzzle, and doing so took 2 months. 2 months! This is me reading it, by the way. Even now, as I write this, I'm positive there are still things I've missed. So wait, has he put this in here because he thinks he's the person who cracked the film when no one else did or something?
I cracked the code.
Well, he said a whole load of nothing so far.
Yeah, he hasn't
so,
said anything yet. We'll get there. Next paragraph. I feel that with a film like this, you'd benefit to know little about the plot, so I won't say much besides the basics. What else do you ever say?
Okay, go ahead. I mean, you mostly fail about the basics too, so I'm very curious.
Gyllenhaal is convinced he has an identical twin he never knew about and is desperate to meet him. To assume this brief wait, that's it? That's the
sorry, just the idea of him saying that he has an identical twin that he never knew about. It's like, duh, of course he never fucking knew about him. Then he wouldn't think he had an identical twin. You just know if he had an identical twin or not. What is the plot? Is that he lives with this creepy look-alike, and he grew up with this weirdo in his house that shares his face? Like, what a bizarre way to say
I feel like I won't say too much is because I'm not actually convinced he's seen this film.
No. What do you mean? He explained it to 770,000 baffled people. That is a quote, by the way.
Well, he can add 7 to the list. Baffled people he's talking to.
Okay, and is desperate to meet him. To assume this brief synopsis is all Enemy has to offer would be tantamount to observing one brick on the Great Wall of China and deciding you've seen enough.
What the fuck?
What are you talking about, Chris?
You know what? I'll reiterate what I've said before. Writing is really difficult, and most people can't do it worth a damn.
Okay.
Moving on.
So,
this movie
Enemy.
can actually be researched. Honestly, ask yourself, when's the last time you saw a new film that actually required serious thought?
Wait, serious thought, or do you need to research it? Make up your mind.
Sorry, that's like a perplexing.
The reason I stopped there was I was like, surely everyone here takes issue with that statement.
That's stunning that he would say that.
That is stunning. He's basically just shat on all of the other films in this book.
When I say stunning, I mean stunned into silence. Like I am stunned that he would say that.
I was like, where do you start with that? So he's basically just made the statement that this is the only film he has seen in recent memory that required serious thought.
Yeah, the other ones didn't require serious thought. They only required unserious thought.
There were little baby movies compared to Enemy.
I need to remind you of the films that entered this list that apparently did not require any kind of serious thought. American Psycho, Memento, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Spirited Away, Signs. He said the Signs was so important, but apparently not. Fucking hell. Old Boy, Return of the King, No Country for Old Men, yeah. Incredible, Shaun of the Dead, History of Violence. I don't understand how none of these qualify. Zodiac, why doesn't that qualify?
Have you ever taken 2 months to think about a film or...
Have I ever taken 2 months to explain to 770,000 baffled people what a film means?
That's the thing,
it's just
he's a reviewer. This is his job. He's supposed to apply serious thought to everything he watches.
Only to the films that earn it, which apparently is only Enemy 2013.
At least one made the Chris Stuckman grade.
One made the cut in the 2000s. Man.
I mean, the spider visual is the lowest hanging fruit that you can grab from that movie. I mean,
So
there are more
an
interesting
intellectualizer
aspects
would
about
say.
that movie than the spider
There's
thing.
I don't even know this movie.
So-
all I know is like there's a spider and some twin. It's like, oh,
Right, okay.
what?
Right.
To
the
explain the twin thing a little bit better, Jake Gyllenhaal
A little bit better.
rent a little bit better than Cuckman or Suckman or whatever money is.
Whoa, savage.
He watches a film, and when he's watching the film, he sees an actor in the film that looks identical to him.
Okay.
And he's really kind of curious about this. He's been told to watch this film, you know, and then he gets to the point, and there's like a bell. I think it's a bellhop. It's been a little while since I've seen Enemy. I think it's a bellhop, and it's Jake Gyllenhaal, and he's sort of wondering how on earth he could have this actor which looks like him, and so he decides to go out and find the actor and sort of confront the actor if they are related, if they do know each other. And then when the actor realizes that he has a double like Jake Gyllenhaal, then it leads to a much more interesting path as he tries to exploit this. And I mean, then you do go off into massive spoiler territory because it involves the women in their lives and.
Yeah, but are you saying he was told to watch a movie where you find someone that looks exactly like him? That's already more interesting.
Yeah,
But
that is a very
actually want to
interesting
watch
hook
the
as
film
premise
now.
for a movie.
Yeah.
So why not just tell us how you feel about it instead?
Yeah.
I thought it's
No.
nice.
I thought it was
thought it
nice
was a
and
nice
cool
film.
and neat.
So to add to my point about the spider, the fact that Chris starts his review off of like with that spider, that fucking spider, it's just so cringe. It's like you're taking
This
the
is like
lowest
the-
fucking thing that this
John,
film has to offer.
It was what, a
and
paragraph?
this is your preface for the whole thing.
Before he quoted the fucking shit about the business card in American
Business
Psycho.
cards,
It's
yeah.
like, come on.
But, I mean, even that
That's true.
opening is. I think he's referencing the very end of the film, like the very end seconds of the film.
I didn't want to say it, but yeah.
And so to get to that point, you have a whole fucking film, Chris, before you even get to that point. Yes, there is major spider imagery all throughout the film, from the reveal of the tarantula with the woman to the group of people at the beginning, through to the crashed car and the spider web, which was imagery which was made out of the destroyed glass. So there is multiple images of spider references. Of course, you see the huge spider walking across the city. Obviously, that is metaphorical as opposed to literal. And so the end has, that's you have to get. Oh
I know
my God.
you're balancing between spoiler and not spoiler.
Yeah,
I got you. It's okay.
I see what you're doing.
Well, it's hard to bring up the spider thing without spoilers. Yeah,
I get you.
It's a massive character. It's a huge character piece, and it's a huge delve into who you are. Who we are. Are we? As humans, as people,
As spiders,
as the Force Awakens.
Oh, you know what? As you weren't here,
as Soliders.
Too late. You've referenced it.
Soliders.
I'd like to quote a comment from Chris. One sec. About, because you brought up Force Awakens. This helps you as contextualize the kind of caliber we're in for. This is directly from his assessment of why you should see The Force Awakens. Okay. So here we go. Everyone here has heard this except for you, Az. Get ready. I loved this film and honestly feel that in years to come, and especially with future releases, it will garner great respect. That might be my favorite quote, other than the. It's so dumb.
It's like, how far off the mark could you possibly fire that arrow?
Narrator, he was wrong. There's not much else to say about that one. But I mean, either that quote or the one where he says he had a serious thought.
I had a serious thought, but after some Tylenol, I was okay.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
Anyway, we got one paragraph left.
Okay, let's go.
Enemy is part of a dying breed of films, and Villeneuve is clearly content with this. He actually had his cast sign an agreement to avoid discussing the meaning of the spiders that are ever present throughout the film. His intense dedication to his projects, especially Enemy, is remarkably refreshing in today's day and age of movies. Here's a movie that begs its audience to lean closer, wondering what exactly they just saw. A film that utilizes every space of the frame to populate the screen with clues and information. If that sounds intriguing to you, then seek out this underrated gem. Just be prepared to take notes, then watch it again and take more notes. Then maybe lay in the fetal position, taking more notes.
Oh.
That would be tricky.
There's not going to be as revolutionary of a spider movie until Madam Web releases.
Ooh, it will replace the spider
I fear in
film
years to come,
hierarchy.
Madam Web will be the starting point of a wonderful. Oh, never mind.
Man, that was disappointing as well. I guess. Well, I don't know what I expect from the Stuck Man sometimes.
Stuck
Man of Stuck.
I guess
Man
I'm
of
glad it was Enemy that made him go, wait a minute, you can think about films. It's like, yes, Chris. Yes. He's like,
Really?
You can think about films, you don't have to just pretend to talk about them on the internet? What the fuck?
What?
Hey, 770,000 people is
You guys want to hear what he has to say about Casino Royale?
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
really
really,
to hear
but
what
so
he has to
ahead.
say about Casino
Is
Royale.
this- So this is what the whole thing's going to be. It's just Chris Stuckman, like...
Yes, we're not. We're gonna have to do another
Yeah.
episode with the intention of what we were supposed to do today.
Evidently,
This has
yeah.
gone on.
This is just too
way
funny.
long.
It's-
I was going to say
this is
this is a
turning
Chris
into another
Stuckman
Chris
episode
Stuckman
now.
episode.
It's been fun. I've
Yeah.
enjoyed this.
No.
I hadn't read the book outside of the Steins review, but this has been filled with gold.
I mean, it arrived today, so yeah.
Yeah, it did arrive today. So very convenient. Sorry, John, were you about to say something as well about the what's about Enemy?
No, all I wanted to say there was that I was lukewarm on Chris Stuckman before, but now I'm actually starting to dislike him based on this discussion. Just because it's so shallow.
So
You know, his commentary.
you're saying you have
That's
not
all.
been
That's literally it.
Stuckmanized?
I've been
Well, he has been.
Stuckmanized.
It's a problem.
I don't know if I think that's a bad thing. I would say being Stuckmanized.
You've been Stuckmanized.
The Casino Royale 2006 action adventure thriller. Director Martin Campbell, starring Daniel Craig, Ava Green, Mads Mikkelsen. Studio Eon Productions. The reinvention of a popular franchise, a timeless classic, or in this case, a character, has spread through Hollywood like a disease. Why would you say that?
Why would you say disease?
Okay. I'm thoroughly convinced that we'll receive at least one Friday the 13th incarnation every 5 years, but hear me, studio executives, don't you dare touch Jaws. That's sacred ground.
What is happening?
What?
I have no idea.
Am I on the wrong page?
Yeah, can you read the right review, please, Molly?
Why would you describe James Bond as a disease? Like, you need someone to be like, Chris, people don't like diseases. Like, that's
Solider 3 times in a row.
Also, like, Chris,
got
if
the
you're going to be
Solider
reviewing this
disease.
entire film inside of one page, maybe get on with it. You don't need to be talking about Jaws.
Fuck me.
He's setting the groundwork, okay? The majority of these reboots and remakes aren't made with care. Easily recognized as the blatant cash grabs they are. And of course, remember, he said
would
that...
you say this now?
Well, and remember, he had nothing but praise for The Force Awakens. I know that's not a strict reboot. Well, no, it is.
It is a reboot, essentially.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't say this anymore, would he?
Oh, who
'Cause
knows?
This is too harsh.
Oh, yeah, this is mean. This is mean.
This is too mean.
He doesn't do mean anymore. Gratefully, that wasn't the case with Casino Royale. Daniel Craig...
The disease.
I think he meant that positively. I think he doesn't understand what disease evokes.
Like a robot.
I don't
disease,
like having
something
a
that
disease.
spreads, you know? Daniel Craig's first outing as the iconic spy, James
I wish it
Bond.
said Nutella instead. Spreads like Nutella on toast.
Imagine his review
delicious.
of Nutella. It's nice. I like it. It subverts your
Chalky.
expectations. But not really. Casino Royale perfectly embodies, and more importantly, understands the term reboot. Less experienced filmmakers assume their reboot will be interesting simply because it contains beloved characters from previous films. Oh, like fucking Force Awakens? Hello? But Casino Royale does for Bond what Batman Begins did for the Caped Crusader. Ooh. Bond becomes a vulnerable human being, not just a gun-toting ladies' man with a license to kill. I mean, just. Boo. He's a vulnerable physically and emotionally. Wait, he's vulnerable physically and emotionally. Okay, that's fine. It's not
I can
the
say the things that other people say about things.
Well, I was going to say, I haven't heard any of this from... No, I've not heard this before, but that's fine. It's not the first attempt at humanizing Bond. He got married in another film. So, on his
human
Majesty's Secret Service.
Hold on. Did he put in another film?
No, he says on Her Majesty's Secret Service. I'm just saying that's a funny statement. He was made human before because he got married in that other one. It's like, oh, okay. See, humans get married.
What about when Della was murdered in License to Kill?
Oh, is it? I've never liked the idea, because I love Casino Royale as much as the next person, but I don't like the idea that it's the first one that made him human. It's like, fuck off.
That's ridiculous. Fuck off.
No, well, it is sort of an echo of what On Your Her Majesty's Secret Service did, where Bond got married and ended tragically.
Well, but there's many ways to explore him as a character that goes
another
beyond a
day
love
where
interest.
he's incarcerated and the British government basically just leave him.
Yeah. But it's the first time everything has truly clicked. Sean Connery's original achievement as the titular spy has had few real competitors until Craig. I don't know. Pierce Brosnan's my favorite, but alright.
That's a lot of fucking horseshit.
His Bond is foolhardy, naive, and needlessly reckless. Yet he's also fully committed to his job. In the past, Bond would allow his libido to jeopardize his assignments. In Casino Royale, Bond is getting frisky with a gorgeous lady, yet leaves the instant she tells him what he needs to know. This is a cold, calculating assassin, and it's the closest we've gotten to Ian Fleming's original vision.
Isn't a guy who continues, who keeps going with it and has sex with a beautiful woman even after he has the information, that's more humanizing than the cold, calculating assassin who, once he has what he wants, he leaves.
I also don't buy that he's read
Wasn't the
any
same
of
thing
Ian
happening in a
Fleming's
much cheesier way in
books.
one of the Roger Moore films when he's sleeping with someone up on a ski lodge, and then he gets a call and he gets up to leave, and she says, "But James, I
Like
need
when
you,"
he
and he
asked her if
says,
she wanted to ride the slopes.
and he says, "So does England," and then he skis down a slope and then has a Union Jack parachute. It's the
Hell
same
yes.
basic thing, right?
Like to what Rags was saying, the 2000s Casino Royale does one and the other. Like when he's like tracking down the terrorist that like is trying to blow up a plane. Like when he's interrogating his girlfriend, all he wants is like the information, and then he sort of leaves her. But then when it comes to Vesper, he's actually interested in establishing a long-term relationship.
Isn't that what the movie's about? It's the big split between how, you know, a lot of where your feelings would take you, but a lot of where the job takes you, sort of thing. And good foundation for a James Bond-like character. That's why, again...
he had to set up that you know, Bond was company Bond. He was doing the things that he needed to do, get the information, kill the people, get his status and all that. Then he meets Vesper. He tries to play the same game with Vesper, you know, says all the things that he believes he needs to say to her, you know, says that, "Oh, I'm not interested in you. Why? Because I'm smart, this, that, and the other." No, because you're single. You know, he's trying to paint himself to her as the sort of, you know, I'm the spy guy that comes in, does this, and fucks off lady. But no, he falls in love with her, and that changes the whole kind of mission in places. So it's that's, you needed to have the setup to get the payoff of falling in love.
Yes. Oh yeah. You need that contrast. Like have a woman where he's just trying to extract information out of her, but then a particular woman comes along, and it's like, oh, I've fallen for this one.
Yes.
You know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's called storytelling.
To continue. Simply from an action standpoint, this is the best 007 by far. Director Martin Campbell's mastery of set pieces is evident with the visceral, jaw-dropping parkour sequence. Legitimately one of the greatest action scenes ever created.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Wow. The film also contains brilliant work from Eva Green, the best female character a Bond film has had in decades, with Mads Mikkelsen, the best Bond villain ever. Ever.
Oh,
No.
We're making some heavy statements here.
Yeah, he's I mean, this is the most bold he's been in a while. And it's like the most basic nerd statements where it's just like, this was the best one. Mikkelsen's Le Chiffre is no cat-stroking caricature of evil. He's just a person, crippled by debt, scared of his enemies. I think that's why the film succeeds so well. It understands the characters inhabiting the screen, allowing their journey to propel the story instead of explosions and skimpy outfits. Remember, though, no serious thought would come from this film.
No.
It's not allowed.
That's only for
no enemy.
No. Nothing is enemy, Rags. Nothing at all. It's just enemies. It's on an island. Well, there you go. That's a strong grasp of what it feels like to have Chris Stuckman be your influential figure into the world of film.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
I was gonna say pain, but it's like, well, it's almost a lack of anything, isn't it? It's
so empty.
Mm-hmm.
It's just nothing.
Fucking Happy Meal.
It's a whole book of this.
No, a Happy Meal shuts up your kids.
This.
I mean, in all fairness, some of the stuff that he said shut us up.
Well,
Yeah.
it might put us to sleep.
Well, the one about the serious thought thing that had me. I was like, wow, he said that. That's that, I guess. Done. Still kind of shocked that he said that. It's a weird book because again, it's written as though you've seen the films most of the time, and it's all films that most people have heard of if you even have a vague interest in films. Have probably seen as well.
This is a list of films that you should bucket list films, right?
Yeah, see before you die. Make sure you see them.
Yeah, so it's got to be presented from the point of view that you haven't seen these films.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's meant to be convincing you why you should see these films, but he's not. He's doing the most bog standard nothing of nothings.
Well, I mean, who's really seen Lord of the Rings? I thought I said it wrong there because I'm just so unfunfamiliar with saying it. Lord of the Ring?
No, it's the Lord of Ring.
Lord of the Ring. Yeah, most
I
people
think
haven't
you
even heard
would
of it,
think,
I don't think.
like a bucket list of films would be like films that you wouldn't normally see.
Yeah,
Like
or films that
Casino
people have-
Royale is something where it's like, yeah, of course that's going to get mainstream marketing and whatever. Like, of course I'm going to see that on TV and want to go to see it. Like, sorry, go ahead.
I agree with you. I feel this is the opportunity to highlight things that either have been heard of but mostly ignored, which does, sometimes does happen, and then films that you've never heard of. Those are the two things that probably should enter here. Films that even we would see them and be like, oh yeah, because that had like a 200 million budget, but it only made like 50, and it was really good. Like that kind of movie might end up on here, but there should be it's a bucket list of best movies of all time, and you've thrown. Like I said, it feels weird to me that I recognized everyone here except one.
Mm-hmm.
That's
like
odd.
that list we were going over where Force Awakens was at the top of it. Was that the bucket list of his?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, we don't need to know. We don't need to be reminded that
come
the Force
on.
Awakens
How many
is a
people?
fucking,
If you're interested in film, have you even heard of Star Wars? I don't know.
I don't know if you heard this little film called Star Wars: The Force Awakens. Like, get the fuck out of here, dude.
Well, and that's kind of what I mean when we go to the genres of like animated. Like what films are present here? And it's like The Incredibles. Have you seen that? It's like, come on. It's like, yeah, but it's really good. And it's like, okay, that's not the problem. It's not really the issue. You can only put 50 on here, and they're films people should see before they die, and you've included something like Pirates of the Caribbean or The Avengers. It's like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, if there was a few films on that list where it's just like, I think that's more popular than you think it is, but like whatever, it's fine. But like The Force Awakens, that's not the only one. There's a number of like Return of the King is on there as well.
Yeah,
like,
but only Return of the King.
Off.
It's a weird thing.
That
It's
is
only Return of the King.
Yeah.
That is really bizarre. Why? What was his thought process behind that? Why have just Return of the King on the list, even though each movie is distinctly different, and not have those included?
Just put the
especially if
trilogy
you say
as
that
one
you should
point.
watch the third in this trilogy of movies before you die.
Yeah. Don't watch the other two.
No.
Only Return of the King. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, that's weird.
I don't know. I think it was something that Mauler pointed out earlier. It's a film that's presented as these are films that you need to see. That's written assuming that you've probably seen most of them anyway.
Yeah, it's just what's the point?
Yeah.
Don't.
Right.
With terrible descriptions.
So weird, dude.
It is weird.
In my
But hey,
mind,
we
like
did it.
him going around to hospitals
Sure
to find
did.
people on the last legs of life. He goes up to them and says, "Hey, have you seen The Force Awakens?" And they say, "No."
You know-
What? Like, do I need to say it? It's like, yes. Let me tell you nothing about this film.
This
Yeah,
movie's
it's
gonna
a
be
terrible
big once the
description.
sequels come out.
Imagine the last movie you see before you die is that one.
Also, I haven't
We're
illustrated
going
this well
time.
enough. I showed Metal this, but with every page you get an illustration to associate with the film. Some of these are fucking dreadful. I wouldn't mind you
Weird.
guessing some of them. You're gonna guess this one. I'll start with this one, all right? So here's number one. This is for a film. Can you guess which one?
I mean,
yes, it's Casino Royale.
nailed it. Nailed it.
But I was just like, What the fuck is that? Like, look how awkward BB-8 looks. Like why are they, it's just it's like you recognize all this, right? You're like, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, but why is the Millennium Falcon
that's the
bigger than
reaction.
No. Why is the Death Star in the Force Awakens?
Why are all these icons positioned the way they are?
I don't know. It's so
being used
crappy
and
and
it's like
random.
scrunched up.
For it's just a weird positioning, yeah.
I don't know. Like you could have given a shit, I suppose.
No.
Well, speaking of giving a shit, some of the so what movie is this?
Hold on.
I think Fringy and Metal might have a chance on this one.
Oh gee, thanks for picking one that all of us might have had a chance at, but
that's not the point.
Oh, that's Coraline. That's
correct.
Coraline.
That is Coraline.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, yeah.
What a shit image for Coraline.
Yeah, it's no good. Wouldn't you do the image from the poster of her in the tunnel?
No.
You know, like with the door, and that's the light cast into the.
That's just what they'd expect, Fringy.
Exactly.
Nope.
Here's one all of you should get. It's so great.
Captain America, the Winter Soldier.
Everyone. You see that? You're like, of course, that's Winter Soldier. That's what Winter Soldier is.
Wait a minute. How big is Captain America's? How big is the Star on the Shield? Is it that big?
It's not to scale. These images aren't to scale because Kylo Ren's helmet isn't actually as big as the.
It's not bigger than the Death Star.
Okay, so the star does fill the. It's just that it shouldn't be that big. The lines are meant to be bigger on the outside, and the inner circle with the star.
Yeah, but
is a lot
copyright.
smaller.
And also, look at the Force Awakens is just a bunch of Star Wars stuff crammed together, and the rest is a single thing.
So I think I missed the context of these. Is this like minimalist posters?
They are the accompanying minimalist images to help you.
What is
this?
off now is that there is no
Creed.
Captain Underpants.
Creed. Yeah,
Rocky.
Creed is correct, which still I'm just like that's so lame.
Okay, now what's
Here's his underwear. Here's Creed's underwear.
Hey, if those were boogies, they'd be $300.
Yes.
I'm confused. Why is the style inconsistent? Why does the Star Wars one have a distinctly different style than all of the other ones?
Well, yeah, they are inconsistent because you know what this is.
Toy Story?
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be Toy Story, but man, I would have probably gone with like Buzz or Woody, like just a silhouette of Buzz or Woody. But yeah, again, that's not the same style as the one that's been. I don't know. It needs to. You got to pick one and stick with it. Because having one that's just the outlines and then the other one that's throwing me off.
You could just do whatever.
Well, no, I'm okay with the images. It's just that, I mean, I'm not
okay with some of these.
No. I mean, I'm okay with the premise of having images before you talk about whatever it is you're talking about.
Oh, the accompaniment of images, yes, that's fine.
Yeah, but not the images themselves.
Because the Star Wars one in particular is so fucking half-assed. Like, really?
That one's crap. That was just like no good.
Here's a bunch of Star Wars shaped things.
Yay!
It's like a child's play set.
Wars. I don't. I hate it.
How much did the book cost?
That's a great question. I will
much.
discover the answer to that while you continue talking about things.
Oh, now I'm curious because it's by the sounds of it is a relatively short book.
Hey, it's paid for itself. Okay, like, let's be honest.
Well, sure, but like not everybody's going to monetize it, so that's what I'm curious about. How much did it cost you?
Okay, where
did anyone buy it?
Oh yeah, no, dude, it was selling out when I picked it up, and it's got a sticker on it that says national bestseller. National.
Wow,
that's probably not true.
£12.65 has cost me.
Jesus, I want a refund.
Are you serious?
Well, that's the price of the
refunds.
hardcover. The paperback is £4.14. Damn, it's 3 times the price for the hardcover versus the paperback. Okay, is that normal for books?
Normally the hardbacks are more expensive because
I know they're more expensive, but 3 times.
Quite often.
Ooh, no, that's not typical.
Usually about twice, probably twice.
Yeah,
I would have
about
way
maybe.
preferred he did a top 50 to see of all time. That's when it would get really funny.
Yeah.
Okay, I need to take more photos of some of these images. They are fucking funny. So you're gonna have to talk about something, okay?
You go take them photos.
This
man.
one I can't wait to show you.
Well, go on then.
I can't. I gotta take more. I gotta do them all. Okay, I gotta find all the funny ones
So
because there's a lot of funny
so many
ones.
photos.
This one's
Gotta catch them all.
dumb as shit. Okay, well, you know what? I'll just prompt you. Az, what do you think of Chris Stuckman as a film reviewer?
Oh, I think it's an absolute fucking bellend.
That's kind.
I think no, I've never liked the
Awfully
guy.
virile of you.
I've always found him to be boring more than anything. Boring, fucking white bread, milk toast. I've never thought that the guy has actually had anything really to say. I've never thought that he's actually had any talent. I can only imagine that his success has come from the fact that he is so nothing. And sometimes people gravitate towards that. But yeah, I got nothing positive to say about the guy. Sorry.
He's not. He's
He's got no
I don't
personality.
know.
He's got no charisma.
Yeah.
He's got nothing. There is nothing about the guy.
Yeah, you're right. He's just. I mean, like he's. Thank goodness he's not like really talented at anything, or else boy he'd be boring.
Okay, I've grabbed 3. I consider this easy, medium, and hard in terms of guessing the film. That's the fun game we can make. We'll go with easy first. So, what film is this wonderful artwork for?
Pirates of the Caribbean.
How did you know?
I like how it's clearly 2 different things that have been just attached to each other.
So awful. Why would you do that?
The bone and the ship are just clearly from 2 completely different things.
So what's really throwing it off is that the ship is like incredibly detailed
Yeah.
silhouette, and then you just got this cartoon
This
skeleton
goofy
head.
ass clip art skeleton man.
Ooh, I'm going to get chicken. I'm going to get chicken.
I'm a good job, a skeleton.
Looks like a skeleton head you can put on your Call of Duty emblem.
Yeah.
Okay.
This
Are you
might have been
guys-
made with
You're
the
the
Call of
Bone
Duty
Squad.
image editor. Yeah.
You guys ready to crank up the difficulty here? Are you ready? What is this for?
I already know.
You're
I'm shutting my
disqualified
mouth.
then.
Yeah.
Shaun of the Dead.
Correct.
Damn.
Which I still think is a really shit image for that. It's
I wouldn't have
Yeah,
guessed that
I
in a
don't
That's
like
million
Shaun of the
years.
Dead?
No.
I guess because you
Zombie
got
and
the
tie.
tie.
Yeah.
Tie,
Yeah.
you got the zombie, the tie. I don't know why the heart's there.
Is the heart supposed to
Because it's a
represent
love
blood
story.
and then red? Or
A love story.
Yeah. I don't know.
But yeah, this sucks. Why wouldn't you have it be like Sean with the cricket bat?
Bring
Yeah.
you wait, sir. This is the last one of the night, okay?
Okay.
Everybody,
All right, then.
which film is this?
I would say Casino Royale.
Incorrect.
Fuck, I haven't seen that one. I actually don't know.
The King's Speech?
Incorrect.
know.
I'm looking forward
Uh,
to saying correct for this one.
The
Is
Okay.
it
The
the
Crown?
recent Macbeth with Denzel?
Incorrect.
No.
Oh fuck. I'm looking at the
Spirited
list.
Away.
Incorrect.
Alice in
Inception.
Wonderland?
Nope.
These
The
are films
Force
that weren't on the
Awakens.
list.
These are well. For me, it's more fun if they don't remember whether or not they're on the list.
I can't remember.
Okay, well, I'm
Of
trying
course
to
I'm
think
not going
about.
to remember.
Okay.
Return of the King.
Correct.
Oh my gosh!
You are.
Of course!
But it's not the crown. It's not the crown.
Bring it,
Yes, it's
this is
clearly a
easily
different crown,
easily
but it
my
has the
pick
word
for the
king
most
in it.
embarrassing fucking image for Return of the King. Are you kidding?
These are great.
Crown means king color. What are you talking about?
Return
You
of the
nailed it.
King. My little
if
shitty
you had to
fucking
get
this.
in it.
This is the
Wow.
crown you get in Christmas crackers. What are you doing? Putting that as the image.
I mean, honestly, if you were getting me to do Lord of the Rings, I'd probably pick the ring, regardless of
Exactly!
which film it was.
Why the fuck is this shitty crown on?
The stock crown.
No, see, the
It's
thing is,
just-
these
it's not
images
even-
are actually really clever because they're so vague and they can apply to pretty much anything. They're exactly like his reviews. So actually, the minimalism stuff works.
Bravo.
Chris Stuckman to reviewing films is this image to Return of the
King. Oh, I hate it.
Wow, that's embarrassing.
So
fucking
I don't like this minimalist aesthetic overall. Most of it's fucking cringe.
Honestly, I think you'd say you'd love it if it were done well.
Yeah, I know. I've seen it sometime, very, very occasionally done well, but like I can't even think of a good example off the top of my head.
I think minimalist artists would see this and be like, "That's not minimalist. That's just shit." Oof. No offense to the artist who made this.
Oh no, offense should be taken. Offense should be given, actually.
I think the worst one I've seen was like Blade Runner, where a guy's running along the blade of a knife. I'm just like, that's so fucking on the nose. Holy shit.
Yeah, but it matches Blade Runner and a man running on a blade. Come on.
Oh, he's running along the blade.
You just not clued in, man.
God.
Yeah, with Blade Runner, you could always do something like a dove. Because you're like, oh, a dove and Blade Runner, they don't make. Oh yeah, but then you think like, oh yeah, that's why you'd use it, or maybe like the.
I mean, you could just have like the silhouette of Deckard, firing his gun off.
Oh, his gun.
You could have like the little outlines of the flying cars, or the origami, the origami unicorn.
The origami unicorn would be amazing. You got a lot of them, but like
that would be
on an actual blade.
But that requires a modest amount of thought about the movie.
Yeah, but doesn't it come
select
across
one of the
doing
good
something like that?
options.
Comes across as someone who hasn't seen the movie but knows the title. Like, because that's what he does.
like,
He runs across the blade.
Because none of the things that we mentioned were like you wouldn't know about that unless you had watched the film. You'd have to, because that's not like the poster of it. Or whatever.
I just want to highlight a recent super chat that said, "Oh wow, I actually own a copy of this book that Stuckman himself autographed. Met the man in Akron back in 2017. Can't say I'm proud of it anymore. Now I feel bad, because that was probably quite a precious memory.
Keep it. You need to you need to get that put in a box and framed on the wall. That's an heirloom to pass on to your children.
I wanted to just be genuine for a second. Like, that is probably a precious memory. You should cherish it, meeting someone like that when they mean so much to you. I wouldn't want to take all of that away. He's perpetually fucking fascinated me as a film reviewer. Like, we've already talked about how he was there when it started, and so that's why he's where he is. But like, I've had plenty of people in my life that I've talked to about film that even at their like most limited say more than this. So you
would think that if you really had a passion, as we say all the time with Chris Stuckman, if you really had a passion for any of this, how have you done such an incredible job at making sure that none of it ever shows?
We've talked about it before, but we don't often feel compelled to say that we love movies, like here on this show, because it's pretty obvious. We don't feel compelled to say we love video games or television shows or just like media in general, because there's really no reason to. It should be apparent. But like constantly being like, oh yeah, I love movies. Oh, I love movies so much. Like, movies are so great. I love them so much. It's like, cool, but like, that should just be self-evident. Just by the way that you talk about them.
In the same vein, I don't think we've ever said, "Oh man, guys, EFAP chat, you should see this film because it made us think about it." Like, what do you mean? Every movie, down to fucking TLJ or The Flash, whatever. You pick your poison. They make us think.
Yeah, Ant-Man is a thought-provoking film, not in the ways it intended, but definitely in many, 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 many different ways. That film is thought-provoking.
Last film I saw was at the cinema, Godzilla -1. Hella thought-provoking, that film.
I'm sure. To give an example,
remember,
right, with the Flash, when they had him like fucking trying to put everything back to normal, but then he didn't go and see who killed his mum. We were like, that was hugely thought-provoking. It's like, what is wrong with you? What kind of person wouldn't do that when you've had the rules explained that going to see who did it won't destroy the future? Why don't you go check, man? Go do it. It's the one thing a human would do.
Because if they'd, the reason is because if they'd done that in that film, it would have been Eobard Thawne, and therefore it would have created a whole new. Why wasn't this the fucking villain in the film?
Barring meta reasons, I'm simply because I'm trying to argue it's not a good thing that a film makes you think necessarily, because it could be a bunch of bad thoughts. Like,
TLJ
why
made
the
us
fuck
think.
are you
Boy,
res-
did we do some thinking.
If it makes you think, at the very least, it's better than if it does nothing at all, because then it's just kind of, you can't talk about it.
Yeah, that's probably fair. So this is the problem I'm encountering. I don't know if I've ever discovered a film that's never made me think anything.
Transformers Rise of the Beasts came close.
It's Transformers Rise of the Beasts.
All right, barring Transformers Rise of the Beasts.
Well, I
found an
did think,
exception, lads.
admittedly, when I saw that, I did think, why the fuck did they make this movie?
Money!
No, fuck it,
Money!
it still made me think. I started scripting a review, and I got to the point where, like, why are robots on different planets evolving to take the shape of Earth animals? And I ended up going on this long tangent about crabs and carcinization. And at the end of it, it's like, why am I even doing this? Oh, well, it's more interesting than the film, but at least I'm thinking about something. But it did otherwise come very close to making me think nothing at all.
This movie really made me think, you know. It made me think, wow, what a piece of shit.
so
I can't believe I wasted my time
With all that in mind, it does actually make me think that Chris doesn't really think about the films he watches. He watches them and goes, yeah, that was awesome. Or, yeah, that wasn't so awesome. Yeah, that was awesome. That was... And then this film, he was like, wait a minute. I don't know what happened in that. And now that I'm thinking about it, some things make more sense, but other things don't. Whoa, I'm going to think about it some more. Whoa, a film has never done this before. And I'm sort of sitting there like, really? No film? And then, you know, like I said, the more extreme answer to this question, as far as I'm concerned, is that all films do this. Even the shitty ones do it. A lot of the time, we talk about how a shitty film presents a premise that we would be like, oh, this could have been good, though. If you put this there and this there and this there. Like Tom Cruise's Ethan Hunt versus an AI, which is representative of the course of the whole series. He has to learn to use all kinds of technology to win when that tech is turned on him in the conclusion of the series of Mission Impossible. That sounds amazing in terms of an enemy. It's an impossible mission because now everything you're used to using to defeat the problem is the enemy. It's like,
the problem.
ooh,
Yeah.
So
what do you think, if there's so little that's going on in terms of watching the films, what does sustain him in terms of continuing to do it rather than other things?
It's the idea of it all. That's what sustains him.
Yeah. But why do you think that the idea could even exist? You know how, like, in The Menu, the guy that Nicholas Hoult plays?
Yeah. That is Stuckman,
like
well, did we say that was High Top? Maybe. No, is that High Top or is it...
No. Well, but the thing is that because what his deal was is that he could demonstrate like an immense amount of knowledge, but couldn't channel it into anything meaningful at all. Like in terms of creating things, like you couldn't channel it into the craft. Is that either of those guys?
Well, because part of the problem there is that we would say Chris Stuckman, I'm not even commenting on his ability to create film, his ability to create criticism or review or analysis is completely shot.
Well,
like
that's what I'm saying, is that, like, at least Nicholas Holt's character could, like, make observations about the food.
Yeah, he knew... Well, but someone could say, isn't that the equivalent of knowing the director, the writer, and maybe what camera was used and stuff like that?
Oh, right, because he might just be regurgitating things that he's heard other people say.
Not understood it on a craft level, just on a literal level.
The fact that he couldn't even synthesize it into a dish that was, like, even okay. Whereas you imagine that if somebody was watching a bunch of people, like watching a bunch of chefs and understood a lot of it, that they could actually sit down and make something and it would turn out okay, because there'd just be so much information that made its way in. Obviously with challenges. So if he was in The Menu, then who would he be? Or is he not even represented in that film?
I'd have to think about again who we're dealing with in total, because there's the guys who are there for the money, which isn't him. There's the washed up star, which isn't him. There's obviously the main character isn't him. Nicholas Hoult is like a vague fit, but not quite. There's the people who come there for the prestige, but don't actually care about any of it. I don't think that's him.
Which doesn't quite fit, no.
By the way, we talked about The Menu on EFAP. I think it's worth seeing.
I think that was the beginning of the year, actually.
Yeah,
it was. That was a while ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
We'll talk about. You know what? We'll do what this EFAP was supposed to be next week, because the year will be actually over.
Wrapping up.
Yes, our hopes for the new year and looking back on the year we just completed. Seems like it's a nice thematic sort of through line there.
Nutty.
But yeah, maybe you'd need another character, one that is it desperately wants the prestige, but has no idea what's even happening or how to get there.
Well, I mean, I guess he's making a film, right? So there is that in terms of
Also,
like
and that's
a
it
thing
sounds
that
mean,
managed
but
to
like
manifest.
that's why we have so little confidence in his ability to make film, because which is an ironic twist on the usual format. A lot of people say like critics won't be able to make film because it's a different creative sort of prowess skill set. Meanwhile,
Yeah,
we're saying
and
his
that's what's baked
criticism
into it, the harder
is
one.
so pathetic and thin that I don't see how he has any hope of making a film.
I
Like a
guess
good
I'm not
one.
sure what the thought process would be to making. You know how we've talked about it, right? Like, what's like the Snyder way of making films? It's like, well, it's kind of what Rebel Moon was, grabbing a bunch of things that he liked, having a general an awareness of beats that stories are supposed to have, but not really understanding why, and then throwing them all together haphazardly while doing things that he thinks are cool to an excessive degree to the detriment of the broader film. And then obviously Dave Filoni's like, yo, it's my toys. I just get them here in my little play box and I bash them together and I imagine them having cool battles. Like that's his methodology. What's the Stuckman one? What is that going to look like?
Don't know, and I guess we'll find out because we will be watching Shelby Oaks, of course. Yeah, we saw Notes from Melanie, which he begrudgingly admitted he released because he couldn't find another way to release it, which was annoying.
That was really weird. Like I don't want to release it for free here on YouTube for all of you to watch, but I couldn't.
For the record,
Johnny didn't pay for that.
Drinker wants to release his short film on YouTube because he wants people to see it.
Super cool. That's super cool. Yeah.
There's no like Drinker didn't like. He's like, oh, I can't get anyone to fund the release in a more official manner, like in theaters. Like, so I guess I'll just throw it out on YouTube. It's like, nope. He just wants you guys to see it. It's a celebration of how far his channel has come, and I look forward to seeing it.
Awesome.
But
That's awesome.
yeah, the note that's recognizable here is like a sort of full circle is that Chris Stuckman's journey to me comes across as he watches films, loves them, watches like directors talking about them, and he's like, man, that's what I want to be. But kind of just
I wish I was that.
Yeah.
I wish I was like Steven
he's doing
Spielberg.
He's got the Spider-Man Homecoming arc. I want to be Iron Man just to be
I really
a
want to
famous
sit.
hero.
I want to be on the set, and I want the chair that's got director on the back of it, and I want to say action, and I want to see the thing, the thing come down, and I want to have a table over there that's got food on it because movies are supposed to have catering.
Yes.
And I want to, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Without understanding that all of it ultimately like stems from a fundamental drive to create above like all else through the tools that are available in that medium.
And this is just illustrated in so many ways. Like, for example, the we shouldn't really value what critics do in any way close to what creatives do, which is such a distinctively obvious sort of mindset.
Creating criticism isn't creative.
No, and he said like what we do takes
I
a
can
half
see
hour.
why he believes that though.
No, that was what we.
It's something. Yeah,
that's what we discovered. However many years or year ago, I can't remember how long it was, but he was very specific in that creators can take, like filmmakers can take as much as a whole year of doing this stuff, while we take a half hour to record and upload our thoughts. And it's like, excuse you.
It's like you take a half hour to record your thoughts and upload it. Some people spend months or even years working on one big analysis filled with creative editing, visuals, animations, obviously presentation, funny jokes.
I wouldn't be surprised if it blew his fucking mind to know, just to take an example, not for any other reason, but like if me and Fring explained to him all the stuff that had to happen to make Quantumania happen, and Go-Go, to be fair.
That was an
I think
exhaustive days and days and days and weeks of work.
Instead of him presenting any kind of disagreement or pushback to the notion of like 6 hours to say you didn't like a movie, like that's much more likely where he would settle. I think it would take a lot from him to be like, oh wow, that's really impressive. Instead, he'd be more inclined to be like, guys, why don't you put that into something creative?
Yeah, why don't you put that into something that isn't a waste of your life?
Yeah, and I think he'd be fucking shallow enough to be like, I'm not being mean, I'm just giving you advice.
I'm just saying, you're wasting your life.
Yeah.
Not like me making this movie.
Why don't you put that into making a movie, something creative?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Something that inspires and makes people happy, because it's not possible. It's not possible that anything that you could create on YouTube could do that.
Yeah, just make shallow, vapid reviews and then make a movie with the creative stuff, you idiots.
Also,
there's no possible way to be creative.
This is the thing, right?
In my line of work.
I think that this has kind of been highlighted about all the things that have been said today. But if all 7 of us were I don't know why I'm saying that. Gun to our head, we have to write a book called The 50 Movies of the 2000s to See Before You Die, and it has to be genuine. It can't be like faked or rushed. You have to really put effort in, otherwise your whole family's gonna get killed. I'd be like,
my goodness.
okay, but you know, as much time as you need. There's no. I'd be like, okay, and we'd probably have to fucking plan this all out. Look at all the movies that came out, and then really think. And they tell us you get 4 paragraphs per film. Be like, fuck.
Oh,
just
man,
fucking
those would
kill
be
me.
Well, the
Just
thing
kill
is,
me.
those would be
Yeah, we can do that.
slightly-
No, we can
those
do
would
it.
Be some tight paragraphs.
Yeah, it's gonna
There would
be tough.
No fat.
And I'd be curious to. I might even tier them in terms of obscurity. Because it would be interesting to do that, right? Like 5 tiers, first 10, like these are the ones you probably have seen. But even then, and you know, I say this, I might have like a forward by someone that explains, you know, the point of the book a bit better than, like, basically, I'm not going to include fucking Pirates of the Caribbean or, I was about to say The Force Awakens, like, well, I'm not going to include that anyway, but like, it's Return of the King, Spider-Man 2, The Incredibles, none of them are going to be on the list.
And I think it would be essential to have like requirements for making sure that you see a bunch of foreign films as well.
Yeah.
Make sure that you find films from Japan, Korea.
Yeah.
I'm basically saying non-English language films, basically.
Yeah.
So like even German, French films.
Well, you know,
because
like
not every interesting film that came out in the decade is going to come from America or the
Where
UK.
was Goodbye Lenin? You know, where was Goodbye Lenin on that list? Where was Perfect Blue?
You know, it's funny.
Stuff like that.
Prestige didn't make it to the list, but that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh shit, you're right. It didn't.
But, well, and that's the thing, though. I would put Prestige on tier 1 and be like, well, the reason it's here isn't just that I'm talking about it as a more known movie, but that I had to include that one because it's like my number
the
one.
essentials.
Yeah, and that would be included in the paragraphs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and no Hot Fuzz. Well, it's Shaun of the Dead.
He does mention, because I think I read the Shaun of the Dead one. He says like the Cornetto trilogy are great, but Shaun of the Dead is the best one. He says.
That's okay.
That's okay.
I think that's a fair choice.
It's a really good movie.
That I think.
Oh, I can easily accept that. If someone said World's End, I'd be surprised. That would be surprising.
And that's the key word, because I would be surprised, but at the same time, I love that movie.
Yeah, it's great. It's great. It's underrated.
I
Hot
think
Fuzz
I
is the best though.
agree.
I think Hot Fuzz is.
And that was the
top
last
dog.
film Edgar Wright made.
Baby Driver was entertaining. All right, it had some cool action scenes.
Well, the less we talk about Last Night on Soho, the better.
Oh fuck. We don't need to talk about that movie.
Hot Fuzz is indeed the best. Correct. That's okay though. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I guess the
on my
point
list,
being...
I would be
Go for
tempted
it.
to put a bunch of mainstream shit on my list, but I would probably designate that to like an honorable mentions thing, where it's just like, here's a bunch of mainstream shit that I really liked, but I don't want to put it in the main list because we've all seen this shit.
Oh, you could say like,
wanna,
you know, what
waste
the
your
fuck is
time,
wrong
you know
with
what I
you if
mean?
you
Like-
haven't seen these?
Yeah. It's just like,
whole-
but if
that's
I
a
don't
whole
mention
new
them at
list,
all,
though.
you might think like, have you not seen that? And it's like, yeah, of course I have. But like, I'm just setting that aside and saying, yes, I have seen this. We've all seen this, but here's in my list. Here's a bunch of shit that you might have not seen. Like the chances are, like, you know, maybe you overlooked this. So,
Wow.
The Marvels.
See, and then
A
wouldn't
lot
it
of
be
people
fun
haven't seen that. That's
to
true.
make a top 50 movies avoid like the plague list?
Yeah.
That's just a list. If you want to remind yourself how bad movies can be,
You gotta
I
put
I didn't
like.
even bother. After Quantumania, I fucking checked out.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say
I'm
you'd
done,
think to
dude.
put like
Fuck
we put
that.
the Marvels on there, we put in Quantumania on there, we put in Love and Thunder on there, we put in MOA. It's like just put the MCU. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do you think any
It's
of
too
those
late.
directors are coming back? Do you think any of them are coming back? Peyton,
Well,
Reed.
remember, Tiger was only there for the paycheck anyway, so they
Yeah.
might.
Yeah. Well, because Sam Raimi is maybe right. He's a
I-
maybe.
I
on coming
think
back.
we can guarantee we'll see another Raimi MCU movie. I just don't know which one it'll be. Because
Right.
apparently
if it's
he has to
Secret Wars,
choose
it's a
between an MOM sequel and the Avengers, which, I mean, at that point you may as well just choose Avengers, right? It's more high profile.
It's more high profile, but you saddled with a script by Michael Waldron.
Well, he was the first time around, and apparently that was just wonderful, so...
Yeah, I suppose so. That's crazy. I was mentioning it the other day, but like, isn't it wild that like I'm pretty sure the showrunner for Fallout, the Amazon Fallout, wrote Captain Marvel and like the Tomb Raider movie, and that's it. I was like, oh, here you go, showrun a Fallout show. And then, of course, with Michael Waldron, it's like, oh, what? You wrote like one episode of Rick and Morty, and you were like, you were like a script editor on Community. Here you go, a whole television show, and then a whole movie. I don't get it. I don't understand how you can have such limited experience and then get handed such massive projects.
They've all been the new Avengers film as well.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's not that it's impossible that somebody could be handed a massive project like that and make something really good, but I don't understand how you can be handed a massive project, not do a very good job, and then like get more shit. I don't understand how that works.
Oh, dude, I still can't believe that. Like, watching those interviews of the guy who wrote Multiverse of Madness, and I think he wrote Quantumania, and I think he's the same guy who's lined up to write Kang Dynasty and Secret
Oh no,
Wars.
he's out now. He's out.
Is
He's not doing Kang.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
now Michael
to-
Waldron's writing both.
Well, to set the foundation there, it's Michael Waldron wrote MOM, Jeff Loveness wrote Quantumania. MOM made a good amount of money, Quantumania did not. Loveness is out, Waldron is in for Avengers.
But Mom only made the money because of Spider-Man.
Yeah, not only that, but like
that's the thing,
you
yeah.
can genuinely in the timeline pinpoint that MOM is basically at the tail end of superhero movies being cool.
What if MOM came out today?
I think it would crash and
would
burn.
make like 300, 400 million tops.
Tops, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Dude, they've all failed this year except for like 2 of them.
Yeah, and Guardians
It's
was
crazy.
a very special, like out of the fucking. It's an anomaly that's easily
Not
explainable.
only has it been so bad, it's been so bad that I wonder if DC's having conversations right now of, is this even like a good idea to try and like do this reboot again? Like, is it even worth it to take like these massive chances on a lot of these ones? They're not guaranteed to succeed.
At least get a writer who gives a fuck. I mean, I'm listening to that guy who was doing the interviews, and it's just like, it sounds like you don't even care. Like you just
Well, it's
sound
like a job, isn't it?
Yeah, it's just like, I was trying to write this and I didn't know how to do this scene, but I don't know. I figured I threw something together, and it's just like, how the fuck did you get this job? Like, is this the best that Marvel could do? Really, they couldn't find anybody else who had like a smidgen of more enthusiasm to do this thing. Like, you're the best. You're the decision that they made. Like, we want you to handle the fucking Avengers movies. I mean, I know they have a new guy now, but it's just like the fact that they even got that guy to do Multiverse of Madness in the first place is just like, come on, dude. Get somebody who cares. It sounds like you don't even care.
That this problem seems to exist, and then like whenever something comes along that ends up being great, and you look, it's like, oh wow, like somehow you managed to get writers. Like, Andor's got writers. It's got writers who have a back catalog of work, of good work, that actually get brought together into a team to make something good. Meanwhile, it's like, oh yeah, good old Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau here, like the tag team coming in with the amazing
you had a sniff of the Rick and Morty script? Yeah, I have the $250 million. Go ahead.
$250 million movie.
Fully convinced at this point that if ever they're credited as part of a Rick and Morty film that is strong, a Rick and Morty episode that's strong, that it was Dan Harmon. It wasn't them.
Yeah. I cannot fathom that the man who wrote the Vat of Acid episode could write Quantumania.
No,
that is
doesn't make any
unfathomable
sense.
to me. Does not
Which is funny
in any way, shape,
because like,
or alternatively, that the person who wrote Pickle Rick was in charge of She-Hulk.
I'm sure some people say, like, didn't you say that, isn't it hard to contextualize Prometheus and Alien are written by or rather directed by the same guy? And it's like, somehow Vat of Acid and MOM seem more contradictory to me. It just...
Yes, they do. Oh, well, Vat of Acid and, remember, Michael Waldron wrote the toilet one, which even when it came out, that was when we
weren't sure about that. But Vat of Acid, I feel like I could show anyone here and in the spheres of influence that I have, and I think they'd be either at the floor of it would be like, yeah, that was funny, but it could go all the way up to like, holy shit, that was really good. Vat of Acid is so good.
Sorry, was Vat of Acid a movie or an episode of something?
Pickle Rick is better than... it was an episode of Rick and Morty. It was the only one that got an Emmy. So that means Jeff Loveness is an Emmy award-winning writer.
Oh, wow. Okay. What season was that? 7?
4.
Four.
Oh,
Yeah.
I don't know. We don't know anything about after season 5, basically.
Not
That's
really.
where we fell off.
I thought they were on season 7. Maybe
But
I'm
yeah,
wrong.
and-
I don't
They
know.
are. They
And
are.
for the record, I don't know if you were about to say
Okay.
this, Fringy, but like the memes and the culture around Pickle Rick has damaged its ability to be praised as an episode for its writing. It's much better than just him saying I'm a pickle. There's a lot more going on in that episode.
Pickle
Pickle Rick is better than She-Hulk. You can't. They're not the same.
Why would anyone
They're not
say
on
it's
the
like
same level?
that?
Well, it's just because that was the writer of that one.
Oh,
Oh wait,
yeah,
no,
okay.
that also won the Emmy, didn't it?
I'd assume it did. I don't know.
I think Pickle? Oh, so yeah, Emmy award winning.
Yeah, I don't like the Pickle Rick gag being used as evidence of like shallow writing or whatever. I mean, I think it's a funny gag. It's just like that the grandpa is just so like he just needs to occupy his life with something that he needs to like do a
But he turned
ridiculous
himself into a
experiment like
pickle,
that.
so they don't
Yeah,
have to go to
I like
therapy.
that joke, you know?
It's a
Well,
good
so,
joke. It's funny.
It's just that Blade Runner and Alien were masterpieces, while Prometheus and Covenant are disasters. Pickle Rick and Vast Acid are not masterpieces. Yes, but the key information you've missed there is MOM is the worst fucking script to exist in film.
Exactly.
As far as we're concerned, it is staggering. As much as I dislike Prometheus and Covenant, neither of them, even put together, can scratch the depths of depravity that MOM reaches. What a fucked up film.
That's what Phase 4 is. It taught us new ways of being the worst thing ever made. Like, that's what happened. It was all of these different ways of testing the boundaries for how incompetently written a story could be before it didn't even constitute one. Like, definitionally.
That's the film that said, hey, you guys want to see Reed Richards, and you guys have expressed again and again that you'd like to see Krasinski as Reed Richards. Here he is. Now he's fucking dead.
He's spaghetti.
It's like, okay, thanks, I guess. And it's like, hey, you remember that show that some of you liked? Either you don't even know what it's referencing, or you liked it. So the people who liked it and recognized Black Bolt, here he is, dead from being a retard. You're like, oh, okay.
Shortly after introducing incursions to the world, a mechanic that broke the multiverse before it even began.
Hey,
just broke it.
You guys
completely.
recovering from seeing Professor X get fucking murked by evil Logan in Logan? He's back. He's making his first appearance ever again as dead.
Fuck yeah,
Wanda
awesome.
killed him in the fucking mind combat. The one place where she should not be killing him. I hate that movie so much. It's so cruel.
Very bad.
I was during Christmas. We had family over, and I was talking with my cousin about movies briefly, and Multiverse of Madness was brought up, and I said how much I hate it and how shit it is, and he said, "Oh, I remember going to see that at the theater. I don't really remember what happened though. It's all just kind of a blur to me."
So it just reminded me as well, fucking Captain Carter, I could do this all day, dies.
Guys, he gets cut in half immediately. Yeah, well done.
What a mess.
At least Captain America says I could do this all day in time travels.
So
So
Marvel
like,
lets the statue fall on her and does nothing to prevent herself from dying.
put her arms
yeah, but that statue kills her. You know, Captain Marvel has a statue fall on her, she dies.
Wanda absorbed all because that's something she can do.
Do we know what she actually can do? Because they've never.
I don't know.
No,
I don't
no,
care
the
anymore.
answer is
I don't
no.
care. I never want to see that character again.
And yet we probably will.
Oh, of course we will. Yeah. Well, then again, who knows? How long is the MCU even going to last in its current state? They can't keep losing money forever. Like that's not tenable. I can't just.
Wait.
Otherwise, you turn into DC, where you just abruptly end.
Defrosted Robot in chat said, in What If they have Peggy say, no, I don't think I will. You fucking kidding me?
Man, I look forward to never watching.
Not only will I never watch it,
episodes
but I
of
just
that
find
show.
it so funny how they keep forcing her to be second fiddle. They don't let her be her own thing at all.
They
Not
don't
that any
let
of us
her
are
be-
like
yeah, that's
itching
tough.
for the fucking Peggy Carter, Captain Carter spin-off, but at least you could
She already
try
got,
and
like,
make her own
two
fucking...
seasons of television, right?
I know. It's just trying to make her a thing, and then being like, well, she says the things that the other guy you like says.
She says the things that the person you like says, so therefore you like her, right?
Fucking hell.
So I think are we talking about the what if scenario where Peggy becomes
Is Captain
like
America.
Captain America?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay,
Captain
yeah.
Carter.
I didn't see that What If episode. I wasn't sure if we were talking about that or Captain Marvel.
Not a lot of people did, in all fairness.
Aren't they already like guaranteed for a third season?
Oh Jesus!
It's the lowest. It's the lowest
Is
rated
it the lowest?
Marvel product on Disney Plus, and yet it gets.
I thought you were going to say it's the lowest like place they can grab creativity from. No, I was going to counter with once they cross franchises. Once we get Darth Vader in Marvel, that's when they're the lowest.
Hey, I think if Black Panther was Star-Lord, was so amazing that he talked Thanos out of being a bad guy because black.
Well, yeah, because Tony can't do it, Doctor Strange can't do it, but obviously if Black Panther was Star-Lord, he'd easily convince Thanos to calm down.
Don't do that, Thanos. Oh, that's a compelling Chris Stockman argument. Yes.
Don't do it.
In the field of pointless what if
it.
stories,
Do not do
I
it.
think one of the most recent series of what if stories is What If Happy Hogan Saved Christmas?
Yeah, that is
It's
one of them.
actually
Was it in danger?
Apparently it is.
Apparently
Yes.
Christmas was in danger.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Thank
The only
God
thing
for Happy
Christmas is in
Hogan.
danger of is fucking Disney Marvel products coming out.
I have an idea for a what if. What if we address the massive fucking giant sticking out of the planet Earth?
I mean, people keep referencing that, but that's far down the list of things we need to address. How about we address? Are there an Avengers team? Hello.
What if we address
what if
the
the Avengers had
celestial
free
that appeared
will?
in the sky and judged mankind? What about that?
Is there Avenger? Hello. Is there a team? Is there even a singular? Is anyone in control? Does Sword have any control over any of this? What's going on?
Really painful. I just pulled up the good old Wikipedia, and this is just a sentence that's in here for season 2. The first episode of this season. What if Nebula joined the Nova Corps? The question we were all asking. Is a detective
Keeps
story
me up at night,
inspired by
Fringy.
the film noir genre, such as Blade Runner, exploring if Nebula joined the Nova Corps to prove her detective skills while trying to escape Thanos' shadow after Ronan the Accuser deposed him before the events of Infinity War.
Oh, God.
What? I love the comparison to. It's like, yes, it's like, dude, Michelle Pfeiffer's Unforgiven. That was so painful.
Everyone who saw Quantumania was immediately thinking, "This is Unforgiven." This is what it is.
Like, this is the height of Michelle Pfeiffer's career. Everything was leading to this moment.
If you told me that I had to connect those movies in some way, and then gave me a week to do it and all the resources, I'd struggle. I'd assume that you misspoke.
Oh, you mean Forgiven?
Yeah, that's right. Forgiven, the movie Forgiven. What was the other one? What was the one in? Wasn't it the Loki season 2? They compared it to Breaking Bad.
Oh,
enough. I feel that Breaking Bad made sense though.
Wait, did they acknowledge Breaking Bad as a show in Loki season 2?
No, just the creators were like saying that's. Which they did before. They've done that with Joker a million times. Like this is kind of like Joker. You guys like Joker. This is going to be like Joker in terms of. I can't remember which film it was, but it was referenced like Logan and Joker with a. I don't even think it was R-rated, but it's just this tired shit where. I don't even like it when people say like, "Oh, this is kind of like if Jurassic Park met The Matrix or something." You're just like, "Can you just shut up?"
It's a bit tacky, isn't it?
It always comes across
like
that way. Yeah.
Strategy. Where you're like, well, you like this movie. It's like that meets that, but it just seems really reductive and kind of silly. But especially comparing your story to Unforgiven, it's like, all right, chill the fuck out. Like, calm down.
Yeah.
You know?
Yes.
Oh.
I was going to say on that note, I am running out of the steam, so I feel like we've nailed what this EFAP became, which is an analysis of Chris Stuckman.
Not what I expected it to become, but
no,
making fun of Chris Stuckman is my only joy in life.
I feel like this couldn't have been done with almost anyone else, but we've been through his opinions on about what, like 30 films or something ridiculous.
Yeah,
Chris he's like a different, milder flavor of Movie Bob, where he's just sort of fascinating.
I don't think I connect them. Movie Bob is a mile a minute saying radical, insane things and has takes you've never heard of. He's like the opposite of Chris Stuckman in a sense.
I guess so. Yeah, maybe I was thinking, what's the link I'm creating where Chris Stuckman is
They're both
at the
terrible.
same time Yeah, they're both terrible. But I'm thinking, what does Chris Stuckman remind me of? It's just this bland. He's simultaneously somehow very bland and very interesting. Almost like the blandness is the interesting element of it, considering his background, his history on YouTube, the way that he sees himself and his craft. It's really something else.
It is. Well, just
what do you find interesting? I don't mean to sound like an asshole. I'm asking like what did he say something that was like, oh, that's actually a good point. Like what is it about Stuckman?
I don't think he's capable of being insightful, which some people just stumble upon through sheer, just the mathematics of language. You say enough words and you have enough
Especially
thoughts.
if you cover every movie in existence every year.
As mentioned earlier, like I said, I've spoken to many people in my entire life about movies, and I don't know that I've ever encountered the average person say so little as he does consistently. And of course, the highlight is that this is his job. This is what he has insight into.
Yeah,
this is his profession.
Soul.
And so one could argue, and I assume that's where Rags is going with this, is that's interesting. How little insight he has is fascinating.
Mm.
To the point where if we had a conversation with him about one of his favorite films, I wonder how much of it he would actually be aware of. Like take for example, if his favorite film was Fellowship of the Ring, I wonder if he'd be aware of like Boromir's journey at all. I don't know.
There is when Linguini goes to work at the restaurant, he knows nothing about food and cooking, right? But he learns, right? He picks up things over time. He has someone teach him things. He has a willingness to grow and to add things to his list of skills. But or like if you had to fake something, right? If you had to fake being anything in any industry, like you were infiltrating, right? You're a hitman or an assassin, or you're faking it. Like surely you just pick up things. You'd absorb information from the field you're in, from the people around you. But he's somehow immune to that.
Is the question then, is Chris Stuckman capable of acquiring knowledge?
That's what I'm kind of getting at.
Asking?
Like, how are you so incapable of like just soaking up information and becoming naturally better at things that you devote a lot of time to? That is almost like its own skill. Like you're that cut off from just the acquisition of knowledge, from soaking up the things around you. It's legitimately weird.
Yeah. Right. I agree. Like if I was in his position, I would want to go more in depth with like reviews and commentary or whatever, but he doesn't seem to even have the desire to. That pisses me off more than anything, I think.
Maybe maybe he's never got any or felt any pressure to learn, or maybe it's just the simple element of he thinks what he's doing really is insightful. And what he's doing really is like good. Like he legitimately believes that he's good. He's doing a good job.
This is enough, what I'm saying. Like, and it's like, no, it isn't, dude.
It's the best image in the world.
This is the bare minimum.
That's the thumbnail. This is what it's
fine. I will make that the thumbnail.
Well, you need a new one because
the current thumbnail does not capture the stream at all now.
That's a great inside joke, but I feel like a lot of people are gonna be like, "What the fuck is that on his head?"
Yeah, that's the mystery. That's the mystery box of this episode.
You can discover the answer by watching.
If you go into the fetal position and start to write notes, maybe you'll figure it out.
Okay.
Christopher Stuckman, the man, the myth, the legend.
Let us have our guests talk about what they've got coming up. We'll start with the wonderful The Little Platoon. That sounded not clunky at all. You go ahead.
No,
it sounded like Chris Stuckman
That's a
wrote
Chris Stuckman sentence. Yeah, well done. Nothing, I think, is the answer. Finally, nothing. For the first time in about 2 years, I have nothing that I'm working on, so that's nice.
When
There'll
that's
be a
the
Rebel Moon
case,
video at some point, but otherwise the 5.5-hour Marvels video will be the last thing I do this year.
my God. And that's available right now?
It is available right now.
Everyone go.
God.
Get on that
Go
Marvels
watch it.
video. Hey, good to hear you. You're taking a bit of a break, is it?
Yeah, for about 2 weeks at most.
I'm supposed to be doing that right now with Metal, but I've been
Hello.
sneaking in working. When
Yeah,
he's
that's bastard.
asleep, I go and edit. It's the
I just
wackiest
sleep
shit.
longer. And I wake up, it's like, I'm editing into mine.
Yeah, I
Like,
sent him a
"Ah."
message being like, "You're not awake yet, right?" With a little smiley face, and he's like, "I'm downstairs." And I'm like, "Oh fuck." Well, I'll come hang out. Very
Stop
well.
working, Mahler. How dare you?
Exciting, and the little platoon on YouTube. Go check it out because the links are a bit confusing. With I didn't know who exactly would be coming in and who wouldn't be today, but that's all right. John CJG, what are you doing? What are you up to? What's happening? Christmas?
Oh yeah, I mean, I spent Christmas with my mom just watching movies and TV shows. It was funny. I made a little Christmas short for my YouTube channel. Right now, I'm working on. I did an old Machinima series called Hard Justice, which is really cringe, but I'm rebooting it in hopefully, which will be something that's
Hard
a lot
Justice is
more
funny.
respectable.
Hard
Thank you
Justice is
very
funny.
much. I
Thank
really
you.
appreciate
It's
that. I
funny.
do. I can't look at that back on that personally
No,
and like
I get
enjoy
you.
it, but like I'm trying to like take those characters and that premise and make something actually really cool and compelling. So like I'm writing a thing, I'm cooking something, and I'm gonna make like a whole like season of content. That's what I'm working on right now. It's not out yet, but I'm hoping I can get maybe the first episode out by February. But
Oh, cool.
yeah, that's what I'm working out. That's what I'm working on right now. John Graham on YouTube, if you want to subscribe to me. I do are being the chief. I don't know how many times I have to say that, but like, yeah, that's my thing. That's what people know me for. So yeah,
It's really good.
Hell yeah.
thank you.
Az, what are you up to? What things have you said are good or bad in the world of media?
Somehow, months later, I've managed to trigger Twitter again about Starfield.
That for you is our Jenny Nicholson thing.
That shitty game?
It's the that fucking. I was about to say Sword of Damocles. No, it's more of a. What do you say? It's Sisyphean. But you don't have to do anything, so I don't know if it counts. But the point being is that it'll now forever be this reoccurring thing. Because Metal was showing me, we still have viral tweets about fucking Jenny Nicholson still to this day.
Yeah.
People, but on the highlights channel, Wolf uploaded the stream without Jenny, which someone had done before.
Yeah.
But with the Wolf one, it's very easily screenshotable and linkable, which is kind of funny because it's like 7 hours when it's not her, which compared to that's funny. But it sounds like that one's yours, where it's just gonna pop up again and again and again, and it obviously you could just keep pulling that card of like, man, I thought you said it didn't matter.
Yeah, that's all I have to do. It's all I have to do, and every time I post that, it gets them even more mad. It's great. It's just that's all I have to say now. I got afternoon.
Bethesda's probably glad that Starfield made someone
the
feel
most-
something.
It's the most as you're
no.
generating the engagement. Okay.
Look, I'm the most interesting thing about Starfield, and that's really upsetting, isn't
I'm
it?
assuming as you've seen those posts, right? Where people are like, "What happened to Starfield?" It's like, "Oh no, all the reviews are negative," and it's just like, "This is a shitty game."
It's shit. It's boring. I've got afternoon tea with Az tomorrow, doing a super chat square up of the real BBC.
But you're Az.
And of course, because yeah, and it's because it's New Year's Eve tomorrow. Then we should have Sunday Fun Day in the evening, and then I will actually be doing a stream taking the New Zealand, I guess, through to 2024. So it's going to be a very, very busy day tomorrow. Yes.
Serious question. I'm getting asked by people to ask you. Okay, will you fight Slave Knight Gale in DS3? Is that going to happen?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh,
He's a fucking good fight. I'm just saying. Just put it out there.
Yeah.
Very good. Very good.
People wouldn't want you to leave DS3 without doing that.
No, I will return.
Nice.
Oh, Return of the King.
Oh, get that little paper crown. Get that Happy Meal crown. Do it. Beautiful. Metal, what are you up to, you lad?
I'm currently right below you in the other floor.
Hey, that's what she said.
Oh my god, why'd you tell him? Don't tell him.
I'm on my vacation right now.
Hell
I don't
yeah.
do sneaky editing here. I'm just sleeping and drinking a lot, which I'm quite
suppose-
enjoying.
What we can let people
Good
know
for
is
you,
that we
Metal.
will be doing gaming and drinking streams. Will happen
Yes.
soon.
Yes.
We didn't talk about it today, but maybe we will on another stream. But we've been up to some fun antics. We've been throwing axes, watching films, playing games,
Yeah.
drinking. It's been a whale of a time, but we shall.
Hell yeah.
One of the plans is to play Simpsons Sit and Run and take shots whenever we die or
Ooh.
whatever. So
Are
that'll
they
be
making
fun.
another one of those? Aren't they making Crazy Taxi? Is Crazy Taxi coming back? Or
They
is- I
should
think-
make another Simpsons.
I
episode.
think Sega's. I'm
was a
pretty
fun
sure that
game.
Sega's doing a bunch of new
Oh,
stuff. including
Yeah, at
Crazy
the Game
Taxi.
Awards, they announced a slew of 3D games based on their Sega's old like franchises: Shinobi, Crazy Taxi.
There's gonna be some
Uh,
good in
the
there.
other
That would be
ones.
nice.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm not really doing anything right now. But when I'm back home and the vacation is over, I'll be going back to the mines myself. Forges are coming back. More gaming streams. I think the next game we're gonna stream is probably gonna be RoboCop finally.
Hey.
Because that was been
Fun.
gifted to me by James. That was very nice. He gave that to me for Crimbo. So that's going to be the next game we're going to stream. And yeah, Forges are going to be coming back. I already started making the list what's coming up over the year. So yeah, I'm cooking soon. Not right now. I'm just drunk.
Hey.
Fringy,
Right on, man.
Rungo, what up? What happened in the world of you guys?
Oh, I don't want to make any promises or anything yet, but who knows what'll happen.
I'm just working. You know how it goes. just working away.
All right. Well, and as for me, what I was editing is that I was about to say this is bad news. It's news. It is bad news somewhat. The Lord of the Rings EFAP movies did indeed get hit, and it's completely demonetized, which was the thing I was desperately trying to avoid, so that the extensive work that was done could at least be given that level of compensation. But at the same time, Drinker had suggested to me, and it's something I've been trying to set up, splitting the whole thing up into topics, right? I think I've talked about this on one of my God of War streams, but the idea will be that you go through and collect all the clips where we talk about Ian McKellen as Gandalf and Gandalf as a character, or Sean Bean's performance and Boromir as a character. You collect them up and put them into their own videos. They could be anywhere from 10 minutes to 40 minutes. And they're all split into topics. So like the production or the world building or something like that. And, release them all as individual videos so that they could be monetized. Only just with simple ads, right? It just helps churn the channel so that we can have reason to build things that don't cost the channel from being up in the first place. So that's something that I'm working on, just trying to... It takes a lot longer than I thought it would have. I should have anticipated it, but it's okay. That's what I've been tooling away at. It's basically just sorting it all out and crushing it all together. But something I was considering, and I'm 50-50 on it, was recording the Premiere chat and then incorporating that whenever the template for EFAP is available in the EFAP movies, so that chat is in there, if you know what I mean, from the previous one, and re-uploading with, again, a slightly harsher copyright. Or we just leave it as it is, demonetized. Those would be the two options I have. And I was going to ask for people's input, even chat's input. What do you think?
Speak up, chat. Oh, I thought we were waiting for chat.
Well, it's chat and you guys. Say whatever you want.
I think that's a really good idea. I think that I like it. When we discussed it, it seemed like a neat idea, and I approve of it.
Editing in live chat sounds like it might actually be like a decent amount of work.
It will be.
So
That'll take me at least 3 days.
Bear in mind.
Well,
yeah.
It makes me wonder how the fuck YouTube's copyright detection system
A
works.
great
'cause
thought
if
to have,
Drinker is-
because I've been doing this for 6
I wish they
years
would
and I
just
still
tell
don't
us.
fucking know what the hell's going on.
If Drinker is recommending that you split the video up as if that alone would fix the issue, I wonder if YouTube is operating in such a way that it's sort of accumulating all this sort of copyright detected material like over a span of time, where it's just like if it exceeds X amount of seconds over the total duration of the video, then it's like, here's a claim, fuck you. What if you were to like split
Something I've
the video
discovered,
up?
and it is actually wacky, but like one of the best representations of it is Fringy did the editing, correct me if I'm wrong, for all of Mando Season 3?
Yeah, yeah,
So
all of Season 3.
the way it works is Fringy will do his copyright coverage, then I'll proof them, and I'll cover anything that I think is like, oh, that's risky, I might put something in that. All of them were cleared by me, and they all go up. they're all still monetized or, you know, demonetized for swearing, which the yellow one, a lot of people say that's the same as not monetization at all, but it's, you know, a tier above that, I guess, at least in fucking claims. But I put them all together because what we usually do is have the big supercut so that people can watch it all in one big video if they want to. I couldn't do it with Mando. I put it up, and it had a copyright claim for every episode. So a rare fucking like 8 or 7, however many episodes there were, claims. I was like, what the fuck? Like, there was no claims on the individuals. And so I cover them all up. I'm like, okay, re-upload, and another 7 to 8 claims come up, and it's like, what the fuck is going on? And so the only conclusion I have, and this applies to the Lord of the Rings video, because I uploaded individual hours, as did the editors somewhat that were working on them, and then I uploaded individual films, being Fellowship, Two Towers, Return of the King, and I was at the point where Fellowship and Two Towers were clear, Return of the King was still being worked on, but we were rushing. I explained this in the other EFAP we had. Put up together, Fellowship and Two Towers were getting claims. It's like, but they weren't on their own, which were 2 hour and 40-minute videos.
I had that same problem because I was doing Mando 3 as well, and the second part of that that video was 4.5 hours long, I think it was. In parts, it didn't get anything. In total, it got a claim every time I tried it. But I just thought, fuck it, I'm just going to appeal it and go straight to like the top appeal, and no one ever really checks those things, so it always goes through. So I just went straight for, yeah, fuck you.
Well,
it's fair use.
Yeah, it's the wackiest fucking shit to get used to because there is no guidebook on this. Nobody ever says, like, by the way, if you're making a 10-minute video, you can have clips as long as 7 seconds or whatever. However, it's dependent on the people who published it or whatever bots are running. But nobody ever told me that if you're making a video over an hour, it's the mid-level bots. And if you make over a video over 3 hours, then you get the harsh bots. To the point now where it's so fucking PTSD-inducing that, like, the recommendation I have for my editors now on any of these videos is never go above 4 seconds, ever.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that some people could be like, oh, come on. It's like, no, I know, but don't. For anyone who's curious, I did a rough fucking run-through of the trilogy after the Gollum incident, which we'll show you that eventually if you really want to see it. It's nothing special, it's just Gollum footage for 3 minutes. But after that happened, as Fringy Rags and Mel know very well, I painstakingly went through with a measurement chart thing in Vegas to make sure no clip went over 4.2 seconds. I considered that the absolute maximum. What got hit, and you can still see this because the video's still there, in Helm's Deep, when Rag says it's really neat that when the volleys are firing, that there is a spritz of water, that it really feels like all the rain is actually affecting everything. You see the clip that lasts about 2 seconds of Legolas and others doing it and all the orcs getting hit. And then I repeat the visual for about 2 seconds in slower motion while he's saying that. That selection, what I just described, got hit with copyright.
That's so fucked up. It's so fucked up. It's so dumb.
The worst
You need
one
to,
I had
once you
was
get to a
Peter
certain size
Pan.
on YouTube, you need to be able to send something to YouTube that says, look, I'm an established movie reviewer and I use movie footage in my movie reviews. I need to have some level of protection against this ridiculous system.
Dude, it should be fucking transparent. Like, what do they have to lose?
That would be great.
You know?
This is why it
Let
was
the
tagged.
creators know.
This is the reason why. Or you just need to say there are these flat rules or something. But it's ridiculous how it's been going on for this long, and you can take all of these steps and it still gets hit.
And it varies from studio to studio as well, which is like it's impossible to know which studio is going to have the top level of the algorithmic check applied to it.
The ones for Saw were insane.
Like longer videos for other properties will be fine using longer clips. Peter Pan was the worst one I think I've ever had a problem with. And that was all the original cartoon version. And it got to the point because I was trimming it down, it's like 7-second clip, okay, fine. 5-second clip, oh, fuck's sake, okay, fine. I'll get rid of all of those. 2-second clips. And at that point, it was like, I think the way they're doing it is percentage of total content used over the entire video. And any clip beyond that certain percentage will then be flagged, even if it's 1 second long. Because that was certainly the experience I had with that video. But again, like, at that point, I just went, fuck it, this is impossible to make this video. So again, appeal and go right to the top straight away and risk the strike. But the strike never comes because I don't think anyone actually checks within the 7 days. They just look like, has someone actually filled out the form? Yeah, okay, it's probably right then. We'll just pass that over.
And regardless of clips used in videos, when it actually comes down to the film itself, I am a big believer that any company that puts out promotional marketing material in the form of video that should be not subject in any way to copyright because that is marketing.
Right. I agree.
That's why a lot of people just
that's what should be brought in. If you're putting that out as your promotion, as your marketing, anybody should feel free to use that in whatever context they want because it's about advertising the product.
Yeah. So that's the paid, but you guys could expect a set of fun sort of snippeted videos of different discussions we had on that recording. And all of them should be pretty straightforward to monetize because I assume being shorter means that the fucking bots will be more chill with them. And once all of them come out, I will then try, it seems like most people unanimously agreed it would be cool to re-upload it with the chat integrated. So, give me 2 weeks probably to get all of that done. And it'll go back up again. Funnily enough, people don't even remember this that well, but the Return of the King first one that me, Rags, and Wolf did, that is a re-upload because the first one got struck down. That was well before I was more acquainted with how fucking awful the copyright is. And I mean, in future, all the editors are basically just going to be told 4 seconds, never more. Even the ones that think like, no, I've got always just no, never more than 4, never more.
I did cheat with the Marvels video because there were just cats dancing around the screen for most of the long clips in that video, and it confuses it. But they're flirkins in the MCU these days, so that's still like thematically on point.
I've got if theoretically I had a long video in the works that was covering a piece of media, theoretically, of course, is all purely.
Yeah, it's not actually happening.
This is all alleged, but I would just be like, you know what? 8, 9, 10-second clips, fucking sue me, do it. But who knows? Who knows what will?
Well, so part of the problem, because a couple of people suggested that, is that we don't actually know what the definitive ruling on a lot of what we do on EFAP would actually be. I believe, ethically speaking, we are 1,000,000,000% in the clear. But like in an actual, if we actually went to court, which by the way would be a fucking nightmare because you wouldn't get like EFAP content at all for a whole 2 years or however ridiculous it would be. You don't actually know exactly where it will lie when push comes to shove, which is part of our criticism of people like XQC or whoever who are really fucking pissing off the people who we don't want anywhere near all of this because they might make it so much worse.
Yeah.
We could be in the golden age of copyright for all we know. That's kind of the way we're putting it.
Yeah.
Especially for gaming. The fact that I can use a whole game, everything about it, like I can upload. That's an industry that I find amazing. Like you can upload, as I did, a supercut of the story in a game that's mainly story and monetize it. Isn't that nuts?
Yeah.
Like that's just something you can do. And I feel like the more time goes on, gaming OSTs, you can upload the fucking album for a game and make money from it.
Because it's a game, so it's a game OST. So all those insane bangers in the games and stuff. Put it out there. It's whatever. It's a game soundtrack, so it's clear.
Yeah, what I'm saying is,
but woe to ye who plays Fallout on a stream and wanders near a radio where copyrighted real music plays. Woe to ye who does that. That stream belongs to me now. The ghost of Kaiser.
I can't believe I didn't mention this already, but Das Bullshit was the one exclusively who edited the Home Alone 2 EFAP movies. He sweat and blood went into a lot of that. He got it done right on the dot. It was, it had to be moved to the next day because it wasn't quite fast enough. But the man was dying making that, and I appreciate every last piece of work he did for it. And he said to me, like, has it passed copyright? And I was like, yep, wait a minute. And it didn't. And I was like, oh, well, that's okay. I mean, he really tried hard. He did it fast. He must have missed something. And I hadn't really fully looked at it. I took a screenshot of it because he had asked for it, and I posted it to him, which I'm posting in our group now. And then I was like, wait a minute. Like, I deliberately play everything pretty quietly when we're recording them, and it's like a song. Das knows really well to avoid songs getting clipped. This is Won't Tell Your Boyfriend, song by Ruben Stunner. And I checked it. It's not present in Home Alone 2, nor any memes. It is a song that has nothing to do with anything to do with Home Alone 2.
I also had the same problem with the Marvels video. There's a bit in it, because it's in a copyright claim at the moment. I thought, fuck it, I'm just going to put it up anyway, because it's music related. The bit where Tony Stark flicks his glove, when he has the glove on, flicks his fingers, there's rumbling sound in the background. and some random band I've never heard of apparently claimed that as part of a song that they made. It's like, but it's not. And I don't even know who you are, and
could
it's
you
not in the
fuck
video.
off?
So I think you might have made a mistake there.
This one's bad, but it gets even worse. We've talked about it before, but I was just going to say, so this is currently happening on the Home Alone video, which is now in escrow. I swear to fucking God, if they push back when their song isn't even in here, like, it's absolutely absurd. But the worst version, and this has happened on my... Last time I remember... the first time I remember dealing with this was the God of War 2018 playthrough, my first one, where it was like, copyright footage has been found. And I was like, that's odd. But maybe it's... like blood on the stone. Is that what it's called? Blood in the stone. Blood on the stone.
Blood upon the snow.
That song I think can get hit with copyright, but none of the other ones because it's much more of an official thing. And I was like, oh, maybe it's something like that where a song, a part of the soundtrack, is actually getting hit. I checked it. It was like, no, it is another Let's Player who is monetizing his own content, and it matches enough of the video game's cutscene that he is now claimed that is his, that is now claiming money off your playthrough. And I was like, fucking hell. That's like parasites eating parasites. Like, the fucking game companies would be like, excuse me? You're taking money off the person who I should be paid anyway. It's like, what the fuck is this?
In an old video, I once used as a background song, a piece of music when I had talked to the guy who made the song, and he said, no, my stuff's not on Content ID. It's all good. Use it however you want. It's out there for you. Cool. Great. The video goes up, and then a long time later, I get a notification of an old video where someone took that song against it without any permission or anything. They did take that song, and then they decided to sing lyrics over it. And then they put that into the Content ID system so that it claimed my usage of the original song, which was just an instrumental. And of course, I fought it and I won. And then I told the guy that there's this Russian dude out there doing that to your stuff. So it just shows how insanely broken the system is. You can just take people's shit and then put it in Content ID yourself. Fuck it. Who cares? YouTube just lets you do whatever. And then we all lose.
Yeah, remember when I put my first video out back in the day,
John Wick
one, and just got stricken down completely by some random Turkish company. That was fun.
Turkish really doing a lot to help the reputation, I see.
If I may add to this, I made an episode of my 8th season of RB and the Chief where I made a track myself where it contained 3 notes looped. It was like narrow, 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 and then YouTube matched that as a John Bon Jovi song.
Jesus.
And I was just okay. Like, I made this track, but like, are you really gonna patent like 3 fucking notes, replayed over and over, like in like a 4-bar sort of schematic or whatever? I don't know what the right word to use is, but like just like
arpeggio.
It's something like that. Yeah, where it's just like I feel like I'm not trying to copy anybody's song here. This is 3 notes that I'm just like repeating over and over, but it detected.
No, you're playing a Bon
YouTube
Jovi
detected
song.
it as a Bon Jovi song, and then all of a sudden I couldn't like. I mean, whatever.
Whatever.
The system is fucking broken. It is. It really.
It's you're thrown onto a minefield, blindfolded,
Yeah,
arms tied behind your back, and the mines change position every second.
Yeah.
It's they seem to have spent an insane amount of money, Google has, on a Content ID system that is indistinguishable from randomness.
Yeah.
So good job, Google. You did it. You saved copyright.
And on that note, we're going to get out of here, okay? You shall find more videos will be pouring onto the Moolah channel as soon as they're all getting past the issues as presented tonight. And, well, this one will be up pretty quickly, I'd imagine. And we're also...
I was about to bitch about manual copyright claims, but no, fuck it. That can be for a different day.
Oh, it can go on for fucking ever. It's absurd. And that's the thing, man. Especially when you've worked on something for so long and you've reached the finish line of the video. It's like, oh, the adventure's just begun for copyright. You're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah. Hey, Mola, you'll appreciate this. Before we go, you know when you get the notifications, we've matched copyright we think, these channels have taken your content.
Yeah.
You get those notifications?
Yeah.
I get them all the time for Nerdrotic. Just like one day I should just grab one of Gary's videos.
Gary stealing your content.
It's like
A bastard.
But all right, thank you so much for watching. This is technically the New Year's Eve EFAP.
Yeah, that's right. See you all
Hooray!
next
So you
year.
guys
Hey.
have a wonderful New
See
Year.
you next year.
We'll see you then. Yes, and I
Happy
was
New
about to say
Year.
you could expect coverage of movie X and Y, but you know what? I don't actually know exactly what we're doing yet. So get excited for the mystery box that will be opened.
No, no.
Who knows what will be in
Hooray!
there? But we'll
Everyone
probably
loves
do
a good
what was supposed to be this episode next time. Because we literally introed this episode as being what it was going to be, and that didn't happen. So
Nope.
we're going to do it next week. That'll be great.
Not at all.
But thanks for being here, folks, and yeah, see you next time. Bye bye.
Thanks,
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo. Oh.